Hello. 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 Is Tuesday. 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 It is again high 80s here in Ghetto area. Echoing. At least I check the sound of it. We will be watching another Ancient Americas video, Hohokam, in the American Southwest, like Arizona area. Civilizations that lived in incredibly like arid climates and in deserts. Described in pretty interesting. So this is going to be like adobe buildings and the like.
South of Arizona lies the Sonoran Desert, which stretches from.
Oh wait, I've been doing games for warm up. History game we've been playing. Gives you 3 events that all happen in the same year. We get the couple instances first. Oh. The Black Death pandemic spreads to Central and Western Europe and Cairo. Hangzhou in Mongolia, China becomes the largest city in the world, taking the lead in Cairo, capital of Mamluk Egypt. An estimation of the year. Uh, Charles University in Prague, founded the previous year by papal bull, granted privileges Charles I, King of Bohemia. Bull. Best bets I have are the Black Death, so like 1213. Mongolia has conquered China. Same like 1200. Direction. So 1300 is correct. Five. Yeah, we're sitting 1340. Maybe guess going up more. Exactly. There we go. Where I've never stuck on with Wordle. There are times I do like connect general trivia stuff. Trying to do it in one go and what. So we got Toad, Ride, Tattoo, Bar, Mole Foot, Heel, Badger, Rat, Hairy, Step, Gar, Creep, Piercing, Bug, and Skunk. Okay. Animals that burrow like badger, mole, rat. Uh, not all. Bug. Got a toad. Doesn't fit the like rodent family. Things that burrow and are more burrow than a toad's. Larger areas. Um, the wrong track, but a milkshake brings all the boys here. They're like it's better than yours. Oh god. Foot heel, but other foot things. Blemishes on skin, mole, scar, tattoo, technically. Distinguishing characteristics. Overthought it. Step foot. Again, I don't see the difference with or like a different category with all the animals or foot stuff. Foot stuff. Foot stuff kind of day. Thought I had gotten like a follower note. It didn't go off yesterday one. Who knows? Alrighty. Foot heel. Like that. I don't like step, ride. Nothing dirty, gross, stinky, bad. Ew. I think the animals have thrown me for a loop. Fucking animals. I keep staring at this and it does that weird optical illusion where there's a little black dot in the middle of all these. Harry. That's one I haven't done anything with. Man's name. Let's see, like, no, like Harry Houdini, no Harry Potter, no. One more. Wait, Harry. Bug. Bug, a skunk, stuff you don't want to run into in the woods. A badger, maybe, but not as much as. Ay, ay, ay. All right, we're gonna do heel, foot, step. Another foot related one. Creep. Foot fetishes. What was it? A real oh. Heel and like wrestling. I don't think I've ever heard someone refer to someone as a skunk. Not recently, but Esther, badger, bug, carry. Yeah, I guess like, carry someone with weapons or things you're throwing at them. Ride. Yeah, I get bar stool, footstool, step stool, toadstool. Ah, yeah. Damn. Creep for jerk is also, I think, a little iffy. I don't think a creep's a jerk. I just think they're someone who like doesn't respect other people's as human beings and will subject them to things that for their own enjoyment. Guess that's a jerk. Yeah. I think more so a skunk, the one I wouldn't have ever probably associated with that, but it is what it is. The last game, Pokédex. I think our best unique score is like 32. Yesterday we got 40. Got water for this column, something that is evolved by trade, and then a baby Pokemon. And from Hoenn for all of those, an electric type for all of those, flamethrower for all. There's so many water types in Hoenn. What's one people probably didn't pick? Clamperl, maybe? Evolution. I feel like pre-evolution are less. And so there's also like Spheal and stuff. I feel like that's going to be more popular than Clamperl. Relicanth, maybe. I mean, that one was important for like getting the Regis, so maybe remember it more. 4.7. Yeah, it's also a bit of a unique one, but that's not bad. Water electric, besides the Chincho Lantern line. There's Rotom Wash. Water electrics, there has to be at least one missing. Let's. I feel like most people are gonna go for uh, the Lantern line, but I know Rotom's also become like more popular, so yay! Thank you for the sound check. Oof, yeah, too many people went for Rotom. Something water type that can learn flamethrower. Volcanion? A water fire type? Maybe? Sure. Okay, most people picked that, but at least it's correct. Been one of our guesses. Okay, evolved by trade from Hoenn. Drift evolved by trade, or is it a leaf stone? It's a leaf. Who evolves by trade from Hoenn? Skip that one for now. Come back to it. A baby Hoenn Pokemon. Do the Pichus or the Plusle and Minun count? Pikachu clones? Those babies? What other babies were in Hoenn? They don't evolve, but do they count as babies? like Cleffa and Magby and Pichu. Uh, Classic, very low stats, friendship evolve thingies. But who else? Was there like a Jirachi? Is Jirachi a baby? I don't think Jirachi's a baby. I can't think of anything else I'm gonna do plus or minus, but I'm also gonna swap from that one. Feebas is Hoenn, but that's your beauty. And a scale item I think you also need on it, maybe? Or maybe that came later. I don't remember. They've changed the evolution based on games and stuff. Evolved by trade and an electric type. Is electric just a high Evo or is it by trade? Oi, oi, oi. This is a tough one today. Electivire's the electrolyzer. Okay. Magnezone? Is Magnezone? Magnezone trade? Fuck. She. Okay. Evolved by trade and can learn flamethrower. This one has to. Helix can learn flamethrower. The fire type. Evolves by trade. There one? Some are stones for like early gen. Baby electric. This is gonna be easy. Elekid, my favorite. They did add an evolution. It's a magmarizer. Do you trade when it's holding the magmarizer? I think so. Been so long since I've evolved that in like a game itself. Gonna give it a shot. Okay, yeah. Okay, so that also helps with these other evolved trade ones. The trade items we at least can Drivire. Yeah. I feel like this one had very few answers. I swear the game used to tell you how many answers were like possible. Maybe I'm crazy. No one evolved by trade though. That's just wow. What? Is it not Reaper Cloth trade? Fuck. Okay, so baby that can learn flamethrower. Easy one's Magby, but I feel like Igglybuff can as well. Got him. Okay, not our best work. Just apparently, I made an account at one point. Actually, now for it, that's technically our best game at the moment. But we have gotten down to at least 40. I think there was a game last 30s, mid 30s maybe. Alrighty. Let's see. We are going to move on to our history for the day. We're doing a video on ancient Americas, the Hohokam and the American Southwest.
From present day Arizona and California to the Mexican state of Sonora. If you go there today, you'd probably note a barren landscape dominated by saguaro cacti and repressive heat. Not exactly a hotspot for a thriving culture. Yet when European settlers first arrived there, they encountered great ruins of mounds and dilapidated canals full of unique potsherds. At the time, the Ikimel O'odam were still living in small communities farming in the Salt and Gila River basins. When these settlers asked who had built these structures, they received the answer, Huhugam O'odam, the finished people. Today, we call those ancient builders the Hohokam, and in this episode, we're going to see how they thrived in the harsh Sonoran Desert for over a millennia.
Long time. Even the Finn. Jeez. What do you have against Finns?
To the untrained eye, the Sonoran landscape is hardly where one would expect to find a thriving and sophisticated culture. Most areas receive less than 40 centimeters of rainfall on
Yeah, a
average,
lot of people
some
beat him
areas
here.
as little as 15. However, what appears to be barren to many can actually be bountiful.
I ever mention in middle school, and I was in Michigan, so before I moved to Texas, I had to dress like we had to do like reports on a historical figure. I got Christopher Columbus to dress up as him and present his story. And let's just say the stuff I was finding as a kid was very watered down and congratulatory or like played up as opposed to what he actually really did.
To the enterprising eyes of
But it
those who are
is what
willing
it
to
is.
eke out a living. They would have understood that the valleys were full of edible plants, small and large game, riverine resources, and latent fertile soil.
I don't remember my teacher's opinion on it, I'm being honest. There was like a whole night where all the parents like came to the school and we had to like pretend to be the person or whatever. It was actually like a neat assignment. Um, but they could have fact checked.
And that the secret to success would have been the savvy management of these resources. The most
My
important
sister, I think, did Cleopatra.
resources of the desert were, and still are, the Salt and Gila rivers. They provide a crucial source of surface water before draining into the Colorado River. Indeed, these rivers are what water the great modern day city of Phoenix, which is the fifth largest city in the United States, and in ancient times, they were the axis of incredible human activity. Before the Hohokam came into being, the Sonoran Desert was populated by archaic peoples
Doppler.
who seasonally migrated between different areas of the desert.
That was for
The
the science in 8th grade, right? We had to all do like a famous scientist something. I feel like I remember that.
catalyst for
Yeah.
transforming these
I don't
archaic
remember
peoples
in my
into the
head.
later cultures of the Southwest was the arrival of maize, beans, and squash from Mexico in about 2000 BCE.
I do not remember.
Those of you who have seen my maize episode should already be familiar with the transformative power of that humble, over engineered grass. Maize agriculture didn't take off right away. The archaeological evidence shows us that maize was being farmed in the summer before seasonal farmers would move out to other areas where they could live off of wild food sources. Over time, people began to rely on maize more and more, and this began to curtail those seasonal movements and create sedentary populations. By 1500
Corn.
BCE, we see the constructions of early irrigation ditches to move water and the construction of pit houses
People make do.
to store maize harvests, accompanied by small house groups. These early dwellings are actually not hard to find, and their remains pop up along favorable stretches of river. What's very interesting is that these small house groups aren't actually found in the modern Phoenix area, which is going to become the beating heart of Hohokam culture later on, but instead in the south in the Santa Cruz Basin. And perhaps that's where it would have stayed, except that around 200 CE, changes in the Santa Cruz River left the canals high and dry and forced a migration further north to the Salt and Gila River basins. But who were these early maize farmers? This has been a source of debate for many decades. In the mid 20th century, it was fashionable to theorize that they were migrants from Mesoamerica, and indeed, a few scholars still champion this idea today.
Because migration has been happening throughout all human history. Just good.
After all, maize agriculture came from that area originally, and as we'll see, there was a lot of contact between the Hohokam and Mesoamerica.
Yeah, they
And
got
you could even
the
debate that the Hohokam were part of a larger Mesoamerican sphere, but that's hardly a
steady
smoking
hand.
gun. Cultural similarities are not proof of ethnic connections.
Eh,
Today, the academic consensus is that the Hohokam had a local origin, because those early sites on the Santa
yeah.
Cruz River provide compelling evidence.
Even though like personally, it's not like a masculinity thing for like I would wear makeup. I just don't like putting stuff near my eye all the so not worth it.
Evidence that Hohokam culture emerged from the people who were already there, and that they gradually shifted from seasonal living to sedentary living with maize agriculture. Regardless of where they came from, by about 450 CE, these new settlements began to coalesce into Hohokam culture. Now, before we go any further, we need to talk about chronology. I know that I usually try to spare you these kind of mundane details and dates, but this is actually pretty useful in understanding the Hohokam and their 1,000-year history, so bear with me. I'm not going to break it down as finely as most literature because there's a lot of disagreement on when these phases and subphases start and end and what those phases even are. I mean, just check out this dizzying chart. What is important to know, and what is universally agreed on, is that Hohokam history can be divided into two main periods. The period lasting
Uh,
from
yeah,
450 to
piercings are less a
1150
thing for me.
CE
I don't know
is the
why.
pre-classic period. This is usually broken into other
I
phases,
mean,
which we
I
aren't going to get into.
have any piercings either. I would get. I want to all that much, but maybe I'm more into getting more tattoos and stuff.
After 1150 CE, we'll see a lot of changes that culminate in the Classic period, which lasts until the end of Hohokam culture in about 1450 CE. The Classic is usually subdivided into the Early Classic from 1150 to 1300 and the Late Classic from 1300 to the end of the Hohokam.
So pre-classic, the start of it is like right after the fall of the Roman Empire. It was like official, like split into Byzantines collapsing. This would be like start of the Crusades. No, maybe middle Crusade periods. Um, yeah, Crusades up to uh, Renaissance for reference of what's going on in Europe at this time. The time periods we'll be covering today, which is
But
a
let's get
lot.
back to the beginning of the pre Classic period. This is characterized by the formation of permanent communities and the beginnings of what is indisputably Hohokam culture. We can get a good look at this transformation at the site of Valencia Vieja on the Santa Cruz River. The site was originally a small farming settlement of 5 to 10 households, established around 425 CE. Nothing unusual there, that's pretty typical. However, around 500 CE, the settlement began to grow into a village thanks to an influx of new people. Why did these people come together? As anyone who lives next to an annoying neighbor or in the confines of an overbearing HOA knows, living close has its drawbacks, especially when you're used to wide open spaces
And
and mobility.
HOAs.
There are many explanations, but I think that the most interesting ones to focus on are that more labor was needed to build and maintain the ever expanding canal network. And second, agriculture is always an investment that you have to protect. Crops, as well as your property and water rights, have to be guarded from would be intruders and squatters. By 600 CE, the inhabitants of Valencia Vieja had constructed a large plaza in the center of the village that was flanked by up to 8 large structures, most likely elite residences. These plazas are a feature of larger pre-classic Hohokam communities, along with ball courts. Wait, ball courts? Aren't those found in Mesoamerica? I hear some of you asking. Indeed they are, but they're also a common feature of Hohokam ritual architecture. Now you can see why some people speculate a Mesoamerican origin for the Hohokam. In fact, the state
I'm
of
a
Arizona
believer in
has over
that theory.
200 documented ball courts, though I should mention that some of them lie outside the Hohokam area. Not all of them are necessarily Hohokam. These are not like the stone-built, eye-shaped ball courts that we're used to seeing in Mesoamerica. They're characterized by a dugout trench, often smoothed and plastered at the bottom with high ridges on either side. These come in a variety of sizes, and they can be as large as 75 meters long and 27 meters wide. At first, these were thought to be reservoirs, but none of these ball courts have any silt or sediment that we'd expect to see in a reservoir. These days, most archaeologists agree that these are ball courts where ball games similar to those of Mesoamerica would have been played. On top of that, they would have functioned as important ritual spaces for the entire community, where public ceremonies could be held for hundreds of spectators and participants. Now, I do want to point out that even the
Games.
largest Hohokam communities were never full-blown cities. The largest pre-classic settlement at Snaketown only had a population of about 1 to 2,000 people. Most
Like
communities were
nothing.
probably much smaller, but that doesn't make them any less impressive. In smaller communities, which is where most Hohokam would have likely lived at the time, small single-room houses would have been arranged around a courtyard and would have shared a communal oven and trash mitten. These house groups would have likely housed extended families that were related to one another. They also would have varied in size from place to place. These settlements and villages would have dotted the rivers and canals. Groups of settlements that are closely linked together are usually called irrigation communities, and these would have shared common water sources. These usually center around a larger village, usually with a ball court or later with a platform mound that would have acted as the local seat of authority, like a county seat in a modern U.S. county. I should also point out that not all Hohokam lived in irrigation communities and farmed all year long. Other Hohokam groups lived in the desert where they would dry farm and forage. These are sometimes called desert Hohokam as opposed to river Hohokam. Don't think of these as static divisions, but as more of a spectrum. Some communities were able to stay completely sedentary, while others still practiced seasonal movements to varying degrees. Despite this variation, they still would have been united by common culture and beliefs. Although political authority of the Hohokam is not well understood, it's pretty clear that there was never a single Hohokam state or authority over the region, because no evidence has been found of powerful rulers or administrative bureaucracies. It seems that by 800 or 900 CE, power would have been held by local leaders or chiefs of irrigation communities. They would have coordinated construction and water management, conducted ceremonies, and arbitrated disputes. It's been speculated that the very largest communities, usually at the ends of large canals, may have held greater sway over small communities.
This is what, like a third or a fourth of like modern Arizona, kind of in size. I'm really bad at trying to estimate that stuff, though, especially since I don't know like the rivers or whatever for this region.
Communities down the canal lines, but how this manifested is unclear. Councils made up of
And I also really find it interesting how their society kind of developed with more um, branching communities and stuff, and then just having like uh, lower one fourth or fifth. Yeah, that's good to know.
local leaders
Was
from different
almost there.
communities would have likely met to decide issues of water use, labor, and land management. Now, in order to accommodate this growing population, the Hohokam needed to ensure a stable food supply. To create food, they needed to irrigate the land where dry farming wasn't an option. As I mentioned earlier, small canals had been used in the area for nearly 1,000 years, but the Hohokam took this to a whole new level. Their canal networks are huge. If you measure up the total length of these canals in just the Salt and Gila River basins, they reach an astounding 35 kilometers and irrigated up to 70,000 acres of land. Here's a later map of the Phoenix area drawn in 1929 by Omar Turney. It shows the Hohokam canals that were known at the time. These required incredible amounts of labor and organization. Experts estimate that just to construct a single trunk line of a canal system would have required 1,000,000 person days of labor. That does not include construction of secondary lines and ongoing maintenance and repairs. They would have also had to construct weirs and head gates to carefully control the flow of water. And don't get the idea that these are tiny canals that you can step right over. These are massive. Some of the main canals are up to 23 meters wide. Keep in mind, these were dug out and constructed with simple tools, without any metal. These canals could transport water beyond the natural floodplains and opened up new land for cultivation. I can't emphasize how staggering an achievement of engineering this is. To put it in perspective, these networks were the largest irrigation networks north of Peru. To put it another way,
Peru had a lot, like a spanning empire of many mountains. They were insane builders. They had highways and everything. They're nutty. So the fact, yeah, that in the desert they had such insane like irrigation systems is dope. It's kind of like a an analog to Egypt in the old world.
these small farming communities were coming together to irrigate on a scale that was only being exceeded by sophisticated empires and kingdoms. So, what did these canals enable? What was the agricultural scene like? Obviously, maize was the most important crop to the Hohokam. To make maize successful in the desert, it had to be adapted by earlier peoples to withstand the arid conditions. The types of maize that were being grown not just by the Hohokam, but by other neighboring desert cultures were heat and drought resistant and had a shorter growing period to minimize the risk of crop failure. And this is a pattern that's also noted in bean strains grown by the Hohokam. They were adapted to the desert heat and aridity as well. Squash and pumpkin were also cultivated. Agave, tobacco, and cotton were also cultivated for food and other uses. Agave and cotton fibers in particular were important for cloth, ropes, and nets. As reliant as they were on agriculture, the Hohokam never forgot their roots and continued to augment their agricultural produce with wild plants of the desert. In particular, the fruit and flesh of the saguaro, cholla, and nopal cacti could be harvested yearly. We actually have written accounts of later O'odam using saguaro wine to celebrate the start of the agricultural cycle, and this may be a holdover of ancient Hohokam practices as well. Besides these, edible seeds and wild beans could be easily foraged as well. Meat was not abundant in the Hohokam diet, but small and large game such as rabbit, birds, deer, bighorn sheep, and riverfish do appear in the archaeological record. The thing that really impresses me about the Hohokam is that they left few resources untapped. During historic times, the indigenous peoples of the Southwest were known to have used more than 250 edible plants. The Hohokam were incredibly well adapted to survival in the desert. With an abundance of food, Hohokam craftsmen and craftswomen began producing beautiful artifacts. Perhaps the most distinct of all Hohokam artifacts is their signature red-on-buff pottery. By the way, buff is just a reference to the brown clay that was used. This was made by taking a brown clay pot that was fired outdoors and painting it with a red iron oxide ochre. These artists painted people, lizards, birds, snakes, and abstract designs, and this became a signature style of the Hohokam. On a side note, you can also see these designs painted in rock art that's believed to date from the Hohokam period. Highly decorated pieces such as these serve domestic and ritual functions, and many artists fashion these into very elaborate forms. Censers would have likely been used for burning incense in rituals. Pottery would have also been used for holding ashes of the cremated dead, which were often buried in the ground with clay figurines of people and animals. Now, these exotic ceramics were not used by everyone for everything. Everyday use ceramics for cooking and storage would have just been made of plain buffware. I want to emphasize that this pottery is very unique to the Hohokam and very distinct from their Mogollon and Pueblo neighbors. Another important item that can be found is shell jewelry from marine shells that would have come all the way from the Pacific via trade. Most of these shell artifacts would have arrived in Hohokam territory pre-finished. As time went on, Hohokam craftsmen began to work raw shell into finished products. These marine shells would have been fashioned into bracelets, rings, beads, and pendants for people of all ages. Whole conch shells would have also been prized as trumpets for rituals and ceremonies. Evidence of shell crafting is abundant at Hohokam sites, and this shows that it was greatly prized by the Hohokam people. Other goods produced by the Hohokam include stone points, baskets, cotton cloth, carved wood and bone, stone pallets, feather cloaks, and stone carvings. Many of these items are believed to have been made by craft specialists. How these goods were distributed is a matter of debate, and these different proposals are not always exclusive. Some scholars have proposed a market system of exchange where festivals and market days and community plazas spurred bartering for various goods. Unfortunately, no markets or warehouses have been found in the archaeological record, so that's a bit speculative. Others have proposed that, like many other pre-industrial societies, finished goods would have been distributed by gift-giving, gambling, marriage dowries, and ritual offerings. What is pretty clear, though, is that these goods would have been an important badge of identity that would have distinguished the Hohokam from their southwestern neighbors. And speaking of neighbors, let's take a look at the interaction the Hohokam had with the people around them. Another impressive legacy of the Hohokam was their huge trade network. As I mentioned earlier when we discussed the ball courts, they had a strong connection with Mesoamerica, and several Mesoamerican goods found their way into the Southwest. Now, when I say Mesoamerica, I'm not talking about the familiar regions like the Valley of Mexico, Oaxaca, or the Maya region, but instead of West Mexico along the Pacific coast. You know, that part of Mesoamerica that typically gets left unlabeled on maps. West Mexico has its own fascinating history and relationship with Central Mexico that we'll explore someday in exquisite detail, but for now, we're just going to look at its place in the Hohokam trade network. Goods from this area moved up the Pacific coast, through the desert, and into the American Southwest. Remember, many of these people would have spoken Uto-Aztecan languages, so it's likely that there was a linguistic continuum between these far-flung
The long-ass way.
peoples that would have facilitated the exchange of goods. What goods, you may be asking? The most impressive are the hundreds of copper bells from the metalsmiths of Michoacan that have been found at Hohokam sites. Small amounts of Mesoamerican pottery and Mesoamerican-inspired pottery can sometimes be found as well. Many examples show a four-part bilateral symmetry that's similar to designs in West Mexico. In rare cases, they're even painted with Mesoamerican iconography. Iron pyrite mirrors have also been found, which themselves are likely a West Mexican version of the pyrite and obsidian mirrors found in central Mexico. On top of that, macaw remains have been found, which would have been used as a source of beautiful and exotic feathers. These macaws would have come from southern Mexico, although we also know that macaws were being bred at the site of Casas Grandes in northern Chihuahua, so it's certainly possible that they were supplying them to the Hohokam. Another exotic good
I forget that Chihuahua is the name of a province in Mexico.
that was coming from Mexico was chocolate, trace amounts of which have been detected in
Chocolate.
Hohokam pots. The Pacific coast provided Hohokam with marine shell that were used for crafting, as we saw earlier. Now, trade didn't just face south. The Hohokam also traded with the Pueblo cultures to the north. In exchange for marine shell and cotton, the Hohokam were able to get turquoise and jet. Those ties to the northern cultures are going to be important down the road, so keep that in mind. I hope all this has impressed upon you how adept the Hohokam were at acquiring
So this is uh, northeast Arizona.
foreign goods from different
Arizona is a
neighbors.
large state. So.
At its height, Hohokam trading networks stretched from Chaco Canyon all the way to the edges of Mesoamerica. What can all this tell us about Hohokam beliefs and cosmology? Our best evidence comes from their mortuary practices. Pre-classic Hohokam didn't typically bury their dead, preferring cremation instead, at least in the core Hohokam area. These cremation remains often contain incense burners and ceramic figurines. As I mentioned earlier, their pottery often includes iconography such as birds, snakes, and lizards, but it's uncertain if these represent deities or supernatural beings. These objects have been interpreted on one hand as elements of ancestor worship or of an agricultural fertility cult. Some people stress the similarities between this paraphernalia and art and those of Mesoamerican spiritual practices. The stone pallets that we saw earlier were likely used to snuff hallucinogens, which brings to mind the shamanic rituals of Mesoamerica. Architecture can also cue us into aspects of Hohokam religion. In the very early days, plazas were likely public ritual spaces that were replaced in later times by ball courts at the larger sites. The ball courts would have been the sites of ball games, which would have held special religious significance. Such games were part of larger community events with feasting, dancing, and other rituals. Even later O'odam were still playing a version of the ball game in historic times. Now, the picture I've just painted for you of small irrigation communities dotting the river and canals, building ball courts, and trading with Mesoamerica is the picture of the Hohokam pre-classic period, and that's about to come to an abrupt end. Around 1150 CE, at the start of the classic period, there was a radical shift in Hohokam culture. An important catalyst of this change was an environmental catastrophe, one that affected not just the Hohokam, but the entire Southwest. We know from tree ring data that the pre-classic had actually been a pretty wet period, well, by Southwestern standards at any rate. By the beginning of the 12th century, rainfall had become less consistent and began to fluctuate wildly. As if this wasn't worrying enough, between 1020 and 1160, the Gila River began to cut down and widen, which would have rendered many of those Hohokam Canal headgates useless and would have triggered a rebuilding of canals and a loss of irrigable land. But the Hohokam were a stubborn and persistent group. They didn't just take this adversity lying down. Instead, they adapted. During these trying times, Hohokam settlements began to consolidate and reorganize into new settlement patterns. A good example of this reorganization can be seen near the pre-classic site of Snaketown. Snaketown was the largest pre-classic community in the Hohokam area, but it was abandoned shortly after the pre-classic period. In the immediate vicinity of the site, there were 7 ball court communities, but by the end of the classic period, these settlements had consolidated into 3 larger irrigation communities, nearly doubling the amount of irrigable land between them. This also had the consequence of concentrating Hohokam population into the heart of the Salt and Gila River basins near modern-day Phoenix. Another way that this change was manifest was in the village architecture. People stopped building open villages with plazas and ball courts and instead began to erect walled compounds on elevated platform mounds. By the late Classic, these mounds would have been topped
We've seen this a lot with the yeah, in the Northwest and Mississippi and yeah, well, there's always a period where a lot of them, whenever times get tough, they start, yeah, doing this with their settlements, fortifying them. Uh,
with great houses and towers built of adobe and would have been surrounded by walls, effectively separating them from the rest of the community. If Snaketown is the poster boy of pre classic settlement, then Casa Grande, with its still standing big house, is the archetypal settlement of the classic period. Just a word of warning, don't confuse this with the contemporary site of Casas Grandes in North Chihuahua that we mentioned earlier. As you can see, this is an impressive structure and unlike anything we've seen before. Most scholars assume that this change in architecture came with a change in the social order. Those walled compounds and elite residences are unmistakably exclusive symbols of power by local elites. It shouldn't come as a big surprise, then, that burials from these complexes show increased social stratification. But architecture and village life wasn't the only thing that changed. There were changes to the culture as well. Much of the ritual paraphernalia that we saw
thing also, common thread is that, yeah, when, things get more authoritarian and stratified, if there's someone at the top who has more of the resources and exerts control, yeah, you do get that, yeah, that walling up, that more conflict, more all of that. Happens a lot throughout history.
earlier disappears completely. Those palettes, stone bowls, ceramic figurines, and censers, and presumably their associated ceremonies that we saw in the pre classic Hohokam culture, are gone. The old animal iconography of lizards, snakes, and birds gets replaced by toads and raptors. Not the dinosaurs, the birds.
Or
This is usually seen as a sign of religious and ideological shift. Another notable change is that cremation becomes rarer, and instead elites begin burying their dead with grave goods in elite cemeteries. This evidence is typically interpreted as the abandonment of domestic ancestor worship that characterized pre classic Hohokam religion. From what we can tell of all these changes, the Hohokam began to participate in a larger southwestern cult. Many speculate that this change in religion had something to do with the environmental stress that the Hohokam were experiencing after the 11th century. In this new order, elites played an important role in conducting private rituals with other elites. However, public rituals still would have been possible from the tops of those structures on the platform mounds, so this cult would have likely had a public dimension to it, albeit a very controlled
what's this, 3 stories? 4, maybe? I mean, who knows if it was ever even bigger, but maybe 3.
one. These changes also coincide with a weakening of Mesoamerican contact and influence, and an increase in contact with the Pueblo people to the north. In fact, many ancestral Pueblo migrated from the Cayenta region of northern Arizona and made their way into former Hohokam lands. Archaeologists can detect this influx by analyzing the pottery of the sites that date to that time. Ancestral Pueblo made their pottery by coiling as opposed to the Hohokam who used a hammer and anvil method. But the more obvious difference is aesthetic. These immigrants usually produced Salado polychromes with distinctive iconography, and this style began to dominate Hohokam sites. Buffwares were still being produced, but not to the same extent that they were in the pre-classic. This immigration picked up steam as time went by, and by the 14th century, entire communities of purely Pueblo inhabitants were being founded on the Hohokam periphery. Unfortunately, the classic fluorescence was short-lived. The Hohokam had certainly displayed their ability to adapt to changing conditions, but finally the culture gave way. By 1450, Hohokam culture had disappeared. What eventually pushed the Hohokam to the brink is not certain. Invasion, disease, soil degradation, and field salinization have all been proposed at one time or another. The current theory enjoying the limelight is that flooding in the 14th century had a catastrophic effect on the canal infrastructure, from which the communities never recovered, forcing the populations to settle elsewhere. Others have pointed out that
They did have the period of kind of drought that we were just talking about before this last, uh, bit, um, and then flooding that damaged infrastructure, they would have gone from like hard times to maybe a short period of decent times or good times back to like something incredibly bad happening. So
Increasingly hierarchical and demanding leadership may have been overthrown as it became clear that they were unable to solve the crisis. Interestingly, the most likely descendants of the Hohokam, the Akimel O'odam, do preserve stories in their oral traditions that may offer some clues. According to these traditions, the god Earth Medicine Man created the gods and the O'odam speaking people. However, there is a great flood which causes the gods and several of the O'odam speakers to flee to the underworld. While in the underworld, the proud god Elder Brother returns to the surface and creates a new group of O'odam speakers, the Finished Ones. Eventually, however, the Finished Ones turn against Elder Brother and kill him, but he comes back to life, goes to the underworld, and convinces the O'odam there to journey to the surface and to make war on the very people he created. Eventually, they succeed at conquering the Finished Ones, and from there, the rest of the creation narrative proceeds. These accounts of floods and warfare may recall ancient events in the deep past of the O'odam that could shed light on the fate of the Hohokam. Now, I should emphasize that there are other oral traditions from other groups in the area, like the Yavapai and the Maricopa, that differ a lot from this telling, and that these storytellers are not recounting a history of memory, but a story of the deep mythological past. Whatever the reasons for the collapse, Hohokam
it's very possible that the people who lived through those events, yeah, did talk about them and kind of mythologize them. They got a bit blown up and whatnot. And also that when the society did break apart into different cultures, that they would all have potentially remembered the story a little bit different or have gone through different things. So like them going to the underworld could be that they had to like go through an incredibly harsh environment for a period of time to find somewhere else to live, or who knows. But I do find it, yeah, really interesting. And of course, this is all just speculation, but it's fun.
culture had ceased to exist. Former Hohokam territory remained sparsely populated until the arrival of Europeans. If there were still large populations afterwards, it's very likely that Old World diseases took their toll. Never again did an indigenous culture of the Hohokam's likeness grace the river valleys of Arizona. Now, I don't want to give you the impression that all the Hohokam people died off. They stuck around, but in a new way. Today, their descendants, the O'odam, the Maricopa, the Yavapai, are still there and still honoring their ancestors. Nothing sums up this connection better than these words from O'odam storyteller and educator Daniel Lopez that I found moving.
The earth gives us a sense of connection to the people of the past. That is why we say that the earth is holy and should not be disturbed, because the land belongs to the spirits. Even in the mountains, we can feel the power of the Huhugam spirits as we journey to the mountain villages. As we breathe the holy air that gives us life, we can feel the power of our ancestors. When we see the stars at night and hear the owl, some of us feel strongly that we are part of the ancient past.
But the Hohokam legacy doesn't end there. In fact, the Hohokam legacy continues to play an important role in the Phoenix area today. When settlers began constructing the modern city of Phoenix, they repaired a lot of those ancient canals to bring water into the city and to the surrounding area. If you
That's
live in the
cool.
Phoenix area and you've got running water, you owe some thanks to those resilient ancient people of the desert. Most of those ancient canals are below the city today, but if you venture to Mesa, Arizona, you can visit the Park of the Canals, which still preserves an ancient Hohokam canal that was repaired and used by Mormon settlers in the 1800s. That ancient canal network even garnered the Award for Excellence in Prehistoric Engineering from the American Society of Civil Engineers.
Damn.
Not a bad reputation at all. The Hohokam should always remind us of the great challenges that simple communities can overcome when they cooperate and work together. They transformed the desert into fertile valleys by constructing one of the most impressive water management systems ever engineered by ancient people. While doing all that, they created a vibrant culture that endured for 1,000 years. The Hohokam did not simply exist. They did not simply live. They triumphed. That's going to wrap us up for today. Special thanks to my patrons.
Good stuff. That's probably one of my. I do really like the Pacific Northwest one. I like it so much. But this is one of the other like cultures and people that I find really interesting. Um, for like hydro engineering and stuff, I find that really cool. I There was something I saw recently. I think it was Egypt. They were saying there was a new discovery that there was like some sort of hydraulic lift that they had engineered. To help build the pyramids to like lift the blocks up or something. Don't know how true it is. Last year, I thought there was something recently. Hmm. I'll have to look into that. But that will bring us to news time. We got federalization of military and National Guard stuff, both in DC and now potentially elsewhere. Bit on Gaza and Palestine, and then various related things to the admin or US with Donald Trump trying to remove the Federal Reserve head. Uh, Epstein a little bit. There's some longer form videos that we might watch. We might skip a bit through, but we'll see. Here we
Joining us
go.
now, Major General William Enyart. He's a former adjutant general for the Illinois National Guard. He's also a former U.S. congressman from Illinois.
Have fun climbing.
General, thanks for joining us. Is this the best use of the National Guard?
Katie, that really is just a self-evident question. It absolutely is not. You know, the National Guard really serves two purposes in this country. One is to supplement, to reinforce the regular forces when need be in time of conflict, like we did so well in Iraq and Afghanistan. At one point during Iraq, National Guard forces were more than 50 of the soldiers and airmen in Iraq. The second mission is to provide support to the state's governors, whether it's for tornadoes, ice storms, blizzards, hurricanes, forest fires. The list goes on, and including civil disturbances occasionally. So those are the two missions. The mission of the National Guard is not to provide civilian law enforcement. That is not what we do. It's not what we're trained to do. The National Guard is a blunt force. It is a sledgehammer, and it is not a civilian law enforcement agency.
We've seen the National Guard, the state-run National Guard, deployed to individual cities when necessary. We saw it here in New York City when there was a spate of subway pushings and subway murders, when it seemed like, and the numbers showed, crime within the subways was getting out of control or close to it. People did not feel safe. We saw the National Guard here. Is there an argument to be made that the presence of the National Guard,
as they have been both administrations, whether Republican or Democrat, or very many of them in the past, have done like little steps towards this. Mostly
does
Trump.
something to deter crime and does something to help neighborhoods that are plagued by it?
Well, it can serve as a show of force, if you will. And certainly we have seen it happen on occasion, but those are few and far in between. And Chicago is not suffering any spate of violence here. The crime statistics in Chicago, like they are in most other major metropolitan areas, is actually down dramatically over that last several years. So the National Guard is not going to be particularly effective in dealing with that. In Washington,
because they're not trained to do it.
In D.C., we've got them standing around the Washington Monument and Union Station and taking selfies with tourists. That's not an effective use of a well-disciplined force that is to be used for other more important purposes.
Is this a winning issue for President Trump because of all the nuance involved? I mean, we're talking about how crime is down, and I just showed some numbers. Crime is down in a lot of respects, but it's up in other respects. There is still an issue with crime, especially in big cities. I mean, Kansas City is worse than Chicago, yes, and they're not being sent to Kansas City. That should show you the politics of this. But there is a crime issue. And when you're arguing about whether the crime is not as bad as the president is saying, is it hard to win the argument? How do you convince somebody that you want to take.
I think it doesn't matter. It's very clear this is an overreaction. I mean, just we have thousands of soldiers in DC, and they have allegedly now arrested like about 1,000 people, but there have been more than 1,000 people just walking around DC. It's an incredible way. Just even if they did, yeah, actually get 1,000 actual criminals, which there are many reports that it's just people doing like civil offenses or being nuisances from, or maybe like yeah, like drinking in public and stuff, and it's not what the National Guard needs to be doing. That's for sure.
Crime seriously and you want it to stop and you want to restore order when you're also saying it's not as bad as X?
Well, certainly everyone wants to
Who
feel
cares?
secure in their.
Crime happens. We're working on it. It's going down. It's not something you can bop because you're going to mess it up, and it's incredibly expensive, and then it's just going to lead to lawsuits, etc.
In their person, in their place, and in their property. And that is something that good, effective community policing does. And so you have a question of how do you allocate resources? It's not free to mobilize the National Guard. The National Guard is an expensive instrument to put out in the streets. As your previous correspondents were talking about, nobody seems to know exactly how much this is costing. I can tell you it's costing millions of dollars. When we mobilized the 33rd Infantry Brigade combat team to go to Afghanistan the year prior to that, it cost $600 million to train 3,500 soldiers to go off to fight that war. So this is not free. National Guard only don't get paid only if they're not on active duty. You put them on active duty, they get paid. So it is expensive, and it's a temporary solution. You're not going to mobilize these guardsmen for years. You're not going to put them on the streets of New York or Chicago or anywhere else for years at a time. More importantly, what they should be doing is spending the money that comes out of vital DoD dollars. I mean, that's money you can't spend on the Army or the Navy or missile defense or for that matter, fighting the hurricanes and floods like we are so often required to do. Instead, you're paying soldiers to stand around in front of the Washington Monument. Not an effective use of resources. Let's do what people really want, and that's help them feel safe and do it by training and providing adequate civilian law enforcement where it's needed.
Major General William Enyart, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate your expertise.
At least glad more news organizations this on the very clearly stating how stupid this is, but all the news anchors are constantly like asking stupid questions or like trying to make allowances for it, and it pisses me off.
And your experience. Thank you, sir.
Going up next, Forbes on the Chicago situation a bit more. Go to the bathroom, but I'm listening.
President Trump touting his historic success as D.C. celebrates nearly 2 weeks without one single homicide. Vice President J.D. Vance commenting on the progress made by the administration in its crackdown on D.C. crime. Listen.
This town averaged.
Grabbed a snack, but I did like the speech by the Chicago mayor, or governor, sorry, Illinois governor. Yeah, all the tying of terrorism and tyranny, very good because yeah, very much yeah, just the definition. They're deploying the military to intimidate people to prevent protests and gatherings and stuff. We already talked about how the prepping to deploy into many cities is probably very well timed with just the general dissent at the Trump administration. You know, the big beautiful bill having just passed, as well as Epstein. So they're doing this, have head start on any protests and riots or anything that may or may not happen. And we already know there are people in his own base that voted for him, especially with Epstein, pissed off that he hasn't released thing, and they did an insurrection.
One murder every other day for the last 20, 30 years, which means that in 2 short weeks, the president and the team have saved 6 or 7 lives, people who would have been killed on the streets of D.C., who are now living, breathing, spending time with their families because the president had the willpower to say no more. We're not going to give the streets of D.C. over to vagrants and robbers and murderers.
So, are we going to see the president's push for law and order spread to other cities? White House Deputy Press Secretary Anna Kelly joins me now. Anna, great to have you back on the program. Is the administration confident that it can bring the same results that we're seeing in D.C., let's say to cities like Chicago, where the mayor has said he is going to fight Trump at every turn, and the governor has said that as well?
Yeah, well, the president spoke to this yesterday. We are having incredible results with this president's surge of law enforcement in D.C. and the
Bullshit. Thousands of troops, additional agents, all that. How expensive that is. Maybe they have just hit 1,000 arrests. It's been 2 weeks, going to 3 now. That ratio doesn't make sense.
The form of 1,000 arrests. That is 1,000 dangerous criminals that are now behind bars because of this president's action.
Bullshit. Probably more like the veterans who are protesting it.
And as was mentioned with
Who are, of course, homeless because obviously none of the fucking administrations we've had actually care about veterans.
your previous guest, and I want to applaud her for her courage, ending dangerous policies like cashless bail that allow further recidivism, that put law enforcement in danger, and worst of all, put more victims in danger. So this president is committed to cleaning up D.C., continuing this effort to put the focus on victims to make sure that what happened to these people doesn't continue to happen again.
Also, even Fox News is showing just footage of them
So this president
standing
is
around in
committed
parks.
to cleaning up
They're all
D.C.,
armed for
continuing
some
this
reason
effort
now.
to put the focus on
Nobody's
victims to
around.
make sure that what happened to
Even Fox News. And it's saying, oh, this is necessary.
these people doesn't continue to happen again, and that law-abiding citizens in D.C., Chicago, all across the country can live their lives without fear of being a victim of violent crime.
So are you confident that these actions can be taken in a city like Chicago where, like I asked you earlier, there doesn't seem to be a very welcoming reception for the president and his potential bringing of the National Guard? Are you confident that you can take the same actions in Chicago, in New York, places like that?
Absolutely. And one thing I'll point out is the president, of course, partnered with law enforcement here in D.C., and that action has actually been incredibly welcomed by the D.C. Police Union and others, these folks who actually live in these communities.
And someone at Fox needs to be fired if they're trying to do propaganda for the regime. I mean, why would they allow this on a reminder of the Epstein files as part of this footage they're showing? And it's just another, instant photo ops with the troops. stuff. Why are they here?
Incredibly welcomed by the DC police union and others, these folks who actually live in these communities, thanking this president for finally stepping up and addressing this violence.
What's on Donald Trump's hand? It's bruising. People think it's either, so initially people were thinking it was like damage from shaking so many hands and potentially having them be gripped tightly, and he's old and frail, so. But also, given his general health problems, there's been speculation about heart problems and the like, and maybe he has IVs and stuff that are helping him. Is causing the bruising. Anyway, back to fascist takeover.
Violent crime that's totally ravaged our city, and I think it's shameful that you have governors like J.B. Pritzker prioritizing criminals over the people in their cities. People in Chicago and in these violent, crime-ridden cities are begging President Trump to come in to make their cities safe. That effort has already been welcomed.
I think Donald Trump has the best IVs, not bad IVs, because he's the president and he gets the best health care that money can buy. But everyone else gets to rot.
By folks here in D.C. And yes, he certainly expects that it will be welcomed by folks really impacted by these crimes all across the country.
It certainly is curious when elected leaders say, no, we don't want help in keeping our citizens safe. We want what's happening, which seems to be not good for the people that live in these certain cities. Finally, before we let you go, President Trump taking decisive action against radical American flag burners with a new executive order. Take a listen.
Pokemon Pong. Do you think he has bad IVs? Golden bottle cap. Boo. But yes, Donald Trump has terrible IVs.
When you burn the American flag, it incites riots at levels that we've never seen before. People go crazy. In a way, both ways. There are some that are going crazy for doing it. There are others that are angry about them doing it. And what the penalty is going to be, if you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail, no early exits, no nothing. You get 1 year in jail.
Anna, this move is getting a lot of pushback from conservatives, the people who want Donald Trump in office, who love basically every single one of his policies, but they don't like this. They argue that this violates the First Amendment, and they are staunch proponents.
I think this just means there's conservatives actually speaking out against the Trump administration, given all the flagrant violations of the core of our government and democracy. For those who don't know, burning the flag is covered under freedom of speech. It's people don't like it, but those people are generally very nationalistic. If someone is upset with the government, our founding fathers are like, you can rise up and kill them if they truly resort to tyranny. And you should be able to express that by doing whatever to like show it. Burning the flag is just a symbol of how upset people. Not as bad as rising up and killing them. So I don't get why people think the founding fathers thought that was okay, but wouldn't like you burning the flag of the nation.
Of the First Amendment. To be clear, though, this executive order only applies when the flag is burned in an effort to incite violence. Is that correct, Anna?
That is correct, and there's two parts of this. Of course, the part we all agree on is that the American flag is the most treasured symbol in our country. It not only represents our country as a whole, it represents those who fought, served, bled, died for our country. And so, of course,
Again, the hypocrisy that they've been arresting veterans who are out protesting the Trump administration. That, just in general, our veterans don't get the benefits and help they need.
this is an incredibly special symbol that we have to protect. But beyond that, to your point, yes, the First Amendment does not protect inciting violence. And so what that specific executive order does is it makes sure that crimes that are related to burning the American flag, like starting a riot, inciting violence, are fully prosecuted. This is common sense. This president wants to ensure that
They're making a logical jump of Burning a flag is automatically meaning a riot is happening. Go burn a flag. You're rioting.
Crimes that incite violence, that make people less safe, including ones related
And that it is inherently inciting violence.
to the burning the American flag, are prosecuted. And that's what you're seeing with this surge in D.C. We're going to make sure that criminals are behind bars, that we are ending dangerous policies like cashless bail that make people less safe. And we're going to hopefully bring that all across the country.
Anna, it's a key clarification. Thank you for giving it to us this morning. Anna Kelly, thanks for your time. We appreciate it.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews.
That's it on the updates with federalization and just generally him using law to crack down on the country.
And most
Law enforcement and military. Compelling. So we're jumping over to Gaza real quick, and then we'll be back to the States.
Using tear gas and sound bombs. This is how the Israeli military stormed the city of Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. A busy area with markets, shops, and schools. Even a barber shop where people had sought refuge came under attack. The military targeted foreign exchange businesses, accusing them of supporting Palestinian armed groups.
The brutal Israeli occupation persistently continues to terrorize the Palestinian people. Today is yet another raid under false and frail pretexts, as usual, simply to abuse our people.
It's not the first time currency exchange shops have been raided. Since December 2023, Israeli forces have confiscated nearly $6 million from these businesses.
The excuse usually given by Israeli occupation forces is that those, in particular, those exchange businesses are linked to transferring money to terrorist organizations. That's how they refer to. But I think it's also important to remember that under Israeli military laws, pretty much every Palestinian organization, including human rights organizations and student groups, are considered to be terrorist organizations.
It's all rigged. While they're the ones breaking the law, they're the ones terrorizing people, they're the ones doing it. They're the ones doing genocide.
More than 50 people were injured during the hours-long military operation. Israeli soldiers also forced media crews away from the scene, despite identifying themselves as journalists. But even then, Israeli soldiers fired shots in their direction.
There is, again, no consequences because no one is asking, no one is imposing, no one is holding them accountable for their action on the ground.
But it's not just the daily military raids Palestinians are suffering under. It's the daily arrests, home demolitions, illegal settlement expansions, and repeated settler attacks. Palestinians say all these actions are aimed at deliberately making life unbearable for them. And since the war on Gaza began, there's been a surge in Israeli military assault and settler attacks across the occupied West Bank, once again displacing tens of thousands of families from their homes. Lina Abu Akleh, Al Jazeera.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to our
very grim picture every.
Palestinian families fled Gaza City on Tuesday after a night of Israeli shelling on the outskirts. Local health authorities said at least 34 people were killed in Israeli strikes in the enclave overnight and on Tuesday, including 18 people around Gaza City. Shahar al-Masri told Reuters Israeli forces bombed the buildings around her and her family. Then a plane flew over and announced they had 10 minutes to leave. You see, she says, people are leaving without taking anything. She adds, what can we do? The Israeli military has said its forces are operating in the area to locate weapons and destroy tunnels used by militants. Israel is now preparing to launch a new offensive in Gaza City, targeting what it describes as Hamas's last bastion, That planned operation has been met with international condemnation as well as fierce resistance within Israel. Police arrested protesters in Tel Aviv on Tuesday who demanded Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu negotiate an end to the nearly 2-year war that would free Israeli hostages held by Hamas.
Israel is standing against Netanyahu and his regime.
Nimrod Cohen is the father of hostage Yehuda Cohen.
Another day to pressure Netanyahu and force him to end the war and get a hostage deal.
Israel's strikes on Gaza included 2 on the Nasser hospital in Khan Yunis on Monday, which killed 20 people, including 5 journalists.
The killing of journalists in Gaza should shock the world, not into stunned silence, but into action, demanding accountability and justice.
On Tuesday, the Office of the United Nations High Commission for Human Rights condemned the attacks on the press. A first strike killed Reuters cameraman Hussam al-Masri, who was broadcasting a live shot from the hospital. That attack drew other journalists and first responders to the scene. Minutes later, a second strike killed and wounded others. The
War
journalists
crime.
killed included Mariam Abu Daga, who freelanced for the Associated Press. A Reuters photographer, Hatem Khalid, seen here in the red t-shirt, was injured. The Israeli military on Tuesday said an initial inquiry into the attack showed its troops identified what it called a camera, quote, positioned by Hamas in the area to observe Israel's forces. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office on Monday said Israel deeply regretted what he called a, quote, tragic mishap.
Yeah, no, it's, again, killing the eyes and ears of the city they're about to conquer so that they can genocide as many of them while they flee.
Has issued a subpoena to the estate of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The subpoena seeks documents and other material related to the House Oversight Committee's investigation into Mr. Epstein. The estate has until September 8th to turn over the documents that the investigators want. So let's bring in CBS News Justice reporter Jake Rosen joining us now once again from Washington. So what does the subpoena demand?
Well, a number of things, Reed. The first of which is that book for Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday, which the Wall Street Journal reported earlier this year. President Trump signed and left a personalized note for him inside of that. In addition to that, it's generally just dozens and dozens of types of documents that they're seeking that are not related to specifically the Department of Justice investigation, of which those documents started to be handed over last week to the House Oversight Committee. But in this case, it's specifically some of Epstein's personal.
R2B, were they not? Why would he not just say they were handed over?
Belongings or things that he left in his wake after he died. Some of those, obviously, Jeffrey Epstein's will, one of them, potential references in any kind of documents he had to vice presidents and presidents. In addition to that, videos of Epstein's properties, and also that non-prosecution agreement that is at the
3 days ago, we have that most files have been turned. So, most.
center of that first kind of botched investigation into Epstein, in which the
Probably just the chunk that they had actually removed Trump's name from.
Former Trump labor secretary in the first administration, Alex Acosta, reached a deal allegedly with Epstein, who said that if he pled guilty to specific charges, which he later did, that nobody surrounding him in any kind of co-conspirator like Ghislaine Maxwell or somebody else would be charged. That prosecution agreement, I should say, is at the center of a lot of the conspiracies and back and forth about what the Department of Justice knew, what it didn't know at that time, and why Epstein was allowed to continue being a free man after he eventually went back to civil life before he was re-arrested years later.
Such a thirst for transparency in this story. It seems like there's a new headline every week. Jake Rosen, we appreciate that. But I also want to ask you while we have you, you know, you're out and about getting coffee as you start your day. Kids are out there by the thousands starting their day at school today, the first week of school. What are you seeing and what are kids seeing as we're starting to see this shift in the landscape and the visibility out there in Washington, D.C.?
That's right. There's well over 2,000 National Guard deployed.
Second half of this video, I guess, is going back to DC. Yeah, that's an update on Epstein.
Deployed on shift.
We're supposed to get
city.
something soon. Again, why is
transit hubs and
why is he doing all this crackdown stuff right before they get released?
stops, which are our equivalent of the subway for those who are not familiar in the district. In addition to that, even just on a commute to work this morning, there were a number of National Guardsmen near federal buildings, near the, for instance, the ATF, near the National Mall, where tourists are still going even though schools have started in some parts of the country and here as well. In addition to what we've seen is the Trump administration tout, and this streak was ended early this morning, but there was a 11-day murder-free stretch here in the nation's capital. That length of time had not been accomplished since earlier this year in March. Obviously, that was before the federal takeover, but still a decent amount of stretch of time without there being a homicide in the city that was recorded. At the same time, our CBS News data shows that there's been about a 55% year-to-year drop in crime when you compare the last 5 years all averaged together, going back to pre-pandemic, compared to what the Trump administration has done in this stretch. As we know and have talked about, Reed, that National Guard presence throughout many areas, in addition to the threat of federal law enforcement driving throughout the city, arresting people, a lot of those immigration arrests have been a real deterrent, it looks like, at least according to our CBS News data.
Also want to ask you about this, Jake. A federal judge in Pennsylvania has dismissed a DOJ lawsuit against an entire Maryland federal bench. This is sweeping. Walk us through this case.
Okay.
Well, that's right. There was an order, and it's still in place now because this judge allowed it to stand, that was reached and irked the Trump administration so much that they decided to sue all 15 federal judges in Maryland. What this order did was anytime somebody feared potential deportation or was detained and had lawyers file for a habeas petition, which is to basically take a moment and try to block that deportation, the Maryland judges agreed that this is happening at such a rate throughout the state, and not just the state but the country, that they needed a 48-hour block on any kind of potential deportation if a lawsuit is filed in their state. That really irked the Trump administration to the point where Pam Bondi and the Justice Department got involved.
Which, like, it's if they have a chance to file this petition by the time they get snatched, processed, and deported, they get an additional 48 hours. So it's not even like what should be happening, which is all these should be stopped until they have had proper due process.
They sued to try to strike it down, which would have allowed the Trump administration to deport people even faster, and potentially, Reed, before they even had a chance to have their case heard before getting in front of a judge, which really was the case in many situations. Think about Kilmar Abrego Garcia for one. A judge from Virginia was assigned to this case to oversee because all the Maryland judges had a conflict of interest, and he sided with the judges, saying that the Trump administration should have just gone through the normal ways of appealing court decisions, not to sue personally all these 15 judges.
Yeah.
Jake Rosen, thank you so much for those updates.
Alrighty. Moving into, I think, 2 videos on the Federal Reserve governor being attempted to be fired or removed.
President Trump has sacked a Federal Reserve governor as he steps up efforts to exert greater control over the U.S. central bank. In a statement, Mr. Trump said there was sufficient reason to believe Lisa Cook had made false statements on mortgage agreements. In a defiant reply, Lisa Cook hit back, saying President Trump purported to fire me for cause when no cause exists under the law. He has no authority to do so. Well, President Trump has long urged the Fed to slash interest rates, but this has largely been resisted. The Federal Reserve, led by Jerome Powell, is tasked with deciding monetary policy and maintaining financial stability. Donald Trump has launched regular attacks on Mr. Powell and once described him as a numbskull. Our North America correspondent Peter Bowes told us more about the decision by President Trump.
It is unprecedented. Never before has a president taken such action against a member of the Federal Reserve, one of the governors. And of course, she has a 14-year term, and these terms are deliberately long to avoid any political interference. They're renewed, or they're staggered in terms of their renewal every 2 years. So they're designed to live above politics. But President Trump has, as we've heard, posted on social media that he is firing Lisa Cook. And in fact, we have just had a reaction from Lisa Cook saying that as far as she is concerned, the president has no authority to sack her. She doesn't consider herself dismissed. In fact, she says that she will continue doing her job. In fact, she released a statement through her lawyers, with the lawyers chiming in as well, saying that they will take whatever action necessary to reverse this illegal attempt by the president to get rid of Lisa Cook. So this is to be continued in terms of whether she really has been dismissed, whether she indeed has the authority to continue in her job, and potentially what the president's next move is.
Yeah, as well.
And now Fox's take on the same situation.
You can't see a thing.
And President Trump ousting Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. He's accusing her of mortgage fraud, and the move is described as unprecedented. Max Gordon is live at the White House with more. Hi, Max. Good morning.
Hey there, Dana. Well, unprecedented is right.
Saying unprecedented a lot. I think it's just they got like a poll or something back that people like hearing Trump's doing unprecedented things.
This is the first time in history that a president has attempted to remove a sitting Federal Reserve governor. President Trump accusing Fed Reserve Governor Lisa Cook of lying on mortgage forms. Cook is accused of claiming in the span of 2 weeks to live in 2 different primary residences in 2 different states. One, a house in Michigan, the other, a condo in Georgia. Yesterday, President Trump posted a letter on Truth Social addressed to Lisa Cook, informing her that she was being fired, reading in part, "At minimum, the conduct at issue exhibits the sort of gross negligence in financial transactions that
She has 2 properties, maybe messed up some paperwork. If any of this actually ends up being true, but making an allegation then immediately firing them, and especially when you're not allowed to within her legal right as president.
Calls into
And
question
yeah,
your
this is just
confidence
all
and trustworthiness as a financial regulator.
overblowing
Cook
it so he
released
can
a statement
do
of her
this.
own saying President Trump purported to fire me for cause when no cause exists under law and he has no authority to do so. I will not resign. I will continue to carry out my duties to help the American economy as I've been doing since 2022. Currently, Cook has not been charged with a crime. As a Fed governor, Cook is a voting member of the Federal Open Market Committee, which makes interest rate decisions. President Trump has repeatedly called on the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates to boost the economy and lower the cost of servicing the national debt.
We have a Federal Reserve governor who is in charge of setting interest rates, running this entire economy, right hand to Jerome Powell, committing, in my view, mortgage fraud. This can't.
Right hand doesn't hold any weight. She's not the right hand. She's one of the governors.
Can't happen. I think it gives the president enormous cause to fire her.
Cook was appointed by President Joe Biden. Her term
Bullshit.
as Fed governor runs
Pathetic.
14 years from 2024 to 2038. Cook's attorney calling President Trump's actions illegal and setting up a battle in the courts. Dana?
All right, Max Gordon. We'll see what happens there. Thank you.
Yeah. Alrighty, next. Some bit on Gavin Newsom, as well as more federal
Steve Ducey.
or
I'm
Trump's
Brian Kilmeade.
Anna Mainsley
taking
Earhart,
over of
click here
economic
to
systems.
subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
Specifically on the gerrymander. I mean, my sense of Newsom is that he's a bit of a sieve. Like you say, he's reacting like he reacted very quickly to the narrative that, the podcast bros and we should be, he didn't go as far as saying like, I'm glad we can say the R word now, but he did sort of adopt a lot of that stuff. He actually
trans kids under
Yeah.
the bus, had Steve Bannon on. Yeah.
I say that only because he is, in my mind, a bit of a barometer. Maybe whether he's accurate or not, I don't know, but he certainly reacts to what he thinks is out there, and it seems to me that he's moved from if Texas does this redistricting, we're going to do it, to we're going to do it, or at least like we're edging up to we're going to do it, and you do what you're going to do. And is that change, am I imagining that change? And if that change is real, that he's moved a little bit on this, like gotten more aggressive and leaned into it, is that indicative of a change within the at least strains of thinking in the Democratic Party? Because from my perspective, I welcome that. It's like Republicans are going to do this. I think Democrats should go ahead, full steam ahead, and do the redistricting, because I think it's going to benefit Democrats in the long run, because they have done less of this. They don't have to cut into safe seats to do the redistricting in the way that Republicans will. And I think you got to do this until Republicans find like it's not in their benefit, and then they'll start coming out. We need good governance.
Yeah, there's a Newsom as a figure in this. I don't want to get too far on a tangent from the gerrymandering, but I think it all comes from him wrestling with why people rejected Kamala Harris and with her California in 2024. Why did he have that podcast? You can debate how much ground he gave when he talked to Charlie Kirk, Steve Bannon, etc. My sense is that Newsom really wanted to understand, okay, what is going on the right that is so attractive to people? Because I'm a progressive Californian and I don't get it. I think we're figuring things out. I don't get why so many young people are especially into this. And he's somebody he's not that young anymore, but he's somebody who was watching these.
Be real, he was just not sure where things were going to go post Trump actually being inaugurated, and he was playing both sides of the fence until he found a better strategy with this.
Districts, these younger, more diverse districts move to the right. Why is that? I think he was trying to figure that out. So what he's trying to do is he's making this argument that democracy is at stake. You're not going to have the right to choose your leadership unless you vote for this gerrymandering proposal in California, the anti-vote rigging proposal. And if it sounds a little bit like Democrats saying democracy is at stake in 2024, he's saying, no, seriously, though, be willing, please, Californians, to pause this map that we got an independent commission to draw and draw 5 seats because Trump is trying to ruin the country. And it's audacious, but is it that much more audacious than a lot of Republicans talk, or a lot of Republican governors talk? Because if you guys consume some conservative media, know what's going on. When I hear him talk about the threats to freedom, I've heard the same thing from Republican governors in red states for years. Barack Obama is going to do Jade Helm, and he's going to take over communities.
He's talking about Jade Helm today, and now literally they're doing it.
They're going to have the agents steal your guns. COVID was supercharged this, and again, to be fair, and Newsom was one of the governors who decided that there were people who wanted to go to church and they couldn't go to church during COVID. And for a lot of people who voted for Trump in 2024, that was, we need to vote for him to save our democracy from the threats of the state. That's the Kennedy version of things. Newsom is using the same sort of appeal, saying, yes, we all want to just kind of glide through life, but your freedom is at stake. It is worth voting this way because your freedom is at stake. It's a Flight 93 election. That's what I hear him doing. And when he talks about gerrymandering, he's not saying, I love gerrymandering, it's awesome. He's not saying California deserves more seats, which is what Republicans are saying about themselves in Missouri and Indiana. Their quotes, if you see them, are
They're saying they need the seats. Republicans say they need the seats to save the country, which just means them getting their way.
just, yeah, we should have more seats. Trump wants more seats. We should get them. His argument,
Or specifically Trump getting his way, because all of them just blindly do whatever he tells them to.
is that, look, maybe one day you'll vote against me, but we'll never get our country back without this. We're going to turn into Nazi Germany. I mean, he didn't say Nazi Germany, but he talked about the 53 days, and that's a reference to Hitler consolidating power. So yeah, I said audacious before, like repeating myself. What he's doing is very audacious for a Democrat, because even when Democrats talk about democracy, yeah, well, it's even when they talk about democracy, it's more like the Biden version of folks, we need to restore our democracy. But we're not going to break the filibuster to do it.
Right.
We're going to debate this. We're going to have our DOJ get some consent decrees. But look, it'd be a bad idea to have our DOJ go after Donald Trump on January 21st. And they look at Republicans, they being Democrats, look at Republicans saying, boy, it looks like you could just take power and do stuff. And if they can do that, how do we get Democrats to feel like motivated enough?
Vote them out, get new ones in, younger ones that actually believe in some of the reforms.
To compete with them. That is what Newsom is trying to do. And I feel like the coverage, I'm not going to criticize the coverage, but he's trying to make it a bigger than partisan thing. I don't know how effective that will be, because he's going to have on the other side, not just Republicans, but the League of Women Voters in California has said it's going to oppose this ballot measure because
Right. I mean, this is
it said in the LA Times, like, well, yes, authoritarianism is happening, but we shouldn't get rid of this great reform in the meantime.
That's my point. Is that like I wonder, for a Democrat, this is a big move. This is like basically saying like we're not going to be bound by norms right now. We're going to address the moment we're in and what we're actually facing, and not hope that it's things cooler heads are going to prevail. And I wonder if and I guess we'll find out, but he doesn't strike me as a guy who's going to go too far out on a limb unless he's, somewhat confident that there's some support for this, which I think, when part of the problem is you could just go back and look at like Democrats, 15, 20 years ago, the vast majority of voting Democrats wanted their politicians to compromise versus Republicans who did not. And that has changed dramatically over the past 10, 15 years.
The whole meet me in the middle, says the unjust man, and when you take a step forward, he takes a step back.
And I think, Newsom is,
despite the fact that most people do want these progressive policies like care for all, higher minimum wage, more like rent-controlled housing, all that. The people in charge don't want it, and the conservatives don't want it, and they refuse to let democracy happen and for those things that they implemented until they hit the cheat.
reflecting that, I hope. It's just the idea that the League of Women Voters is like, well, we've got the military in DC, but the important thing is that we maintain some type of because if we're not an example, who will the folks in Texas follow? It's just doesn't work like
Can I have a bit of a thought that it's maybe
Soon, the organization will be deemed a terrorist organization, and they'll all either be killed or put into prison.
a different, I don't know, perspective on it, because there's all this talk about how Mamdani's victory is not replicable outside of New York City, but Newsom's actions here feel a little bit more specific to California even than a broad-based focus on affordability, and not just in the way that the Democratic Party talks about it, but a redistribution of wealth or taxing the rich. Like Newsom, this is good partisanship, but it's only made possible given the size of California and its blueness. I'm just not necessarily sure, without a material angle, how you can paint that picture, because the fact that he didn't really understand why Kamala Harris lost, that's a bit of a problem, right? Like, we have Gilded Age levels of income and wealth inequality.
Right, but he also was
French
thinking about
Revolution
what
levels as
aspects
well.
of
Worse.
pluralism in California piss people off so much, and he really does try to understand a lot of conservative rhetoric to see what's so popular. I'm not trying to do like this Gavin Newsom match contest. I just think he is different than some Democrats who just say that stuff's crazy and I don't want to listen to it. I don't want to platform it. And that has you can see it's like almost like in the mediocre Matrix sequels where like Agent Smith gets defeated, but then he gets the good Neo code and he's able to compete with them. I'm not saying that's what Newsom thinks he's doing. I'm saying, as somebody who watched that mediocre Matrix movies, that's what I thought. Is that he's like taking some of the tactics that he thinks is working for the right. But yeah, not replicable everywhere. Obviously, that is what you're finding. And each of these states has its own rules. Democrats are learning that they kind of built up this lattice work of rules to protect voters that make it harder to then take power from voters, which seems like the way they should work. When I was in Michigan a couple weeks ago, and I was asking all the Democrats running for Senate there, hey, there's a nonpartisan commission in the state. Should you get rid of that? And they said, and they're not naive. They're saying, no, here's the thing. We would never have won back the legislature but for that commission, because Republicans gerrymandered it for so long. We support what Texas Democrats are doing. We support what Newsom is doing. Each state's different. And what we want as Democrats is President whoever in 2029 to sign an anti-gerrymandering bill, which would mean getting rid of the filibuster. And that is the thing every Democrat I talk to want to get rid of the filibuster, but that's 4 years away. That doesn't solve your problems right now. This is a real fight inside liberalism, though. I was at Netroots, which maybe we'll talk more about, but that was a topic at Netroots Nation, was there are lots of liberal groups and liberal donors who just still say, like, but can't we, once the backlash comes, can't we roll this back? And there are other, I'm using liberals and progressives interchangeably, but like the liberal legal movement's what it calls itself. And there are other people in that movement saying, you guys are idiots. Like, you need to think like a conservative in 1982 when they were writing law review articles about the unitary executive theory. You need to think about how you take power and do things with it, because if you don't, you will never get the government you want ever, because Republicans will have pulled up all the ladders. That's a real fight happening. That's not just around these districts, but that's how it affects the gerrymandering fight. Because in New York and Virginia, Democrats took power and said, we're the Democrats, we're going to have rules that you can't just rig these maps. Same thing in Colorado. And in a country where Republicans are allowed to gerrymander and justify by saying they want to stop Democrats from winning, how do you respond? It is not easy. I have sympathy for Democrats as they answer questions about this, especially poor Tim Walz. I see people tweet at him demanding he gerrymander when, like, there was an assassination in his state that maintained Republican control of the House. They can't gerrymander for very important reasons. But yes, people are right. The Democrats are, for now, and they were, in the 70s when Dixiecrats ran the whole South and made sure that no black members would get elected. Yeah, Democrats used to love gerrymandering and do this. The current version of the Democratic Party, though, they want to ban gerrymandering eventually. What does that mean for everything else they want to do? Because they don't have a plan that is, let's take power and then lock it in forever. That is the Trump-DeSantis plan. Take power, make it impossible for liberals to win again. How do you compete with that?
Take power and then make it an authoritarian military dictatorship.
The interesting thing, though, is while in a place like Michigan, maybe what happens in California doesn't work, with Pritzker and Newsom probably like in a pre-shadow primary with each other on some level, it increases the pressure on Pritzker, it seems to me, to do the same in Illinois. And with Hochul having to deal with Delgado and just the idea of like, well, we're, the other big blue state, it's going to put pressure on her, I think, what happens in California, because all of a sudden she's going to be measured against that. And there's going to be an indication that like it can be done. So it's going to be fascinating to see what happens with that. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
That's one good thing about democracy, and especially the political species, subspecies, is that if one of them starts actually doing things good, doing right things, and it's getting popular, then the others are going to just do it because they want to also get elected. Worth a shot.
Garcia, politics aside, I mean, listen, Cook might stay. We don't know. She might voluntarily resign, and then Trump gets replaced her, or a court will uphold that this is valid and she gets replaced. If she does indeed leave the board in some form, and a dove comes in, does it change the way we should look at the Fed or interest rates?
Well, I think that we should be looking at this either way, because I think regardless of what happens, clearly Trump is putting a lot of pressure here. Powell is going to be out next year. Likely somebody's going to put in who is somebody of his choosing, who is going to be ideally lowering interest rates as he wants.
Wonder if it's going to be another Fox News host.
I think that's something the markets are trying to figure out. This is why you see the yield curve steepening, because it's widely expected the rates are going to start to come down here in the short term. And longer term, though, this is actually likely going to put more pressure on inflation. That's like the irony of all of this. That's why the longer end of the curve has been rising, because this could actually stimulate the economy and create additional inflation in the long run. So even though he's putting all this pressure, it doesn't mean inflation is done. And actually longer term could potentially be an issue. So I think something to watch out for.
That gap between the 2-year yield and the yield on the 30-year, Dan, the widest in multiple years.
Well, you know what's interesting about this, and again, this could just end up being a sideshow. It could end up just being a ridiculous situation. I mean, the president was found liable in a civil case in New York State for doing what? Inflating the value of his property to get a mortgage and insurance. I mean, so like, what are we doing here? We're spending a lot of time talking about this. Why doesn't any of these reporters ask that question? You know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of funny to me. We're just letting this go by, and there's no due process.
Like this guy actually getting fucking pissed about it.
And we haven't been shown anything.
There's been no charge. There's an
okay,
allegation.
but he's going on.
But there's not even a charge. Like if there's a charge,
he's charging it. He's the president.
Well, he's saying it. But he's
oh, fuck! Never mind. I misunderstood. He's defending Trump firing her because
not charging it. There's no legal charge. I think that's the.
It's a clown show, okay? And again, I mean, I don't even. We're spending a lot of time talking about this.
Does the move in the bond market change anything for Dan Nathan with regards to
because it
equities?
hasn't moved. I think what Courtney said is perfect. I mean, if it stokes inflation, you're going to see long yields go higher, and that's what's kind of happened. It's happening all over the world, too. So there's this focus right now that inflation is not under control, that every government on the planet has massive debt piles. They want to see, yields go down because they're sick of servicing this debt. We have $1 trillion in debt to service, and there's a push and a pull, right? We get the yields lower, we spend less on our debt service, but it is stimulative, and then you have this situation where who knows what could happen.
Well, what I would add there is that when we do see a rate cutting cycle begin, it tends to be negative for the equity market. So as much as we are welcoming it for the economy, perhaps, at maybe 6 out of the last 8 times this has happened, the market saw either a major correction or a bear cycle. So to me, I don't know, maybe we should be careful what we wish for.
We did cut rates last year, Guy Adami, September. A lot of people looking at that in a political way. What doesn't matter? The point is the 10-year bond yield and mortgage rates were the same then as they are now, and we got a cut. What are the odds? We get a cut, whether or not it has anything to do with Lisa Cook or not. We get a cut in September, and the bond market says, you know what, worried about inflation, send yields higher.
Better than 50-50. Bank of England cut rates, I think, on August 7th. Don't at me if I'm off by a day. Now they have inflation at 18-month high, and bond yields have been going higher. So to your point, I think the chances are very good. And Dan just mentioned it. Just go across Europe and look what's going on. Look what's going on in Japan. I think there's a very good chance that, again, if you go on this rate-cutting cycle, to Katie's point, I mean, historically it's been because things are breaking down. Maybe it's a little bit different this time. But I'll say this, be careful what you wish for, because it doesn't mean the back end of the yield curve is going to move. And the market will challenge this newly constructed Fed at one of these days in some way, shape, or form. And typically they challenge it by selling off of the bond market and pushing yields higher.
He's just fucking the economy. Alrighty, we're gonna go into pod save. This is a longer form one. Might skip some of these sections depending on if they're actually providing any new information, or that we probably won't watch this interview at the end. I don't need to look up who this guy is.
Purposely targeting unsympathetic characters who do not necessarily have a base of support, right? John Bolton is a perfect example of that. The MAGA establishment, not a fan.
He has MS-13 politics, basically.
liberals not a fan, right? And so who's gonna worry if about John Bolton? Who's gonna stand up for John Bolton?
Nobody.
But
first they came for John Bolton.
Right. Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm John Favreau.
I'm John Levitt. I'm Tommy Eathorn.
All right, buckle up. I regret to inform you, it's not all rainbows and butterflies out there today, guys.
No, not a fun show.
We're going to talk about Trump's plan to deploy more troops who are now armed to more cities. The government says they're now planning on deporting Kilmar Abrego Garcia to Uganda because he won't plead guilty to charges that multiple judges have found flimsy at best. They also released the transcript of Ghislaine Maxwell's interview with the DOJ, which we'll dig into. Then we'll update you all on a few storylines that still haven't been resolved, even though they're getting less attention. And later, you'll hear Lovett's interview with The Atlantic's James Serwicki on the Trump administration's move to take a stake in Intel and possibly other companies. Who knows? Who can say? But first, Trump and his administration have spent the last several days using the power of the state to target people who've criticized the president or just made him angry. By now, you probably know that on Friday morning, the FBI raided the home and office of John Bolton, Trump's first-term national security advisor, who's become a vocal critic of his former boss. The reporting suggests it has to do with his handling of classified information, though they haven't released much information beyond a tweet from Kash Patel saying that no one is above the law. FBI agents on a mission. Highly irregular statement from the FBI director about a raid that's in progress, to say the least. The head of the Defense Intelligence Agency was also fired following the report that Trump's strike on Iran had
What is he, the FBI hype guy?
only set back its nuclear capabilities by a few months, which contradicts Trump's obliterated take. The president then spent the weekend threatening people who he thinks were unfair to him on TV. Chris Christie, Wes Moore, NBC News, ABC News. We'll get to all that in a minute. But here's Trump in the Oval Office Monday responding to questions about the Bolton raid.
Search of John Bolton's home and office from Friday. Have you been briefed?
I have not been briefed. No, I read it just like you did. I was never a fan of his. I thought he was stupid. I thought he was, a guy that only wanted to go into war. He liked killing people. I thought he was essentially a bad guy.
Are more raids like the one on John Bolton's house coming?
More raids? I don't know. You'd have to ask the Department of Justice. They raided my house, I can tell you that. They did a big raid on my house. They took away everything that wasn't pinned down.
And you had boxes and boxes of documents in your state.
And they took away some of that too. How did it work out? Oh, I see. We're in the Oval Office. Oh, I guess it didn't work out too well for them, did it? They are very evil, very sick people, that group. And if they would have won the election, this country wouldn't exist as we know it. This country would have been a failed country.
In the background there, you hear the South Korean president's translator.
So
I would enjoy having seen the camera just trained on the South Korean president's face as he's hearing about the sick and evil people and the raids.
Yeah, it's just a little embarrassed. This is like, oh, right, this is an international embarrassment.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
oh very much so.
Also, every time you look up, there's more gold.
Aye.
It's so gold in there right now.
It's
On the
becoming
walls, on the
parody.
chairs,
It's
on the
like-
ties. It's yes, it seems like a joke. It seems AI generated.
Yeah.
It seems like someone did like as a joke. Hey, show me what Donald Trump's Oval Office might look like in 2015. That's what he's actually doing.
Remember the picture we did for the Correspondents' Dinner when Obama made fun of Trump about what the White House would look like if Trump won, and it was like Trump. We went Trump Casino, and we had like a computer-generated image of the whole thing. We
And a
should have.
hot tub.
Honestly, it wasn't far enough. We missed the mark. We should have done full gold.
We made that was 2011.
Memories.
And that was with Jesse, who years later would help here and
Be
become
our
the
head of-
design head here.
See, look
So
at that.
there you go.
Here we go. Things aren't as great now. What do you guys make of the Bolton raid, Tommy?
I mean, I think big picture, it felt like just another head on a pike. You know, warning to my enemies. And we know he has an enemies list thanks to Kash Patel putting it in his book. What was it called? The Government Gangsters or something like
The
that?
hell?
The children's one? I know. It's funny that was a real question. I know. It actually was a sincere question. I didn't know which book it was. Yeah, I mean, look, again, you know, John Bolton is Ben Rhodes' mentor, but I've never been a fan. I don't like his foreign policy, his politics, his like kind of mustache, his vibe. But it does seem like he's getting punished. And it is really weird. Like initially it did seem like this raid was going to be based on the 2020 prosecution of John Bolton for putting things in his book that the Trump people said he wasn't supposed to. But now they're leaking to the New York Times that Bolton mishandled classified material, which the CIA learned about and that was passed along to the FBI. And again, that's very sensitive stuff. And there is some speculation out there that Bolton did some work for the government of Qatar, and maybe that is related. But who knows? Like Kash Patel and Pam Bondi, by the way, also did work for the Qatari government.
Can I just ask you too? I mean, so the CIA angle, the New York Times reported this. I know the CIA collects intelligence overseas on foreign actors. Sometimes Americans' communications get swept up in that. The idea that then the CIA director is going to take the communications or information on the Americans that they found through, monitoring foreign agents or actors, and then just like hand it over to the FBI. Does that happen a lot?
Well, there's a process for that. I mean, what you're kind of referencing is more like the NSA unmasking, which is like we intercept a call between an American citizen and some foreign person, and like the identity is masked in some products, then you have to unmask it. Right? That was a big controversy in Trump 1.0. If the CIA figures out that John Bolton is a spy for the Russians through counterintelligence operations or whatever, they will pass that along to the FBI for prosecution. But it is incredibly sensitive. I mean, by law, they're not supposed to collect on Americans, spy on Americans. Yeah, and the Times article about it, you might think that the article.
And if they were having to spy on a specific person like John Bolton, they would have had paper trail, like making it deemed necessary and allowing for it to happen legally.
Could have been from another era if you didn't know the participants in it, because it makes a point of saying only limited intelligence was shared as if this was some serious, like that they were taking it quite seriously. But then you remember this is John Radcliffe, who's a hardcore Republican former member of Congress, and Kash Patel, who worked for Devin Nunes, who's also, was now runs Truth Social. Like these are just a couple of sort of Trumpy guys. And then Trump saying, oh, like I had no idea what this was going to happen. And then you think, okay, first of all, who knows if that's true? But even if it is, that's why you put Kash Patel at the FBI. That's why you put Radcliffe at CIA or DNI. That's why you put Pam Bondi as the head of the DOJ. They know what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, and I mean, look, who knows? Maybe John Bolton's a spy. Maybe he has committed a crime. We don't know. We'll see what happens
It's
here.
always the people you least expect. Someone who is universally beloved.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
That's the problem.
Like, this is what they're doing. This is why it's so obvious what they're doing, right? Is they are purposely targeting unsympathetic characters who do not necessarily have a base of support, right? John Bolton is a perfect example of that. The MAGA establishment, not a fan.
He has MS-13 politics, basically.
liberals, not a fan, right? And so who's gonna worry about John Bolton? Who's gonna stand up for John Bolton?
Nobody.
But
first they came for John Bolton,
right? But and I know like we all have to do the throat clearing when we even talk about it, right? We all do it, right? Like I don't like his policies, and this is but it's like no. There's a guy who is a prominent critic of the administration. They have gone after him before, and now surprise, surprise, they found something on him again. Raided his house, bragged about raiding his house. J.D. Vance was interviewed by Kristen Welker on Meet the Press over the weekend, and he said we're investigating him, which is
this presidency is very little like material gain and a lot of political theater and wrecking of the economy specifically to enrich its own. Insane. It's just going on month 9.
you just don't do. And even if it turns out that there is evidence that he committed some sort of a crime, like, of course people are going to think that you politically, this is why no one can believe anything anymore. What the Trump administration is doing is because you have, like you said, you have Kash Patel, the head of the FBI, and Pam Bondi, who's just, another advisor to the president, no independence there whatsoever. So you have that. You have Trump talking about it, joking about, oh, he's a bad guy. J.D. Vance said, we're investigating him. So, like, of course people are going to think this is a fucking political prosecution or investigation. And it also sends a chilling message to anyone else who's criticizing the president. Like, this could be you.
Let's say it wasn't. Let's say this was a totally above board operation. You wouldn't live tweet it. You wouldn't do an interview saying we're investigating this person. You would actually go above and beyond because you cared so much about the independence, but they don't care about that. I will say, and look, I agree with all the throat clearing, and it's important that we do it. But John Bolton made such a point of saying, like, he's not going to support Trump, but he's going to write in Dick Cheney's name because both sides are unacceptable. And I'm just as a protest vote, I'm going to write in Dick Cheney, and makes jokes about the age of Biden at the time. Then Biden drops out. Then Cheney says he's voting for Kamala, and that leads John Bolton to be like, now I don't know if I can even support Cheney. And it's like, all right, buddy. Like,
I give him credit. Look, he's been a critic when everyone else has shut up. So I give John Bolton credit there. I really do.
And I'm more like forest for the trees on this one. Like John Bolton, Dick Cheney, I don't care who the fuck it is. They start shooting people in the street and disappearing people who, like, I don't care what their politics are or what they've done. Like, the government shouldn't do that, right?
Yeah, I don't care either. You're right. I'm sorry. I don't care either.
The government should
no, I don't care either.
I do think this is why he's picking these people. This is when we talk about Chris Christie too. Like, they're not picking the most popular people. This is why I've always been, and could eat my words on this, more skeptical like he's going to go fucking arrest Barack Obama, because if you're being strategic about it, arresting Barack Obama or Joe Biden or Kamala, like, that would send people into the streets maybe. But no one's going to the streets for John Bolton or Chris Christie.
Yeah, but the top people on the enemies list are former allies who turned against him,
and the people involved in his prosecutions.
Yes, in January 6th.
Those are the and basically he's gone after almost all of them.
A bit of a blatant attempt to keep his herd in line, of specifically the sycophants and spineless cowards of the Congress that we have right now, especially on the Republican side. This is what happens if you cross me. Don't do it.
Now. Yeah. So we have.
Remember, we're still in recess, so he's had all this time to try and get things in line before the Epstein file start to get released a bit. Maybe we'll see.
We haven't talked about Pete Hegseth firing the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency for what seems like releasing a report that contradicts Trump's preferred storyline about the Iran bombings, just like he fired the guy who released a jobs report that contradicts Trump's preferred storyline about the economy. I don't know. What do you guys think of the consequences down the road of the government silencing dissenting voices and information that displeases the president?
Yeah, I mean, so the DIA, for those who don't know, it's one of the 18 different components of the intelligence community, and they specifically focus on, like, military intelligence, military capabilities. And so, like you said, after we bombed Iran, they were kind of first out of the gate with this assessment that said that the bombing only set Iran's program back a few months. That contradicted the total obliteration comments that enraged everybody. So I guess the message now is even collecting information that doesn't comport with what Donald Trump has said will get you fired. I mean, I guess we knew that from the BLS firing a few weeks ago, but, like, play that out for a minute. Imagine Trump is a meeting with Xi Jinping. He decides, they buy a bunch of Melania coin in advance or something. So he decides, like, China is good now. And Trump decides, okay, going forward, we're now allies. Taiwan, we're not going to talk about it. Their military, the PLA's military, we're not going to talk about it. Human rights, shut up. IP theft, shut up. Is an intelligence analyst who, like, collects information about those things now going to get in trouble if they write them down and put them in a report? Because, like, that is certainly what this seems to say to the uniformed military, to, like, the military leadership. And also, Hegseth also fired a bunch of other, like, senior Navy leaders, like the head of special warfare, with just sort of no commentary. We know Laura Loomer got the head of the NSA pushed out a few months ago. So yeah, I mean, very weird shit is happening.
Yeah, I think, speaking of Dick Cheney, we're old enough to remember that it was
getting cronies and stooges in all the places of power they'll need.
The Defense Intelligence Agency, where Cheney and Rumsfeld went rooting around to try to find the right kind of evidence so they can go to the UN and claim that Saddam Hussein had a program of weapons of mass destruction. The intelligence being manipulated to confirm the priors of the people who want to change, say, the Defense Department's name to the Department of War can lead to really bad places. It already has. It can again. Yeah.
Who's going to work in intelligence? Who's going to work in the Defense Department now? Why would anyone want to do that?
MAGA chuds.
Why would they want to? Like you said, it is writing the information down, because you could see if they fired whoever they found leaking it, right? Because obviously the report was leaked. But that's not what happened. It's not. This is the leaker. This is the person who produced the accurate information or the information.
Led the agency that did.
Yeah.
Well, and by the way, like, who knows the conversations we're not hearing, right? Maybe it's because refused to produce a different report, under pressure, refused to go along with. I'm sure there'll be more reporting on this, but like we have no idea what's going on in Pete Hegseth's fucking Pentagon, other than leaks about how chaotic and messy it is, and how he's getting rid of people that he feels threatened by, and how it's overcome by paranoia. All great things at the most powerful military in the history of planet Earth.
That's what you want there. That's what you want to top that military. So Trump was clearly watching the Sunday shows more than I can say for myself, and responded to an ABC News interview with Chris Christie by, let's see, he made fun of Jonathan Karl's hair. I have not seen lately.
Yeah, I don't know what his hair looks like that's different.
I think dreads were a mistake. But he went on vacation to Jamaica and he did the thing.
He, as one does. He
old-fashioned, I guess.
He mocked the show for paying him $16 million.
Go to Cancun,
just taking a little victory lap there. And then he called Christie sloppy and threatened to reopen the decade-old investigation into the former New Jersey governor's closure of the George Washington Bridge. He also threatened ABC News and NBC News, saying that they should be paying the government millions in licensing fees or else lose their broadcast licenses for unfair coverage of Republicans. Trump's government is already investigating Senator Adam Schiff, New York Attorney General Tish James, Fed Governor Lisa Cook, all for alleged mortgage fraud. And the president has, of course, called for the indictment and imprisonment of Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, John Brennan, James Clapper, and others over a completely made-up allegation about Russian interference. So a lot of Trump's threats turned out to be empty.
About the Russian interference investigation, which was all done above board. Basically, it was needed to be done just to make sure we weren't being manipulated by a foreign nation. It didn't come up with anything direct. It's fine.
Sure seems like he's following through on quite a few lately. Yeah. I know it's unlikely that, this, like I said, any of these individuals is going to get people up in arms. But I don't know. It feels like all this retribution is being met with kind of a collective shrug.
Yeah, it's not a great trend line. What's the statute of limitations on a bridge closer, by the way? It feels like
I was trying to figure out the date, and I should have just Googled it, but I was like, what? If this was like it might have been a decade ago.
It was a long time ago. Yeah, I mean, the broader point is like 99% of the time I go through life sort of implicitly assuming that we're going to make it as a country.
Yeah, for sure.
And then every once in a while I have a conversation with someone, as I did this weekend, where they're like, oh, I actually have a bunch of money in Bitcoin cold storage that I'm storing in a foreign country. And I think, huh. Am I a boiled frog too?
Tommy, I told you that in confidence.
Yes. John's using it's actually Trump coin. It's probably going to go up in value.
I'm counting on Intel stock.
But yeah, this is the enemies list is they're picking them off.
I feel like there is this collective feeling among people who are paying very close attention. Like it does feel like a shrug. It's like, what is the shrug? Like, what does it mean to feel like we're not? Why aren't people caring more? And why is something happening? And I do think it's a bit of this is human nature, which is we do this in our own lives. Like problems you can't solve are just problems you don't want to deal with, face, admit to the size of, right? Like you have to admit you have a problem that you could, like that's what happens with people that have addiction, whatever. You have to like face the problem and believe you can fix it. And part of it is all the points of pressure that might cause there to be pain or consequences for what Trump is doing here are not available to us because Congress is controlled by Republicans and they don't give a fuck. The DOJ is fully captured, so they don't give a fuck. Journalism just doesn't go as far as it used to because people are in their own feeds and not consuming information. There's just a report came out that Americans no longer on average read one book a year. Listen, it's unrelated to this, but it's not good. It's not good.
You know who's worried and up in arms? All the chat GPTs, all the chatbots, the AI chatbots, they know what's going on. They're the only ones left with information.
The chat.
I think that's a pretty good read on the situation. I'd also just add that in general, across political ideology in America, people believe that everyone in government is at least a little bit corrupt or has allowed us to get to this state, and they don't really care that much if they're getting punished one way or another. Preferably it would be done legally, but
they're how many
they're about to resist.
They don't do things legally anymore.
Or abuse.
The things they know. The things they know. But only Americans knew.
But so I just don't know what we're like. Yeah, like, oh, you're really upset about this? Well, the people that can fix it don't give a fuck. And so it's like, yes, right now people aren't up in arms in a way that feels like it's commensurate to the scale of the challenge. But that's why we got to like do the fucking hard work to get people to come out, and we can win a house in Congress, and all of a sudden we have some power. There's people that'll care.
I also think people have a mistaken impression of how things operate in a regime, a dictatorial regime, which is they think, oh, if the dictator's going after their opponents, it's just agents showing up at their house and taking them away in the middle of the night, and that's that. And even as we were talking about these cases, you're like, well, I don't know, did anyone commit some little mortgage fraud? Do we know the evidence? Right? Do we?
Yeah, I mean, they're doing the groundwork so that they can eventually kidnap people. No one is either allowed to speak up, or those that do are quickly disposed of as well.
know if John Bolton is guilty or not. Maybe he is. So this is what they do. They figure out, okay, everyone has probably broken the law somewhere in life, and also we don't have to tell anyone anything for a while, so we can pretend at least it's on the up and up with a little wink and a nod as they've been doing. And then people will wonder what's going on, and they'll think maybe it's shady. And also, Trump threatens a million people all the.
This is why you don't have entire political faith. Blind political faith is stupid.
Time anyway, and has for a decade. I mean, we were talking about this in the meeting this morning, and I mentioned ABC News and NBC, and you were like, didn't he already threaten them a couple times? Is that new? And I'm like, yeah, maybe, but I'm going to take your licenses unless you pay me millions. Like, maybe it's a tweet now. Pretty soon it's going to be like, Brendan Carr actually doing it.
He's also, I gotta say, maybe he switched to a stronger Adderall. He's doing more following up. Like, he's following up on stuff more. Like, it used to be.
He's got the people to follow.
He's got the people, I know, jokes, but he's got the people to follow. Because it used to be he throws out a tweet or post about how we've got to free Tina Williams or Peters, whatever her name is, that woman in Colorado. And it's just a fit of pique. And
I forgot about that.
And Jared Polis says, there you go. But Jared Polis doesn't need to worry about it, because it's never going to be harsh measures. But there's somebody keeping track. And they do follow up. They do come back at you. Yeah.
He and then the last person we should talk about is he went after Wes Moore. They have been the governor of Maryland. They've been in a back and forth over sending the National Guard to Baltimore. The murder rate in Baltimore is at a 50-year low. Still crime in Baltimore. Still Trump says it's the fourth most violent city or crime-ridden city, whatever. But so Moore invited Trump to come walk the streets with him, and Trump responded by calling Moore nasty and provocative. He used a tone. He used a tone that was nasty and provocative by inviting.
Let's go take a walk. That's how every tech CEO has meetings these days.
It's just it's very passive aggressive.
Okay.
And Trump said he may cancel the funding that Congress appropriated to rebuild the city's Francis Scott Key
Such petty bitch shit.
Bridge. Although Trump described it as, I gave him the money and I might take it back, which I don't even think that was. I think it was appropriated in 2024.
Venmo. Yeah, it's not his money. It's also it's it's similar to the Bolton thing. Like, if it even comes out to part of it is the process is the threat, right? Because Trump is so openly and brazenly saying you won't get the money because I don't like you. That would not hold up. But then the process of holding it up would be the problem. Same for Bolton. Maybe no crime will be there, but he has to get lawyers. He has to uproot his life to fight it.
Yeah, and now, I mean, just imagine a state losing funding you get from the federal government to rebuild a fucking bridge that collapsed through,
This is why people leaving government jobs and stuff is also really good, because if the Department of Justice loses enough lawyers, it'll be harder and harder for them to actually go after all their political enemies in court and the like.
An accident.
Yeah, very important bridge too. And I guess he just all of these threats are designed to send a message to every other elected official out there. Because Gavin Newsom has decided to burn the boats and tweet funny memes all day long, but other states are going to worry about getting federal funding in the wake of a disaster or, what other executive branch help they might need.
So Baltimore may have to get in line for the military occupation, because on Friday, Trump said that Chicago, New York, and San Francisco may be next on his list. Sure enough, the Washington Post reported the next day that the Pentagon has already spent weeks planning a National Guard deployment to Chicago, a move that Mayor Brandon Johnson and Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker both pushed back on quite hard on Monday. Meanwhile, National Guard troops in D.C. are now carrying guns. So an expected move, but it's here. And White House videographers are also accompanying federal agents during raids and arrests, so they can fill our social media feeds with content that owns the libs and stuff that the MAGA base can get off to. That's what they like.
Guys, we own ourselves, us libs, okay? We take plenty of videos of ourselves.
Yeah, that's right.
It's our liberal tears that help,
we were watching the choir outside of the Abrego Garcia hearing
today.
Gosh. Anyway,
sorry, we watch too much Fox in our office. Trump is clearly enjoying himself as well. Here he is on Monday after signing executive orders aimed at ending cashless bail, prosecuting flag burners, and ordering, quote, further actions to stop the crime emergency in D.C.
So it used to be called the Department of War, and it had a stronger sound. Now we have a Department of Defense with defenders. It just sounded bad. He said, sir, on behalf of the Department of Defense. Defense. I don't want to be defense only. We want defense, but we want offense too, if that's okay. So you'll make a decision. But as Department of War, we won everything.
Oh, we want offense, huh? That's a great thing to say to the whole world.
Think of it, there's your trophy for the World Cup. I think what I'm going to do is place it right above the angel, right over there. That's solid gold, too. We're going to put it right up there. Look at that. There's a solid gold trophy. They know how to get to me,
Who gives a shit? Fuck off, you dumb bitch.
As you all know, Chicago's a killing field right now. And they don't acknowledge
it isn't.
And they say, we don't need him. Freedom, freedom. He's a...
Millions of people live there. Basically not any crime they've had to deal with.
Dictator. He's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I'm a man with great common sense, and I'm a smart person.
Yeah, no, not a dictator, even though you wouldn't believe how many people are coming up to me. Mr. Trump, we want a dictator. No, not me. That's not me. I'm just common sense. I did see someone on Twitter called the Office Decor Saddam Corps.
Yeah, big time.
I think that's a good.
Yeah,
it is very Saddam Corps.
I think the new Department of War logo being kind of a southern old guy laying
it's the Cracker Barrel guy.
With an arm over a barrel, and it says Department of War. I think it's Gilding the Lily.
This is like cartoonishly fascist.
It is. It is.
In a way that if you told someone about it, that it was happening, who had been asleep for 10 years, they'd be like, come on, that's too. Of course everyone got that it was fascist, right? Like, how did people not know this?
It's also like, man, you guys are sending out your social media people to film these arrests. Like, Leni Riefenstahl, knew how to compose a fucking shot.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean? It's just like, there's no pride in the product. Like, if you're going to be fascist, learn the rule of thirds.
Yeah. Learn how to score something. Also, historically speaking, remember the Republicans who liked limited government and personal freedom and talked about that stuff all the time? Not like the crazy libertarians, like the dude in New Hampshire who tweets insane stuff, like the libertarian wing of the Republican Party.
Yeah.
Where are those people?
They're just hanging out.
Are they just gone?
It's just a small but mighty crew at the American Enterprise Institute now.
And Cato, don't forget Cato.
Who are every time I see a tweet from someone there, I'm just like, yeah, you got it.
I know.
That's right.
Me too. I see.
They're pro-immigration.
Good job.
There's a comedian named Tim Dillon.
To speak to libertarians.
And who we've talked about, I think, maybe on Rapid Response stuff on YouTube. But I don't think he explicitly endorsed Trump in 2024. But he was very critical of Democrats. Had J.D. Vance on the show right before the election for this long interview. But Tim Dillon did this riff the other day on his show where he was saying how all of the things that Alex Jones has been warning about for years are coming to fruition. The U.S. military in the streets, FEMA camps, evil companies like Palantir collecting all of our data and monitoring us. Where are the people who are worried about this? Again, I know Alex Jones is a performance artist, and as he said about himself in court, but there's a lot of people who sincerely care about these issues, and where are they? And
I think maybe they didn't.
And I do think people like limited government. They're New Hampshire's an entire state built on loving limited government.
Yeah, they're choosing die right now.
Yes.
And not only that, I talked about this with they are. But so I talked about this to Ricky later. You'll hear it. But okay, right, fine. They're libertarians, but they like order. They like law. The president is seizing the means of production. He's taken over. He's demanding shares in publicly traded American corporations, private companies,
right.
And they're nowhere. They're nowhere.
It's communism.
And might take more. I'm sure you talked about this with Mr. Ricky. I don't know if you talked about the wind story too. This was unfucking believable to me because, again, it was a headline. I'm like, oh, Donald Trump shutting down wind projects. Oh yeah, he doesn't like wind, so maybe he's cutting funding from the government. No. There was a wind farm that's 70% built and already set to generate enough electricity for just hundreds of thousands of people in Rhode Island. It's almost going to be done, and just pulling the permits now. Just the federal government saying we don't want wind projects, and wind projects that are actually in the process of being constructed with private money, we're going to shut them down.
To your point earlier about existential problems that are sort of hard to look in the face because they're so dire and nothing's happening to solve them, climate change is still a thing.
Yeah.
As we all recall, there was this group that looks at sort of the intersection of climate and business. They found that $22 billion worth of clean energy projects have been canceled in the first half of 2025. A lot of that is car manufacturers scaling back EV production because we got rid of all the tax credits that incentivized the purchase of EVs. But big picture, electricity is just going to get more expensive. And wind generates, I think, about 10% of our electricity last year. Wind and solar, you get to about 20% of electricity generation in the United States. And he's just killing off those industries at a time when we're also building these giant AI data centers that take a city's worth of energy so that we can all
get a couple more boobs on those ladies.
Yes.
I made that same joke with Sir Wiki later. Fuck.
Stay tuned. So the Grok can turn into Mecha Hitler, in real time.
Someone said this, our country is now building
7 titties.
Data centers and detention centers and camps. That's it. That's
nice.
That's what the United States has come to now. There are coal power plants that are set to retire, and the people running the coal power plants have not asked for an extension. They were ready to shut them down, and the Trump administration is forcing them to stay open
because they're not profitable in many cases.
Well, it's the equivalent of rolling coal, right? It's not good for anybody. It doesn't do anything. It just makes the air worse to own the people driving behind you, the libs and the Priuses and the Tesla. Well, it used to be Teslas behind you.
And it's more expensive now. This is the thing, say you didn't give a shit about climate change. There's cheaper energy that we're now trying to get rid of for more expensive energy because Donald Trump doesn't like what windmills look like and thinks that our coal past is something that we need to return to.
It's it's the difference between...
He also thinks that windmills will stop the wind and then we'll have sales stagnant.
What they claimed, what Republicans said forever and what Trump actually is, right? They don't want to choose winners and losers, right? And the tax credits and all these things choose winners and losers. But Trump, again, to your point about everything Alex Jones predicting coming true, he meets with the oil executives, he demands $1 billion, and then he's not only do they try to subsidize fossil fuels more in their big beautiful bill, some of which came out, but not all of it. They're now going to kill projects that are basically done. There's no justification, none other than to make energy more expensive and to push people towards dirtier forms of fuels, to drive up the profits of a dozen or 2 dozen companies.
Just wait till the federal government shows up at gas stations and just starts covering the prices of gas so that no one knows. They'll charge your card, but they're not gonna release the information.
Spray painted
because gas is gonna be cheap as it can be forever.
Well, it's just you're competing with all these immigrants for this gas, and they're using up the gas.
So, on the back to the occupation, that's happening too. Oh, one more thing on the Department of War though, because I just want to the President of Peace, Nobel Peace Prize guy, going to end forever wars.
Yeah,
end all the
exactly.
wars.
Already ended a dozen wars.
We won
now
offense.
we're doing a war department. What?
Yeah, I don't
Nobel Peace of killing other people.
know. It's a throwback. Throwback jerseys are pretty hot right now in a lot of sports. The NFL is. I own a couple throwback jerseys. Maybe we're just throwing it back.
Does he think that we got mired in Vietnam because of a brand issue? Does he think it was because our logo and slogan didn't capture the vibe? Is that the problem? Like, we didn't win World War II because we had a Department of War, and then we changed it and we lost our mojo.
No,
you
that's
know,
not what
I don't think that's what happened.
Not what happened.
We
at
needed
all.
a Joe Rogan of the domino theory.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey guys, it's Tommy Vitor. You can support the work we do here at Crooked Media by.
Oh.
I like chocolate peanut butter.
I love chocolate peanut butter. Two great tastes taste great together.
And I also like the original frosted for the cereal.
Like Tommy's Tips.
On Amazon to introduce legislation store. That's magicspoon.com/crooked for $5 off. Republicans are already lining up in Congress to introduce legislation to extend Trump's takeover of the DC police from 30 days to 6 months. That can't really happen without 60 votes in the Senate, right? Which they don't have. You do sort of wonder if they're going to try to somehow stuff that in a government funding bill and then dare the Democrats to, shut down the government over it.
Wonderful.
And I don't know if I've made up my mind on how I think that's going to go yet. But what do you guys think? Like, is that a good thing to shut down the government for?
I'm sort of more and more in the Chris Murphy camp of you cannot concede to the normal parts of governing because they benefit from the normal parts and then they benefit from the abnormal parts. Like, oh, they want this so that it looks legal. Meanwhile, TikTok is still operating illegally. He's taken intel without any kind of congressional authorization. He's doing all kinds of things with illegally as well. So why are you going to give him the patina of illegal imprimatur when he has had shown no indication that he won't do it either way?
Yeah.
Like, why are you going to help him?
It's tough because that's almost like the argument for not doing it too, because it's like, well, I'll vote and shut the government down over this, and then Trump can say, well, I don't give a fuck about Congress. I'm just going to, maybe even if he couldn't take over the police anymore, he's like, well, I still got the guard. The guard can go anywhere. But that's my prerogative.
But we did this the last time.
I know.
And the answer is, if you concede that his abuse of power makes him more powerful in Congress, he's already won. And so you just can't do that. You just can't.
Yeah, and then he's just
I hear that what I'm saying is the other side of the argument.
He's just going to park like an F-22 in Millennium Park to protect the bean and be like, I cut the murder rate in Chicago. And everyone's like, thank you, sir.
Yeah. First bean he's gone here in years. You know what I mean?
Oh my God.
He's never shown much care for the bean in the past.
Oh my God.
I should have played that AI country song for you this morning. That's what got that
where happening.
Can I talk about something serious? Which is all of a sudden the National Guard is going to be armed. And there's not even an explanation for why this is suddenly different, right? Because they're saying that their mission has been a great success, that there's been no murders in D.C. And so if the Guard can have guns, why didn't they have them at the beginning? You waited. Why? To get us a little bit more comfortable. It admits to the reason they're doing it, because they knew it would look worse to start out with guns. They're not some justification. It's not like the National Guard have felt unsafe and have been hounded. They're just looking at their phones outside the Washington Monument.
Right. Well, and they're also hoping that everyone's like, all the libs made a big fuss about the Guard. They're just taking pictures with people. They're just standing around guarding the monuments. Who cares? Meanwhile, he signed another executive order today that was like every state must get some of its Guard ready to mobilize for President Trump in case he needs to put down civil disturbances, which is the real, the goal here, and fight crime, whatever else. So now they're going to have armed guards, armed National Guard troops in the streets of major American cities. And maybe it's fine for now, but also maybe everyone's going to, shut the fuck up and stay home and not criticize Donald Trump anymore.
Yeah. It's scary. It's really scary.
Because we can do this the easy way or the hard way. If everyone just lets the Guard there and just patrolling the streets with their guns, then you're all okay. But
and you can see the Guard getting deployed with their guns to liberal areas right before an election, right before the midterms.
That's the next thing to worry about.
And really, it's just a cover, right? because the Guard is the Guard. They're in
at
camo.
The polling places.
It looks wrong. It is wrong. But it's the ICE agents that are going around doing more of the arrests, and it's the ICE agents that are the ones that are going to be standing outside of polling places. It's the ICE agents that are going to be increasingly recruited from sort of the MAGA fanboy base with these enticements to get in to join. So that to me is what's going to ultimately happen. You got the Guard there, you have ICE there, and all of a sudden they're trying to pull precinct votes down by 10 or 12 in some liberal areas and enough to swing some close races.
Yeah, you know what? I'm with Murphy.
I just
think and I know we're gonna probably have a couple conversations about this as we get close to the government funding deadline. But it's Democrats don't have a plan to reopen the government once they shut it down. And what if Trump just says that's fine and I'm going to do whatever? Then people should know that the President of the United States has decided to operate without Congress and without the government funded, and it's just going to be a full it's probably more important for Democrats to tell people we have no part of this and we're fighting for it, we're fighting against it, and that's it. I don't know.
Yeah,
we're in extraordinary times now.
We are only, what, 7 months in?
Yeah.
We're 7.
Yeah, if Congress shuts down, no one's doing the entire legislative branch, then it's just, the executive running wild, and occasionally judges might be able to try and weigh in on stuff, but at that point, every law is just being made by the executive. So
7 months in, look at where we are. Every CEO is marching into the Oval to pay fealty. There are troops on our streets. He's threatening to do more. Like, this is happening it's happening fast. It's happening right in front of our eyes. Do you think 6 months from now that vote's going to get easier?
Everyone's just lining up to give him gold. Gold trophies, gold shit from Tim Cook. There's gold everywhere.
Which everyone should watch the South Park episode to see what, in their view, happens with those various baubles that get presented to the President of the United States.
Yeah.
Not the bean.
Not the bean.
CNN reported over the weekend that, unsurprisingly, most of the arrests in D.C. have been focused on immigrants. And as the Times reported last week, the summer surge in immigration arrests has been a direct result of federal agents going after people with no prior criminal records or convictions. That was certainly the case with Trump's most notorious wrongful deportation, that of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And there have been some big developments in that case since we last spoke about it. If you remember, Abrego Garcia was brought back from CCOT, arrested by the feds on dubious human smuggling charges in Tennessee, then released by a very skeptical judge so he could go home to Maryland while awaiting his trial. Apparently, the government then offered to deport him to Costa Rica if he pled guilty to their charges. When he refused, they told him they planned to deport him to Uganda instead. Then he showed up for a check-in on Monday morning and was immediately detained by ICE, which was expected. Luckily, Judge Palazinis ruled that he can't be sent to Uganda for now. Here's what Abrego Garcia had to say on Monday at the massive protest on his behalf before being detained by ICE.
Independientemente lo que pase hoy, regardless of what happens here today, con ICE, prométenme esto. In my ICE checking, promise me this. Que seguirán luchando, orando, creyendo en la dignidad y la libertad, no solo para mí, para todos. Promise me that you will continue to pray, continue to fight, resist, and love. Not just for me, but for everybody. Continue to demand freedom. Thank you so much.
I know Tim talked about this, Miller, when he interviewed Andre, but it's
Hernandez Romero, another CCOT prisoner.
It is just, it's unbelievable that the people who have been wrongfully deported, ripped away from their families, tortured, beaten, like, have this kind of grace. And are saying, like, keep fighting for justice and all that. I mean, it's wild to me.
Yeah, it also, like, I was thinking the same thing. It's just that it also speaks to, like, what do we have on our side, which is, people don't care about this enough right now. It just feels that way. People just aren't waking up to it enough, right? There just isn't enough political pressure. It just all feels too close. But at the same time, like, it's not that the information is out there, right? Like, the story is still, we can still tell the story. Like, he hasn't had his thumb on the media. There's enough media, right? Like, it won't be because of censorship that we don't stop this. It might be because of noise and nonsense and misinformation, but it won't be because the story couldn't be told. And I do think that, like, as hard as that is, it does point away here, which is, like, our job collectively is to figure out how to tell that story, because there are moments like this where someone's talking about this openly and honestly, and they're not afraid to do that. And I do think that is hopeful.
Yeah.
And I'll just be honest, he doesn't have the option to say what he really thinks, probably. You know, this guy is, like, dealing with a capricious justice system what the United States is saying to this man is, take a plea deal and admit guilt for crimes you don't believe you committed, or we'll send you to Uganda.
it's just bullshit he's been going through his whole life. Nothing new.
That's not a justice system. Like, it also shows the White House is they're picking deportation locations as a way of further punishing these people, right? They're like, oh, you want to go to Costa Rica? Okay, how about Uganda? You don't like dictators? How about Museveni? Go get to know him real quick.
You know, the other thing we should be thankful for, at least for now, is Judge Zinnes, when she heard this, is like, this is why you cannot deport him to Uganda until at least we get through this trial. And I say, because the fact that you offered him Costa Rica and then decided to say no Uganda, like, shows that you're just doing this in a capricious and punitive way.
Well, and it shows, right? Like, they have been threatening to send people to
on a tantrum.
Send people to South Sudan, who are now, I think, to the point of not being able to keep up with what the fuck they're going on. I think they're still in a holding facility in South Sudan. In this case, it's not just to send a message to other people about immigration. It is specifically to get out of their embarrassment of having drummed up these charges that can't be supported in a trial. They're afraid of a trial. They'd say, Costa Rica's pretty nice. Please.
Right.
Please. If he's so terrible, don't you want him to pay for his crimes?
They know a trial would expose how fucking ridiculous
and wrongly rendered him to El Salvador in the first place. Literally the only country on earth where they could not have deported him by law.
Yes.
The second part of it is, Zinnes not only said, you can't remove this guy anywhere. He has to stay in the place he's in right now. She said, And this order counts, right? Because I know I'm just saying it out loud, but you, member of the bar, as a lawyer who presumably wants to continue to be a lawyer,
Maybe
this order,
who's been at the center of this.
You are not pretending this order doesn't count because it's not written down, because you claim that didn't count. So those guys got sent to CCOP because it wasn't written down. So this counts. He's like, yes. Just speaks to you have to talk to these people like sort of children. Like errant children.
Well, meanwhile, as this is happening, DHS tweets, "We're thrilled that he's going to Uganda."
Well, they did it as a quote tweet of Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal. It's just like another troll. Like this man's life is just in furtherance of their trolling.
Yeah, it's just all for the content. One federal detainee who's being treated quite well by the Trump administration, despite actually being convicted for child trafficking, Ghislaine Maxwell. On Friday, the Justice Department released the transcript of her recent interview with Todd Blanche, Trump's personal attorney turned deputy attorney general, and you guys will be shocked to learn that a convicted criminal who's made clear she's looking for a pardon said that she's always known the one person who could grant that wish was a perfect gentleman who's never acted inappropriately around her. Full exoneration of Mr. Trump. You'll be even more shocked to learn that the perfect gentleman's personal lawyer did not follow up with any tough questions for the person his own prosecutors have said is a serial liar. I don't know if you guys went through the transcript. You guys have any big takeaways from the Maxwell Blanche interview?
I mean, the big takeaway is that it was just an absolute farce. Donald Trump's personal lawyer sets up an interview with a woman convicted of sex trafficking children with the sole goal of absolving Donald Trump and his associates
with Donald Trump's former best friend
of any wrongdoing. And he asked, I think someone counted, he asked many more questions about Bill Clinton than Donald Trump, even though this whole controversy, the reason we're talking about this is because Donald Trump refuses to release the Epstein files and everyone's wondering why. And also like Blanche would drop lines of inquiry when it got close to Trump or when she mentioned like associates of Epstein being in the cabinet. And in the process though, Blanche gave Ghislaine Maxwell this opportunity to lie and rewrite history for herself. And she's a liar. She's an obvious motivation to lie. She got better treatment after agreeing to have this conversation. But in the process, you've got these Epstein victims and their families just going through this traumatic nightmare all over again. And for example, the family of Virginia Giuffre, who is one of Epstein's victims, who died by suicide earlier this year, released a statement saying, "We are outraged. The contents of these transcripts is in direct contradiction with felon Ghislaine Maxwell's conviction for child sex trafficking. During DAG Todd Blanche's bizarre interview, she is never challenged about her court-proven lies, providing her a platform to rewrite history." I mean, it's like truly a really disgusting farce.
Yeah, like that. It reads more like Trump's
corruption.
It reads more like a deposition in a civil case where Trump's lawyer is trying to gather the information that he needs in this civil case to help his client get out of paying any kind of restitution. Like, so it doesn't read like an investigation. It doesn't read like a criminal investigation. It also is clear, like Blanche is not that prepared, right? Doesn't clearly know the fact. He's not there because he's not there to create a body of evidence. He's there to exculpate Donald Trump.
He didn't bring any of the lawyers in the Justice Department who are still working there, who worked on this case.
The lawyers who said that Ghislaine Maxwell couldn't be trusted, didn't tell the truth, never admitted her complicity in this, showed no kind of remorse for what she participated in. But I do think, for me, the second big takeaway is the other, like, it's sort of the other side of that coin, which is that because Blanche was Trump's personal attorney and basically is still acting as that, and because DOJ is not independent, and because nobody takes Ghislaine Maxwell seriously and understands her motives, the fact that Trump has so corrupted and polluted this process with his own personal politics, it doesn't work. This doesn't end it. It doesn't do anything. It actually it didn't help in one way or the other. It didn't make a big splash that brought more attention to the story. It kind of came and went a little bit. But at the same time, the fact that she's saying all these things that seem to be positive about Trump doesn't matter. Like, the story goes on. The need for deposition goes on. The demands for release go on.
Well, they also, several judges now have said that the Trump administration's request to release the grand jury transcripts is an obvious distraction, because they should know that there's nothing in the grand jury transcripts that would illuminate any new information about the case. And also, I think that the DOJ gave the first tranche of Epstein documents to Congress, and Robert Garcia, the top Democrat on the Oversight Committee, he was like, I don't know, like 90% of these pages have been public already. They gave us mostly public information.
Yeah, and I think basically they've released like 1%.
What do I think about the future of AI? I mean, I think it's not actually intelligent or anything, and won't be for a long time. And also, it takes too much energy to run, especially when killing our economy, killing our ability to create energy, and then except they're not interested in keeping people around. They're just interested in not having to pay people to live, and instead paying for robots they have to operate.
Or 3% of what is believed to be in the totality of these files. And obviously you're not going to release like graphic images of underage people or anything like that, but there's a lot of documentation that is still out there that's not been released, that they're clearly just trying not to release. And that is the part of that this is just a complete and total farce.
I will say the one one sliver of good news here. Did you guys see that James Comer, the top Republican on the Oversight Committee, has finally decided, okay, maybe we need to hear from Alex Acosta?
I saw that, and I'll tell you, we're all conspiracy theorists now. So they said they're going to. It's for a transcribed meeting. That's what it said. There's not going to be a recording of it. I guess maybe that's part of the agreement. I'm not sure. But at this point, how on earth can we trust James Comer and Alex Acosta?
You don't think they'll button this up?
Well, I think they will button it up. Is the problem? Is the problem?
Alex Acosta's buttoned it up once before.
Well, and the thing that's just worth noting politically about the release of this Maxwell transcript is basically every moron who went to the White House and held up an Epstein Files Part 1 binder when Pam Bondi first snowed them all into, cheerleading whatever bullshit PR thing she did, has basically declared that the Maxwell testimony is all they need to hear, right? So there's a subset of MAGA influencers who built their audiences on the back of pushing Epstein-related stuff, usually about Bill Clinton or Democrats, is now saying they're satisfied by hearing this disgusting woman who is serving a 20-year sentence, who
Fucking pathetic people.
herself abused underage girls. They think that what she says is gospel.
It's fucking gross. Obviously, there's a ton of other shit going on as well. Trump got asked on Monday about why he's gone silent on Gaza, which the Israeli government continues to bomb and starve. He was asked about the Putin-Zelensky meeting he said he was setting up, which the Russian foreign minister has basically said isn't happening. There continue to be horrific stories every day about more wrongful detentions, stories about more layoffs because of the tariffs, stories about an insane level of corruption in the White House, on and on and on. We wanted to bring up these stories in part because they were each at one point at the center of the political debate, dominating the news cycle, and then just as quickly moved on to the periphery of what the White House and D.C. and a lot of political press is talking about, which seems like a problem. But first, anything you guys want to say about where we are with these stories, or any others I didn't mention? Tommy, you want to talk about Gaza and also the Russia?
Yeah, I mean, it's so frustrating because he just chums the water every day with some new outrage, and then he just is never held accountable for anything. There's no follow-up on anything. And I just do think it's worth noting that, again, during the campaign, Trump said he was going to end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. It's August 25th, so we've missed that deadline by a bit. But even, after the Alaska meeting with Putin, Trump said, okay, there's going to be a bilateral meeting between Putin and Zelensky. That hasn't happened yet. And he said we're going to figure out with the Europeans what a security guarantee for Ukraine looks like. That hasn't happened yet. He said there'd be a trilateral meeting with Trump, Zelensky, and then Putin. Nothing about that. And even today.
Yeah, and also, what was the whole point of all those meetings? If they basically came out with the plan of, we're going to make the plan later.
I don't know if you guys noticed, he was talking about Putin going to Alaska and taking that meeting as if it was some sacrifice for Putin.
Yeah.
Yes, he's been saying that for a while. It's such a coup that we got the meeting.
Yeah, and it couldn't have been a bigger gift to Putin to be welcomed back to the United States, into the international fold.
Be allowed to speak the entire time, and then Trump to basically hand wave it, and then they all go away not answering any questions.
After invading Ukraine in 2022, the full-scale invasion. And then similarly on Gaza, there was this global outcry about the starvation in Gaza a few weeks ago. It seemed in that moment like Trump might pressure Netanyahu, but the opposite has happened. Again, Hamas just agreed to a temporary ceasefire deal. It was very similar to one that the Israelis had agreed to, I think in July. But rather than accept it and rather than get out more hostages, Netanyahu's completely changed his negotiating posture and saying he needs a permanent agreement that gets out all the hostages and ends the war. And again,
Well, Netanyahu and Trump, I think, are in the same boat, is that they're trying to stall. They can assure their iron grip on their nation before they do stuff so bad or so terrible that it will actually get a reaction from people.
Those details, set them aside for a second. The key point is Trump, he's bragging every day about how he's ending wars, but he's not doing anything to pressure Netanyahu to end this one. And the Israeli government is drastically ramping up settlement construction in a way that's going to just kill off any hope of a Palestinian state. Talk of a two-state solution right now is incredibly naive, and it will soon be. There just will be literally no hope of a contiguous Palestinian state given the settlement construction. And the Trump administration supports it, full-on supports it. So it's just,
So killed a bunch of journalists today.
Yep.
The Israeli government, and they sort of bombed a hospital. And then also, as people were trying to rescue people, then they bombed it again right as the world was watching.
It's a double tap.
And he had to, and Netanyahu had to
mishap. He called it a mishap,
a tragic mishap, which he had to do because it was so thoroughly captured on camera and so obvious and wrong.
And
they had to claim it was a mishap.
And you see, Trump was asked about it, and he's like, "Oh, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen the news."
It was 11 o'clock Eastern.
Which, who knows? Maybe that's true. Maybe it's not. The guy doesn't pay much attention. He's just living in the present.
He mostly watches Fox News, and I can tell you, since I look through Fox News's YouTube channel and stuff every single day, they do not post anything about Palestine and Gaza or Israel besides Israel propaganda and the like
all of us.
Very recently, nothing.
Forever.
Well, yeah, he finds the Epstein story distasteful, so he says cover something else, and then Fox News dutifully starts covering crime more. Trump sees that and says, "There's a lot of crime in D.C. I better do something about it." Kind of falling into his own bear trap. And this is not what's on Fox News. It's not on what he is seeing. So it doesn't feel as important to him. And so he moves on to the next thing.
Yeah, and it's why it's one of the reasons I think he holds so many press avails every day, because he knows that if he's in trouble from whatever happened the day before, or people are going to ask him questions, he's always got something new to announce, you know, and then people can talk about that. And, you know, I know we had the whole distraction conversation, but it doesn't have to be a distraction from everything, but it is a, like, we're moving on and I'm going to do something else now.
Yeah, it's funny because it does feel like, oh, so are you guys saying that this is a distraction from Medicaid cuts? And I think it's just like, it is not, but I think it's okay to acknowledge, like, he is moving very quickly and he is doing a lot.
The Democrats with like everything he's doing is just a distraction from everything he's doing. It's like, okay, everything he's doing is just the fucking problem. Deal with it. Stop him from federalizing them, sending it into our own territory. Stop him from molesting the money for fucking with the Federal Reserve and fucking incompetent.
Multiple fronts because he knows that is destabilizing to the people that are trying to fight him, and because he doesn't care about results. He doesn't care about outcomes. He cares about the immediate press hit and the headline. He doesn't care about the consequences of launching so many initiatives, signing so many orders, claiming so many peace plans and processes all at once, because he just has to get to the next day.
Yeah. And meanwhile, it's like you do start getting numb to the stories, right? There was an outcry over Abrego Garcia, over Andre Romero Hernandez, and CCOT in general. And now, you know, they're out of CCOT and back in Venezuela, and the deportations continue, and people, like legal residents, keep getting swept up, you know, torn away from their families. U.S. citizens, ICE is continuing to like tase and beat people who have not done anything wrong, who are here legally. And it's just like there's so many of the stories you're just like, okay.
And I do think like maybe, you know, I think sometimes like we try to figure out like, okay, what is the conversation where there's some, like, not to find hope in every terrible fucking story, but more like what's productive, right? Like, how do we be productive?
How do we fight this?
How do we fight this? And I think, but I do think it's worth acknowledging that part of the challenge is going to be that over time, you know, the reason we were talking about Kilmar Abrego Garcia today is because of a victory, right? Because he was brought back, and the Trump administration is being fought on that, and the line is holding on that case.
Yeah.
Okay, but in the months since, he's also unleashed ICE across the country. Like, we can lose over time, even while racking up these small victories, because we talked about this from the very beginning, which is slowly but surely, wins and losses, your baseline moves and the country changes. And like, I think it's just okay to be honest about the fact that that is a very real threat, and more than a threat, it's something we're watching happen, which makes fighting him harder, but is just the reality of it.
It's just figuring out what accountability looks like with this guy is so hard, because yeah, he does a million press avails in the Oval Office, and he took questions 3 times today, 3 separate times today, which is just unheard of for any White House. But the White House is full of like a couple real reporters, and then like the dumbest people on the planet, like Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend. And so Trump gets away with just asserting things over and over again that he's like cutting all these peace deals, and then meanwhile he has real leverage to force the Israelis to accept a ceasefire proposal from Hamas, and he's not taking it. And he continues to brag about ending a war between in the Congo between them and Rwandan-backed rebels. Yet there was a Human Rights Watch report a couple days ago about how the M23 rebels were like the primary group killing people in the region, for lack of the brief version of this. But they killed 140 people last month, despite this like peace deal Trump brokered. And no one just asked him that question. Hey, sir, I know you just said you just went on for 10 minutes about how, hey, some people think you're racist, but you did this peace deal with Rwanda and Congo, but actually there was a massacre last month. Are you aware of that even? You know, there's just like no journalism, there's no follow-up, there's no accountability in any way, and it's just, I don't know, it's infuriating.
Yeah, when at least half the questions to him are answered by him starting with, oh, I love that question.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. What a great question.
But it's funny though, right? Like, this is like, yes, he gets ridiculous questions, but he's also taking more questions than any president, like certainly in our lifetimes, right? Like day to day, he takes a ton of questions.
Yeah.
So it isn't like he is getting hard questions mixed in with these ridiculous ones as well, but they can't cover everything because A, some of them are taken up by these other people, and B, there's just too many fucking threads to follow on any given day.
Yeah, and they punish the reporters who really go after him, and if you piss him off, he yells at you. Like, remember when he screamed at like Peter Alexander and told him how bad he was? Then he moves on to, again, like Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend. Or, like,
yeah, I was going to say, he's taking a lot of questions, but imagine him doing the same thing if the people shouting questions at him were Peter Alexander, Caitlin Collins, right. Tapper, you know, and Kristen Welker, right?
And
like
they
it was
could
just
follow up, and because their people are mixed in.
I mean, they're not really that adversarial of journalists. They'll be better than the pomp and ass lickers that he currently has asking him questions.
those people are mixed in, but they're not coordinated because someone's always ready to come in with like a haymaker of like, Mr. President, your skin's never been better. but by the way, though, like Vance is doing the Sunday shows, right? Like there are opportunities to question them. There really are, right? Like they are able to do this despite the fact that they do those interviews and see value in it.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about Vance's Welker interview of the full thing, but it is a good example of like he lies so effortlessly, but it's also so obvious and such bullshit. But when you feel like you need to cover all the news with him and you only have 20 minutes, 30 minutes, then you just have to move on. And I do miss some people did this with Trump once in a while. They're like, all right, we're gonna stay on one topic and we're gonna get into all your bullshit. And you're not getting up until we get the right answers. You know, like I do think if I had Vance for a sit down, like that's the strategy.
I would really want to focus on how he thinks World War II ended. It's fucking nuts. Well, you're a smart guy. What are you talking about?
Well, he knows. He's just lying. All right, one last thing that's hopefully a little lighter before we get to the interview. For those of you worried that ICE's big recruitment push means that the masked agents roving your streets might actually be beta lib cucks, Trump announced in the Oval Office today that he's 100% on the case.
Now, they have to pass a toughness test. If they're not tough, we don't want them for this job. They might be great for other jobs, but not for this job.
One paragon of American toughness is already submitting himself to the rigors of ICE. Noted Superman portrayer Dean Cain. If you haven't seen the footage of him doing the obstacle course, please enjoy.
This time, Dean Cain isn't flying there. He's going through that obstacle course and training to be an honorary ICE agent. He was working hard out there, and this is exactly what those recruits will do as they're picked one by one. And they're at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Brunswick, Georgia.
I love this. I love it. I just love that ICE training is like, okay, grab this sex doll and drag it a few feet. Okay, now slowly climb through about 4 feet of pipe, and then when you get to this obstacle that you're clearly supposed to climb over, just go through it.
And now here's
slow motion. Like,
here's a crying woman. Yell at her. Tell her it's her fault. Tase her.
Working hard or hardly working, Dean Cain. That was brutal.
He's running at like 4.9 on the treadmill there. He's not moving too fast.
It's been a long time since Lois and Clark.
Yeah.
Well, that show's from the 90s.
He is not fitting in that uniform.
No, he's not fitting in the
I'm not talking about ICE.
I know. When did Dean Cain play Superman?
1997. I looked this up the other day when he first came up. That was the last season of Lois and Clark.
I didn't know who the hell he was.
Listen, he was hot. He was.
Did you guys see Tim Miller on Piers Morgan with Dean Cain?
I know
it's worth watching because Tim really goes hard at him, but Dean Cain gets really, really mad that Tim keeps saying ICE is hiring a bunch of unqualified idiots like former actors, and he gets really mad. And at one point, he yells at him, "And I was a former NFL player." So I was like, "Did he play in the NFL? Really?" Apparently, Dean Cain was a really good athlete. He played at Princeton. He was a defensive back, and then he signed with the Buffalo Bills, but got hurt in training camp. But you can't call yourself an NFL player, Dean, if you just went to training camp. You got to make the 53.
Yeah, and now he just mopes through a ropes course. Like what?
Like being at ICE is not a fun job, I don't think, unless you really like to.
Yeah, and so
he's also 59.
you get off
to
just
go beat up people,
kidnapping people and shit.
Right. Well, that's the problem with who they're recruiting. It's like part of it. It's like the do we need a bunch of libs to go sign up for ICE?
Maybe.
Oh,
probably.
Yeah. Well, now that you can be as young as 18, you can be as old as 60. They've changed the age limits, and they're paying you money, and they're forgiving your college loans, and then they're just gonna, they've cut the Wall Street Journal went and did a story where they watched ICE training for 6 hours, and one thing they noticed is they've cut the training time from 16 weeks to 8 weeks, and basically it's people who've never fired a gun before, had a gun before, and they're just like 8 weeks of training. We're gonna give you a gun. We're just gonna send you out there.
Crawl through that pipe.
Crawl through that pipe. It doesn't matter how fast.
Here's your badge.
Yeah, you have a week to crawl through the pipe.
Remember G.I. Jane when G.I. Jane refused to go along with the lower standards, so she kicked the stool out of the way because she was going to hop the wall, the full wall.
Yeah.
I only remember Demi Moore shaving her head. That was it.
That was like a controversy, right?
Yeah, there was controversy around G.I. Jane.
Wild,
yeah, that's when he was playing Superman.
I was going to say Lois and Clark, G.I. Jane, Bill Clinton was president.
Dean Cain was also in Beverly Hills 90210 at some point.
Really?
So says my GPT. I just checked that.
Dean Cain.
Your GPT took a break from worrying about fascism.
Yeah. Anyway, good guy.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, but 2 announcements before we do that. The newest season of Crooked's award-winning limited series is out. Shadow Kingdom: Coal Survivor exposes one of the deadliest battles in United Mine Workers history. It's hosted by Niccolo Mainoni, who offers new details about an infamous murder trial that rocked the country in the 1960s and reshaped the American labor movement. First,
yeah, the coal mining unions and stuff are very important to American labor history.
Episodes are out now. Listen on the Shadow Kingdom feed wherever you get your podcasts, or better yet, Friends of the Pod subscribers can listen to the full season of Shadow Kingdom right now. Join Friends of the Pod at crooked.com/friends. Also, for those of you who watch the pod and don't love ads, you can now stream ad-free video of Pod Save America and your other favorite shows with a paid subscription to Crooked. Ad-free video is available now on Supercast, Substack, and YouTube. Visit crooked.com/friends to learn more. Pod Save America is brought to you by Quick.
All right. I don't want to do the interview they have at the end here. I think it's financial stuff. We've already covered it a bit, and I find it boring. So last political video
we have Daniel
between
Besner,
Hassan Parker and Daniel Besner.
that I am going to be talking to right now because we're going to move into the 6 wars, now 10 wars, all the wars that Donald Trump ended because he's big, he's bold, he's beautiful. And we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about Israel, some of the wars that Donald Trump hasn't ended yet. Israel, Ukraine, and Russia. And I'm
Dan Besner is a historian and journalist writing a lot about
having him
authoritarianism.
on right now to talk about it. Hello.
Hey, Hassan, could you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. Daniel Besner is in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny, been a long time, and this is your first time on the broadcast. How would you present yourself to the people that might not know of the good word
I'll do an
that
intro.
you put out there on the American Prestige?
Yeah, for sure. Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. Really appreciate it. So basically, I'm a historian, but beyond that, I've kind of spent the last 10 or so years thinking about what a genuinely left-wing approach to American foreign policy would be in an age of imperial decline and an age of capitalist domination, and how the left should respond in an era when the United States still remains the world hegemon and is doing things like supporting the IDF, sending arms to Ukraine, having 750 military bases abroad, the dollar is hegemonic, and things like that. So basically,
So you're
what could
saying
a
you're
leftist
woke,
do?
tanky, red
woke, tanky.
fash, all of those things. Like you're, when people encounter your work and they have like the globe emoji on their Twitter profile, they see what you have to say and they go, "This is the scariest person on the planet."
That's precisely right. But I'm a little bit weird because I'm also sanctioned by Russia. I'm one of the few Americans who has been personally sanctioned by Russia. So they don't know what to do with me. But yeah, the globe emoji people do not love me. And, a lot of people don't love me, but I'm fighting the good fight just like you are, sir.
Yeah. Well, I haven't been sanctioned by Russia, but they did actually dunk on me in one of their like crazy ads that they had done. I actually kind of want to show this to you right now. Chatters, do you have that ad? Let's show it to Daniel. I want to see. I want to see if you can notice where they end up using a version of me as a way to say, like, which side are you on?
No, I'd love to see that. It was a shock. I think I'm on the same list as like Larry Summers. There's a couple of dead guys on there as well. So, it's an honorable list to say the least.
Yeah. Let's see. Hassan Piker, Russian military ad. Maybe this is the one.
Oh, they're using you as a recruiting tool.
No. Well, in the reverse, they're using my likeness. And saying like, which side are you on? You want to be a gay guy that live streams, or you want to be like a big burly man that dies in one of the grayest places you've ever seen, so that
I've made my choice.
Russian government can get like extra, like a piece of extra territory. But hold on.
Why not both?
Yeah. How about be a gay guy who live streams and do that?
What's the problem?
To Jackson Hinkle. He's doing both. Here, I think I found it. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to share my screen with you so you can see it as well.
Yeah, let me see it.
Here it is. Okay. Let's see if I can find the actual moment. Oh, here it is. Russian military recruitment ads. Okay. And it's incredible. Let's take a look. What are our men? That's crazy. Okay, how the did I make the goddamn Russian government my op? That's insane. Okay, who the is over there? Like former Hassan Abihead. They got my worst era too. They got my worst era. FSBs hate watching out here, bro. What the make me bright makeup and streams? Like they did like a mishmash of different and struggle periods throughout my
makeup. His black nail polish, black eyeliner.
But yeah, they put on they said like you put on makeup and you wear a lot of jewelry and you paint your fingernails and then you pose in front of your nice supercar. I guess the sanctions were hitting them hard, so they couldn't put the Porsche there, so they used whatever this car is. I think maybe it's a Corvette. I can't tell.
It looks like AI.
Yeah,
the Hot Wheels scaled up.
This is so we both got we've both been unjustly maligned by the Russian state while simultaneously being called operatives of the Russian government, because that's like the main thing. Like I've always been anti-NATO for obvious reasons. I'm Turkish. I know what NATO has done in terms of its own version of Operation Gladio in Turkey and how much of a formative role it played in Turkish politics and still does to this day. And that is where like a lot of my enmity brews against NATO. And of course, when I talk about NATO incursion immediately, or even just like the truth about what has taken place thus far with the ultimately unjustifiable and illegal invasion of Ukraine that Russia committed to, everyone always would be like, "Oh, you're just defending Russia."
Yeah, I get that a lot as well. And then I just come back with, I've been sanctioned. What has happened to you? I put my body on the line in a way that they haven't, but they don't really cotton to that often.
So you're anti-NATO as well. So let's start there. Why are you anti-NATO, Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an important question because when people point to American hegemony or the American empire, one of the things that they'll point to as a representative of why this is a good thing is NATO. Famously, NATO was founded in 1949 to keep the Germans down, the Americans in Europe, and the Soviets out. And one could argue that NATO did that. But what I think it really represents is the fact that the United States remaining involved in global affairs as a hegemon in a way that, if you look at the historical record, has done incredible amounts of damage to the world, both over the course of the Cold War and after. And so actually going against NATO is a way to argue that the United States should allow other world regions, particularly very wealthy world regions like Europe, to determine their own politics and to determine their own approach to the military and to some degree the economy as well. So even if NATO is the quote unquote good part of empire, and personally I don't think there's ever such a thing as a good part of empire, going against it is a way to really articulate that you don't think the United States should be involved in other world regions to the degree that it has been, to say nothing of, NATO expansion helping engender Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the Ukraine sounds like a WWE thing, and other negative consequences that it has had. But yeah, I think it's an important thing to be against, and an important thing to be against the United States dominating these forms of global alliances, because that's a form of American imperialism as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, America's in we have an alliance with like all of the North and South American countries that are hostile towards us, so like not Cuba and whatnot. We have one with NATO.
So
those countries.
What do you have to say to people that would retaliate to what you're saying right now with the question, well, what about Baltic states? Like they all actually wanted to be a part of NATO. All these states wanted to be a part of NATO.
Yeah, and this is the whole empire by invitation argument. And for that, I just return to actual history and the amount of damage that the United States has done abroad. For example, during the Cold War, the U.S. tried to overthrow regimes abroad about 66 times. And even if that didn't succeed, like it succeeded in Iran and Guatemala and Chile and elsewhere, even if you were just targeted by the United States, you were more likely to experience mass deaths, displacement, and things like that, to say nothing of what the United States has done since the end of the Cold War and the global war on terror. Millions of people directly dead as a result of the war on terror, millions of people indirectly dead as a result of the war on terror, deracination, displacement, and all of those things. And I think if you just look at actual history, you can't actually have the quote-unquote good parts of the empire without the bad part of the empire. So what does that mean? In the short term, that means that there's going to be some negative things. For example, like Russia invading Ukraine or the Baltic states being threatened by Russia, right? This is a reality that people on the left can't ignore or deny and say, oh, Putin will never do it. Putin will never invade Poland. That's ridiculous, but Putin could very likely threaten the Baltic states. But again, what we on the left we need to look at structure, the actual structure and condition. And what that reveals, again, is that there's no such thing as just the good part of the empire without the bad part of the empire. They go together. So if you don't like Iraq, if you don't like Afghanistan, you don't like Libya, you don't like the United States having 750 military bases, to get that down, to not do in Iraq again, you're going to have to also face consequences in other world regions. It's just looking at the reality of the situation. And you're not going to get the world that you and I want to live in, this sort of humanistic world where everyone's equal, blah, 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 with the American empire still existing. And so I think what I tell people is to take a step back and look at it from a macro perspective and a historical perspective. I'm a historian.
Yeah. So outside of NATO and outside of Russia and Ukraine, which we will get back to, there's obviously two incidents that have taken place in the same administrative cycle under the Biden administration that I think has played a formative role in redeveloping the Western world's perspective on America's role in global affairs. On the one hand, as I like to say, America joined or was already a part of active initiatives to bring Ukraine into the sphere of Western influence. But America joined in the aftermath of the invasion of Ukraine, the side of the battle with Ukraine for the good side, if you want to use good bad dynamics there, is reductive for bad reasons, for the worst reasons, as a matter of fact. And I think that played a formative role in the continuation of the conflict. And we are now seemingly arriving at this conclusion that it's all lost and America's taking a big fat L here. And it seems like Donald Trump's trying to manage the empire in decline in the ways that he's doing. Some bad and some we'll see if it's good or not. But on the other side of that, you saw all of that goodwill that America could have cultivated in the process of we're defending Ukraine, no matter how heavy-handed it was and how much it damaged the European economy, for example. October 7 happened, I would say, as a direct consequence of the Abraham Accords and the continuation of that process under the Biden leadership and the expansion of the Israeli occupation and the allowance that the Trump administration gave that Biden continued. And then we saw that America does not care about the morality of the situation at all, which, of course, you and I never really thought that they gave a shit. No state actor really cares about the morality. They just have their own interests. But this is almost like created whiplash for a lot of people who did sincerely buy in to the manufactured consent to turn around and take a different approach to say maybe America's not the good guys in all of these circumstances. Maybe America's world police is not about creating free enterprise and a just world filled to the brim with democracy. Exactly. Because, we associated ourselves and aligned heavily with Israel as it kickstarted its genocide.
Yeah, I mean, I just think to underline what I said, there's almost not as good an example to point to as the fact that you can't have the quote-unquote good part of the empire without the bad. Almost immediately, the quote-unquote good defense of Ukraine, which I think you're correct, was total bullshit. If you actually look at what Antony Blinken, Secretary of State, or Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin said, they're like, basically, they said explicitly, we want to bog Russia down. The reason that we're involved in Ukraine, it's not for democracy, it's not for anything of this democracy versus authoritarianism stuff. It was just about bogging Russia down.
It's a very lazy way to try and maintain empire, and it just makes us look unreliable, weak, and might not actually even have any effect because Russia historically, Russia just kind of turns through wars. They have the population, they have the resources, they have the land, and it's hard to invade. So
to make sure that something along the lines of Russia doesn't do what it did in Ukraine again. So it was really linked to these hard security interests and the United States' desire to be the imperial hegemon in every world region now and for always, which is ridiculous. And we could talk about China later if you want. But even if you were to say, it was a legal invasion, it was a terrible thing that Vladimir Putin did and that Russia did. And even if you want to say that it was good to defend against him, I mean, almost immediately after you get funding for the annihilation of Gaza, you get a total support for Israel's annihilation of Gaza. And there's just no starker example of the fact that the quote unquote good empire can be had without the quote unquote bad empire, which means you need to get rid of the empire. The problem is the empire. The problem is not how the empire is used. It's the structure of imperial rule itself. And that's what I think needs to be
because it necessitates us violently suppressing and controlling other parts of the world in order to extract resources in order to maintain the rich, lavish lifestyle that many Americans live, fewer and fewer every day, but the ones in control can just pay enough of the other ones to keep working or to violently suppress anyone who disagrees. Going for at least a little while, but again, slowly losing control and trust over the world. I mean, how history goes is eventually empires lose their grip and shatter. Usually a new empire is born from the ashes or something of the kind, but we'll see.
The lefty position on this.
Yeah. So let's see if there's any disagreements that we can find in this conversation. I don't think there really is any, but I'm trying to figure out if there's anything that I could if there's anything that you could elaborate further on as far as
sure.
I guess it's not necessarily a disagreement, but is it more so a question what do you think Joe Biden could have done, especially as it pertains to Russia's invasion of Ukraine,
in general,
or just in general? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the thing is, I think it is reasonable to argue that what happens in terms of Europe, in terms of European war, is of direct interest to Europeans. And I think that one couldn't deny that. And so what the United States should have done, and should have done, frankly, 30 years ago after the end of the Cold War, and really probably didn't really need NATO in the first place, the more we learn about the Soviet.
Great use of our troops. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't mind if the National Guard helped maintain infrastructure and did cleanup and stuff around a state, but they're supposed to be here allegedly to stop the waves and waves of violent criminal immigrants and communists and anarchists raising the capital to the ground or whatever the fuck.
Union, the more we discover that, for example, even Stalin wanted to make deals with the United States and that the Cold War was essentially an American project. But just bracketing that, let's say you need a NATO threat.
Big L for Stalin.
Big L for dude. Stalin got so Stalin thought he was going to be able to make deals with Truman, and he was literally flabbergasted that the Americans were just like, no, you, we're going to constantly encroach on your territory and not care about what you did whatsoever. not to rehabilitate Stalin. He wasn't a good guy, but there's more going on there. But the United States shouldn't have ever been as involved in European affairs. And so what Biden should have done is that he should have used this as an opportunity to begin a security transition. And I think this is what needs to happen over the next several decades. And it would have been nice if it started in Europe, because European countries are quite wealthy and they could actually produce a defense industrial base that would allow them to intervene in Ukraine if they consider this to be a major interest of themselves. If the British, if the French, if the Germans, if whomever, the Poles, really want to intervene in Ukraine, that they should be the ones responsible for it, and it should not be the United States. So what Biden could have done was to begin a security transition. And why I think it's important to kind of focus in on that is that this is what also needs to happen in East Asia, because East Asia is really a powder keg that could go off at any moment. And you have people within the United States who are under the fantasy, who believe in the fantasy that the United States is going to be able to remain forever hegemonic in Asia, like it's 1945, and the United States controls half of the world's exports. This doesn't take account of the fact that, one, China is way more powerful than it was in 1945, but two, China is also in Asia. And
It's
things like Taiwan,
which is
are
very
of more
noticeably
interest.
close to
much
our
bigger
bases and our
population.
security interests, though. Like, why is it right there?
Right, and it's really rude of China to actually be in Asia. But it's important. How dare they? It's important because it raises questions about what do you do with something like Taiwan, which is like, and again, in an ideal world as leftists, I think we would both agree populations of a country should be allowed to determine what form of government they have. But unfortunately, we don't live in an ideal world, and we need to take seriously things like power and interest and geographic location. So it would have been nice if he started to draw down in Europe, because that would have begun a process and gotten people within the United States, particularly the American state, ready to do drawdowns around the world. And so that's what I would have advised Joe Biden to do. But I don't think Anthony Blinken or Jake Sullivan agree with that position, because, as you know, Americans are under the fantasy that they could dominate the world forever, which is ahistorical and frankly ridiculous. Doesn't take account of basic facts, like the U.S. and the G7 just control less and less of world GDP. So there's like a kayfabe element to American foreign policy that I think really winds up preventing it from
2000, almost half. Maintained about a half a century of almost complete control over the majority of world GDP.
making wise choices.
Yeah. So the question here would be, do you believe that Russia has genuine ambitions of territorial expansion in Ukraine or even further beyond Ukraine? And or is it simply a matter of defensive posture for maintaining its security interests in its own neighboring region? Because I do go back and forth on this a little bit. Go ahead.
I think you go back and forth because the right answer is both. I think Putin absolutely has a vision of greater Russia, going back to this notion of Kiev Rus, this medieval empire of which what is today the Russian Federation and independent Ukraine were a part, going back to the medieval period. And he does believe that these peoples are essentially the same people, they have the same culture, and they need to be united. He clearly believes that. I also, with regards to the 2022 invasion, I don't think COVID helped Putin's psychology. I think, from what I remember, he isolated himself seriously, and this probably helped encourage the invasion. So there's a psychological element there as well, which is difficult to analyze, but is certainly true. But I also think that NATO expanding far into Eastern Europe, and with various administrations, particularly George W. Bush, basically saying that Ukraine is going to join NATO, was another cause.
Yeah, on his way out, he was like, it wasn't enough that I the entire planet. Like, let's also throw another blow in the direction of Russia too on the way out. Fantastic work.
It was great. And people in his administration being like, don't do that. Like, why would you do that? Like, Boris Yeltsin in the 90s told Clinton, don't do these things. But yeah, anyway, and also that led to his invasion of Georgia, Putin's invasion of Georgia in 2008, almost immediately after. So I do think that NATO expansion was a cause of Putin's 2022 and 2014.
One could probably argue that Bush did that knowing that the next administration would have to deal with it, and if it's likely it was going to be a Democrat, considering how terrible the war on terror was going, then it would potentially cause a problem for them, and it did.
2014 invasion of Crimea and the 2022 invasion of Ukraine, because you got to remember, Russians have long historical memories. Over the last 230 years, they've been invaded multiple times. First during the Napoleonic Wars, then during World War I. And this is something Americans don't know about. During the Russian Civil War, the United States, United Kingdom, and France dispatched troops to North Russia and further out parts of Siberia to defeat the Bolsheviks. After World War I, the U.S. sent troops to Russia to defeat the Bolsheviks. They also remember that. And then, of course, World War II with Operation Barbarossa. So there's a...
Yeah, because if you remember, World War I, Russia essentially doesn't finish out the war because they have to deal with that instead.
long-standing and understandable reason why Russia wants to have a security buffer zone. It's not totally insane for a Russian leader to want that. And I think that's was a major cause of the invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah. So there's a longstanding tradition for sure, and longstanding animosity there. But having said that, what do you say to some of these counter narratives that people present, such as Russia actually had to invade because they wanted to defend the autonomy of LPR and DPR. 14,000 people were slaughtered in the process with this like back and forth artillery shelling. Do you feel like do you feel like that's just marketing for Vladimir Putin and also people who push Z pretty aggressively online?
Yeah, I do think that's a form of marketing, and no nation needs to expand in such a violent way, and I don't think that the Russian security was actually under any genuine threat in the short or medium term. I don't think this is, again, what's so brutal about the United States. I think American leaders were just lying. I don't think they were ever going to let Ukraine or Georgia into NATO. I think that was total nonsense that they were essentially doing because
just meant to keep Russia busy so they don't have time to more aggressively and more successfully expand and start to be a threat again.
United States doesn't suffer the consequences of its policies. I mean, that's the fundamental truth of American empire, is that since the ending of the draft in the early 1970s, the bourgeoisie of the United States does not suffer the consequences of American foreign policy. We're incredibly insulated. And so George W. Bush could just be like, oh, okay, I'm about to lose, the Republican Party is about to be displaced, but let's have Ukraine and Georgia join NATO. Or various people within the Obama administration could make gestures toward this happening. And it's just total bullshit. And the people who wind up suffering, like always in U.S. foreign policy, are people abroad and not us here. We're just insulated from our hubris and our aggression, frankly, abroad.
With some exceptions, like 9/11.
Yeah, but I mean, except
until we make enough enemies of the rest of the world that they start to fight against us, or we screw up the world enough that it starts to all fall apart beneath us.
That proves the rule, you know, like 3,000 Americans versus the, I mean, 9/11 was horrible, you know, all the necessary disclaimers, innocent people should never be killed for the crimes of their government. But that just, again, reveals how, for the most part, it's not millions of Americans that are suffering as the result of the American empire. It's millions of people abroad.
No, absolutely. I famously have a very similar.
And I would say a good chunk of homeless people are suffering. Homeless people in the U.S. are suffering because of American empire. Too concerned with maintaining our control of the world to actually take care of our own citizens. Maybe our veterans are victims. It's iffy there because they're part of the imperial presence abroad. So,
opinion, it's actually one day removed
ideally,
from
would they
one
be
fateful
taken
evening
care
in,
of?
August 21st, 2019, when I said what I said about 9/11 that people still consistently bring up. But
I mean,
let's move on from that. I guess my question is, or not even necessarily a question, but the thing that I've been thinking quite a lot about has been this Vladimir Putin summit that took place with Donald Trump. It's not a secret that Donald Trump has a lot of reverence for what he perceives as like charismatic authoritarian strongmen, right? To a degree that I've never seen from any other American president, Republican or Democrat alike. Presidents have had decent, much better relationships with foreign leaders, even adversaries in the past, but I've never seen someone have like an actual boner with respect to like the way he speaks on Vladimir Putin, especially someone who has much stronger terms for even the leader of a proxy like Zelensky. Where do you think this animosity towards Zelensky comes from for Donald Trump?
I think that Trump is a very personalist leader. He's not a policy guy. He's not a thinker. I think this is why it's kind of funny that so many people try to trace the intellectual history of Trump, because he's not a thinker. He's kind of an outer borough New York guy who made his career, one, due to his dad's money, but also by basically following his gut. And I think vis-a-vis Zelensky, I don't think he liked that he felt that the client in the weaker position didn't show the necessary deference to the guy who had the power. And I think it's as simple as that, which is why when Zelensky went to the White House recently, he wore that like black bar mitzvah suit. He was very deferential to Trump. And he was doing what he should have done when he came earlier
Gotta appease the king
in the last few months. And so I think that it's really just that.
A reality that European leaders have actually come to terms with, because the first term under the Trump leadership, they were actively undermining him. They kept making fun of him. It was clear that they did not appreciate. It's clear that they were like, this guy's a idiot, which, I mean, he is. And these guys are right. Except that idiot does, run at least the Western sphere of influence. And therefore, you see a very different attitude from European leaders now, with like Rutte literally saying he's daddy, and all of these people that were around even or
Oh,
had
fucking
an unfavorable
weird.
opinion of Donald Trump now coming to terms with having to glaze Trump in an effort to get, like, I guess, in an effort to stop the bleeding to the best of their ability, which I don't think has seen much success anyway, especially with the universal tariffs regime that he's implemented, the economic deals that he's putting forth that look like tithing, like demanding more tithing from the vassal states. And I think that, yes, you're right. The relationship is just all about like how Trump feels about you and how you make Trump feel and stroke his ego. But beyond that, do you feel like Donald Trump has seen the writing on the wall about Ukraine's lack of manpower, for example? Because like if we're going to analyze the situation right now, my feeling after that Alaska summit was that this was truly the moment that spelled the end of singular hegemonic superpower America. This was like, we've talked about multipolarity existing in the world, and certainly there was in the Cold War, but this seems like it was the proof that multipolarity is here.
That's 1,000% correct. And I think what the most important thing to my mind there is that Putin was able to effectively, as far as we know, kind of sanction-proof Russia since 2014. And he was basically able to establish an alternative, not world order, it's not at that level yet, but an alternative space for Russia to interact in a way that it wasn't subject to the will of the United States totally. And I think you're exactly right. This is a transitional decade, and this is going to be looked back on by historians as a moment that indicated the United States is not, in sort of fancy terminology, the quote unquote unipolar power, or the hyperpower is another term that was, it's not the only game in town, that there are actual spaces that the United States doesn't dominate. Because basically what the Alaska summit demonstrated is that Putin doesn't really need to give the United States as much as he would have needed to 10 years ago, 20 years ago, that he's able to act with a freedom that was basically unthinkable relatively recently. And so I think that's true. And just to comment on the tariffs, I just think that, again, this is just another example of Trumpian nonsense, because you can't tariff goods and not do things like regulate monopolies or tariff financial transactions. In a world where the United States' economy is essentially organized around high finance and giant conglomerates, to tariff goods, it's pretending like you're living in 1890.
Yeah.
So I just like, it's just all part of this. This is why, to some degree, and I hope I'm not proven wrong as I'm dragged away by stormtroopers one day, but I don't think that Trump is going to be able to put together the type of lasting coalition that an FDR or a Reagan was able to put together, because I mean, obviously, I'm a fan of FDR, not a fan of Reagan, but those guys were able to do things like pump money into the economy to help the average American, and everything Trump is doing is not doing that. So I think this provides an opening for leftists to really rethink and offer alternative visions of the world that might not come again if we don't take advantage of it, because the liberals just aren't able to do it. I mean, liberalism is in total crisis. They're not able to really offer anything that addresses the problems, whether we're talking about capitalism or imperialism or how people should even live their lives.
The question I guess I have is do you feel like Donald Trump is going to, and we probably shouldn't speculate on America and Russian affairs. I feel as though both yourself, myself, and many others, including Zelensky himself, has been burned by making speculations about whether or not Russia really has that dog in them to go in and just like militarily dominate a country. A lot of people made predictions that came out to be wrong for once, and a lot of NATO enjoyers who are wrong professionally will never let you forget that. Having said all of that, do you feel like this is? Do you feel like the negotiations process, is it going to go anywhere? And also, do you feel as though Trump recognizes, or at least is like interested in communicating that this is over, that Russia has won, and that America made a bet, thinking that it had its former superpower status and thought that it could just both economically and militarily dominate a foreign adversary by utilizing a proxy that was a standing nation state, a sovereign nation state like Ukraine, by offloading weapons into Ukraine with the hopes that like the battle lines would not look the way that they do right now, but instead just like push Russian troops back into the border and maybe have like active conflict there. And have that exist in perpetuity as the military-industrial complex, it keeps racking up profits year over year.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the stocks of the defense contractors since 2022, it's really crazy that they've just exploded. But in terms of your question, I think that Trump has a sense that this is not going to result in the type of American victory that an Antony Blinken or a Jake Sullivan, I'm not even sure Biden knew what was going on, expected, that they would be able to really bog Russia down forever, and Putin would not be able to sort of escape the purview of the United States, that we could sanction him, and that would be that. So Trump has a sense that that is not the case. But the issue is, I think what's the problem is that I'm not sure that Trump could offer Putin enough to get Putin to stop, essentially. On the other hand, I think this has been a grinding war for Russia as well. I mean, could you imagine the Soviet Union in 1970 not being able to just conquer Ukraine should Ukraine have rebelled like Hungary, East Germany, and Czechoslovakia did? No. So there's a relative decline in Russian power as well over the last 40 or 50 years. So that's why I think the thing to look out for is you don't want to get a Kashmir-like situation where it's just constant warfare. It bubbles up sometimes, it stops for a couple of years, then it bubbles up again. And that was what I was warning against from the very beginning in early 2022, that this could very easily turn into a horrible situation for actual people living on the ground there. Basically a state of permanent war. In a real way, not like the United States is always at war, even though we haven't declared war since 1942 officially.
Akin to East and West Germany, the Berlin Wall, that, or apartheid states, or
we're always
and
at
in
war, but that you would have this bubbling up of conflict. And I think,
terrible quality
I don't
of
think
life.
Trump is that interested in preventing that from happening, which to me seems like a likely outcome at this point, that it's kind of used by both the United States and Russia for domestic political purposes to shore up their own legitimacy, and Ukraine gets screwed in the short, medium, and long terms.
One thing that I've noticed in the way that Trump is communicating about this is that there's a little bit of a hand washing happening, where he just keeps saying like, well, Vladimir Putin could take over the entirety of Ukraine if he wanted to, and that's what he wants. That's the apple of his eye. But this was Biden's war. This was Zelensky's war. They started it. I didn't start it. Vladimir Putin told me directly at the Alaska summit and over and over again that like I would have never invaded Ukraine if you were still the president. Stuff like that. I mean, that's such a ridiculous that's such a ridiculous concession that you're extracting there for pure domestic favorability purposes in exchange for like basically recognizing that Russia has, to use a Trumpian term, Russia is holding all the cards, right?
No, they absolutely are, and I think that Trump gets
exactly.
that. Yeah,
and considering that we don't know the exact outlines of whatever this like proposal, this negotiation that's supposed to take place, the trilat as Trump likes to call it. Considering like what we do know about some of the basic outlines and the fact that Ukraine and European leaders were seemingly very happy, and I don't know if they were faking it or if they were genuinely happy about the outcome so far. It feels as though there will still continue some kind of like insurgency initiative.
I think they were more resigned. I think, like, my take on it, basically just nodding along and acting like everything's fine, but then they went home and actually had to try and scramble to find some sort of solution where Russia doesn't start posing more of a threat to them.
And weapons transfers that continue, $100 billion specifically. I'm just not so certain as to why Russia would be on board with that. So it's not really going to look like a ceasefire at all, it seems. Well, they're just going to kind of call it a ceasefire, I guess, for domestic purposes.
Dude, I think you're totally right. I think we're heading towards that Kashmir-like situation where Ukraine is essentially a pawn for both the quote-unquote West, but the United States and the Western European powers especially, and Russia for domestic political reasons. And of course, the tragedy is that all the Americans who are just saying that fund Ukraine, don't negotiate, in 2022 and 2023 are still going to all maintain their positions within the foreign policy establishment and within the media. I mean, to me, Ukraine just underlines a total lack of accountability for the commenters and makers of U.S. foreign policy. That's really disgusting. I mean,
there's so much of that. I think it's, yeah, I mean, so like with like nepotism, people who get in positions of power and just positions of importance or positions of powerful corporations or whatever, and they can make mistakes and then get covered up because they have money, they can afford lawyers, they can do hush money. Keeps going on, and no one ever is held accountable, and it's just an endless cycle that's destroying the country.
I mean, you see it going back to the Iraq war with people who advocated Iraq to still be in powerful positions. And the same thing is happening with Ukraine. We just live in a society without any accountability whatsoever. And that the people, the warmongers who keep on making terrible choices that backfire immediately suffer no professional or personal consequences. It's you and I who are lambasted by the Russian.
Yeah, and like nearly every U.S. president, at least that's still living, is a war criminal, but then we have a Supreme Court going like, oh, anything officially done by a president can't be. Yeah, any president can just get away with anything. Cool.
government, not the people who should actually be.
Yeah. Moving on from Ukraine, because I don't, I mean, or wait, actually, last thing on Ukraine before we get into Israel was my analysis of the situation is that like the major power player here is still very much China outside of the United States of America and the entire Western enterprise. You have this guy, you have this ginormous manufacturing.
Besides, China is still just being connected to Russia economically. Have they been doing anything else? I forget if they've sent troops or any like equipment, maybe equipment. Looking at that.
Base for the entire globe, basically propping up, at least or economically helping, and even in some instances maybe militarily helping Russia continue being able to do this. And the way that I try to explain this to my audience, which is primarily comprised of Westerners, is like a lot of the rest of the world that has been outside of the periphery of the West, the global South, see Russia as the enemy of my enemy is my friend. They see America and American dominance and Western imperialism as like a plague that has dominated their entire existence and their histories and humiliated them at times even, so that they see Russia as the tip of the spear, like the one country that's like crazy enough to militarily strike
It looks like
a
it's
blow,
mostly economic for China's support of Russia.
Empire. Meanwhile, of course, ironically enough, Ukrainians are dying in the process. And they are the ones who suffer the most out of these decisions that like two larger powers are making here. Do you feel like the most just solution, the best managed resolution to this process would be to bring China to the table as well, and to have a negotiations process where like China is also involved and offer more favorable deals to China instead of like continuing to adopt an even more hawkish attitude towards China, both economically and also trying to engage China militarily as well?
You're exactly right. I think one of the most damaging fantasies of U.S. foreign policy today is the idea that the United States will be able to remain a dominant power in East Asia. So anything that is going to bring China to the table as a major stakeholder in whatever world order that is going to emerge after U.S. hegemony is recognized to have totally declined is going to be important. Anything that brings American leaders together with Chinese leaders in a way in which the Americans recognize that they are the power in decline and that they're not going to be able to remain, they're not quite regionally hegemonic any longer, but regionally powerful in Asia, in East Asia is going to be a positive thing. And that's one of my biggest worries about U.S. foreign policy going.
At least it's not going to happen unless like we get in an active conflict and somehow win it, and then can re-subjugate everything and keep trying to shape the global politics and economy to benefit us. I don't see that happening.
Going into the future is that
given our incompetence or unwillingness to tax rich people, and so we're losing our manufacturing base workforce, and just not taking any tax money to pay for any of this, let alone like a war, full-on war.
Get recruited into both Democratic and Republican administrations. You basically can't really occupy an important position in either party if you don't think that the United States should remain forever dominant in East Asia. Even someone like John Mersheimer, who has been correct about Ukraine, thinks that the United States should confront China and that it's really important for the United States, which is ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. If you embrace the science of historical materialism and you just look at the material reality on the ground, there's just no way that's going to happen. What I'm worried about is that the United States is just going to actually cut and run one day, that China will do something super dramatic, whether it's an invasion of Taiwan or not, something else dramatic. U.S. leaders will have done nothing to plan for this. They're going to recognize it's not worth fighting a nuclear World War III over an issue that's of tangential, ultimately, interest to the United States' physical security, and they're just going to leave the region, thereby leaving allies and partners totally in the lurch. When what should happen is this should be like basically a years-long process of preparing to leave the region in a meaningful and responsible way. But I don't think that there's any hope of that happening, because Americans are infected with a Protestant messianism that makes them identify the interests of the United States as being the interests of the world. So it's pretty grim. I mean, it's a pretty grim moment, even though
for that we always know what's right for everyone. But yeah, that would be a process of us slowly withdrawing like troops from like bases and fleets and stuff, just with like treaties of promised peace and whatnot between anyone we're leaving behind and stuff, and hopefully that works, but not likely to happen considering no one is even thinking it needs to happen.
The facts on the ground are so obvious.
There's it's like a dual-headed snake here
Or
as well.
should
Because like,
happen.
as domestic conditions worsen, like as material conditions worsen for the average American or the average Westerner, there's a lot less interest in feeling a sense of patriotism as well. On the one hand, you have more reactionary forces that grow out of the anger and resentment born out of the economic instability, the volatility, and a lot of hatred for the other tribalist attitudes, white nativist immigration policies, and growing fascism. But I don't think the large swaths of Western society are as on board with like going to war with a larger power when they feel as though there's nothing to really fight for. It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go and die in a heated battle between America and China, so that or maybe survive so that I can come back to continue paying rent to my landlord. Like that's not a life worth living, or that's certainly not a life worth fighting for, specifically fighting to death. So I think that is also somewhat crippling America's position around the global stage as well. And I guess the most reasonable outcome here after all of America's dominance around the world, I think, is like maybe scaling back in a way that's not dissimilar to the British Empire blowing a 13 colony lead and just like slowly becoming just an island full of weird reactionaries that do finance and is like and allow foreign capital to like purchase whatever they want over there so they can enter like the European markets.
The end state of neoliberalism.
Yeah, and to some degree, the sort of skepticism
Authoritarianism.
of going abroad is actually much more deeply felt, is a much more deep tradition in U.S. history than most people would expect, because like you and I grew up in an era of American hyperpower. People older than us, for the most part, grew up in the era of the Cold War, when the United States was super involved in international affairs. He took over a lot of those British bases, actually. FDR made a deal with the United Kingdom that during World War II, he would give them Lend-Lease aid in exchange for basically taking over the British bases. So to some degree, the U.S. just like stepped in for the United Kingdom. But before that, it's George Washington who warns against foreign entanglements. There's a real skepticism of leaving the Western Hemisphere for the first 175 years of American history. Now, it was never isolationist because, as you know, the United States, first you get westward expansion, the genocide of indigenous peoples, you get the total domination of Latin America, Central America, and the Caribbean in very brutal ways. And even during the War of 1898, you get the seizure of the Philippines and Guam and Puerto Rico as colonies, and the United States totally dominates Cuba. So it's not 100%, but something did change in 1945. When the United States really went global in a way that it never had before, and people were actually really against, but is normal to us. So to some degree, I think we're returning to the historical mean in the next 10, 20 years. It's just going to be difficult because we have this gerontocracy ruling us, which really is into American global empire, even though it's done so many bad things for the world.
They just don't really understand the opinions of anyone younger than them or anything like that, especially anyone born since the creation of the internet.
Really responsible for
They
the
really
deaths
don't
of millions
understand
upon
the
millions of
internet.
people. It's once we were talking about the global South. I mean, just look at the numbers. Millions of people died as a direct result of American actions in the last 75 years. So it's not a surprise that they would, two cheers for Russia when it's combating what is perceived as an American war.
Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about another.
Now into the fun topic.
Yeah. Now let's talk about another incident that's being billed as a war, but it's actually something beyond a genocide. Israel's genocide of the Palestinian population. Israel has intensified its push to Gaza City, specifically trying to turn Gaza City into rubble, as it has done in Rafah and many other parts. The UN, as of last night, declared famine in North Gaza. I wanted to play a quick video for both of us to look at. UN accuses Israel of using hunger as a weapon as famine is declared in Gaza City.
Across Gaza, there is hunger, and now that suffering has a new name, famine. A United Nations-backed report says it has taken hold in parts of the Gaza Strip. 500,000 people are facing catastrophic shortages of food, with the crisis deepening by the day. And the United Nations blames Israel, saying it has blocked aid and used hunger as a weapon.
It is a famine that we could have prevented if we had been allowed. Yet food stacks up at borders because of systematic obstruction by Israel. It is a famine within a few hundred meters of food in a fertile land.
Near Gaza City,
I'd seen that guy's speech before. I did really
food is
like
handed
it.
out at soup kitchens. These are meagre amounts that are supposed to sustain a famine.
Only it mattered.
The mortality rate is horrendous. Every day, of 10,000 people, 2 will die because of hunger. When aid does come, there's a scramble of people running towards pallets dropped from planes or fighting to get on the back of lorries to grab a bag of flour. This man is 75 years old. He is painfully thin.
Before the war, I weighed around 70 kilos. Now, because of malnutrition, my weight has dropped to just 40. I suffered both a stroke and a heart attack. They had to put in a stents to help me recover, and I thank God my organs are still functioning.
The Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, dismissed the report as an outright lie and said the problems in Gaza are caused by Hamas. For many Israelis, there is limited sympathy for Gaza.
Look at that. Make Gaza Jewish again.
It's just our country's directly responsible for this. It's just horrible to even comprehend. Yeah.
Yeah,
Very
so,
obviously
as
an
someone who has
attempt
been
at
an
ethnic
advocate
cleansing.
for Palestinian emancipation for my entire professional media career for the past decade plus, I have never seen such a dramatic attitude shift against Israel. Even in places like the United States of America, where like our numbers are far worse in terms of favorability and unfavorability towards Israel in particular than like other countries, even other Western nations. But even here, obviously, the overwhelming majority recognize what Israel is doing as wrong. And even a majority of the population now also see the truth that Israel is doing a genocide. Why do you think America has attached itself to the hip with this very clearly suicidal, fascist, genocidal state?
There's several different reasons. So I think partially it goes back to gerontocracy, that a lot of the party leaders and a lot of the people who are in positions to make decisions were politicized and basically professionalized in an era where to go against Israel was to risk your political career flat out. From the 1970s onward, the power of the Israel lobby when you're talking about the Democratic Party, the power of the Christian Zionist lobby when you're talking about the Republican Party made it very difficult for any politician to make a career in this country if they were to go against Israel. And oftentimes, as sad as it is, a lot of U.S. foreign policy is directly linked to domestic politics. So I think that's really going on. That's really crucial here. I think there's also larger geostrategic reasons. First, there's racialized reasons. The notion that Israel is sort of a white redoubt in an era, in a region of brown barbarism is actually really important and is deeply held in American foreign policy, which has been racist for a long time and continues to be racist going forward. So that's an ideological reason. There's also the geostrategic reason, which I think Israel is viewed as a bastion of the American empire, again, in the Middle East. And this is most important vis-a-vis Iran, which the United States has been basically attacking since 1979 because we installed the brutal Shah after we overthrew Mossadegh in 1953. And was a Cold War fought through proxies, but since Trump attacked Iran, now a hot war. And so there's this geostrategic idea that Israel provides a base for the United States to be in the region in a more powerful way than even literal bases in Saudi or Egypt or wherever the case may be. And so I think those are primarily the reasons why it seems like the American political elite, until incredibly recently, tied itself so closely to Israel. Beyond that, before the era of social media, you didn't see it. You didn't see it to the same degree that you see it now. What apartheid in the West Bank.
Yeah, I think the first I saw of anything, Israel and Palestine, that offered any sort of side of Palestinians was in high school because I was in an AP Human Geography class, which was like only taught by one teacher as like a weird niche elective. But I think that's the only time. There might have been one other time in school. I don't remember.
Or what now genocide in Gaza looks like. You didn't see it to the degree that you do now. And I think that's a genuine major cause. If you're scrolling Twitter and you just see murdered children, starving people over and over again, you begin asking yourself, what type of country is doing this? What type of country supports another country doing this? And I think that Netanyahu, just to take a step back, has really overplayed his hand, because I do think there's a gigantic emergent generational divide between basically people under 45 and people over 45 when it comes to Israel. And I do think going forward, you're going to see less and less support for basically allowing Israel to do whatever they want. The problem, the tragedy of it, though, is I think that Israel might very well succeed in this Likud project, this Jabotinsky project, to create greater Israel. And by the time there's this shift in American politics, and like the famous book says, everybody is now against this, everybody will one day always be against this, it'll be too late. And so this is really a tragic situation in the original meaning of the term.
Absolutely.
I think it's also a very common theme with a lot of like American politicians and American foreign policy and the like, is that I think they've been going ahead with all their well-laid plans without really realizing that a lot of the younger population and just the general public really pissed off and angry and doesn't like any of this or want any of it. Good things like healthcare infrastructure money, blah blah blah. So I think that is, yeah, definitely a huge mistake on their part, and it just goes to show like how out of touch they are. How, yeah, they really don't understand the new age we are in with the internet and mobile smartphones and all that.
Do you feel as though there is Chris Hedges has this mindset that it's and I've
We'll see if it matters though, because we're also fighting misinformation and people being in all their bubbles and all that.
In our interviews, he brought this up as well, where he feels like it's completely gone. That there is no solution here beyond like Israel is going to complete its genocidal project here, and America is going to try and actively provide political cover as it's done so far. And it will create a lot of animosity against the American government and against the Western governments as well. And it's clear to me, at least, that like some European leaders who still try to maintain the optics of like being bastions of liberal democracy and defenders of like international human rights are trying to at least offer some kind of exit ramp, a pressure valve release by saying we're going to recognize the state of Palestine and things of that nature. Whereas America is, especially under the leadership of Donald Trump, not even choosing to offer any sort of olive branch to those who see the horrifying realities of Israel's genocide and demand stopping said horrifying realities. Do you feel like this is where we're headed towards, that it's going to, or is there any sort of counter messaging operation or any sort of like initiative movement that people could take that could potentially set back Israel's genocidal ambition in Gaza?
Well, I mean, I think, first of all, optimism of the will, but I think with this one, pessimism of the intellect, because I think it's very difficult to see how there would be a transformation in U.S. foreign policy toward Israel. But I mean, obviously, this is a terrible situation, but if one thing positive could come out of it.
And it has been changing, just not fast enough, and see.
I think people could really
not to much effect.
Appreciate the undemocratic nature of U.S. foreign policy and the degree to which ordinary Americans have almost no say over what their country does abroad. And I just want to stick on that for a second, because this was a conscious choice.
But bear all the consequences and costs.
Made in the late 1940s, when the United States was creating its modern state, to create institutions like the National Security Council, like the Central Intelligence Agency, and eventually the Department of Defense, which were constantly separated not only from public opinion, but from congressional opinion. So you can have a moment, even within the Democratic Party, when most Democrats are against whatever the United States, not whatever, the United States allowing Israel to do whatever it wants. Most people could be against that, and it doesn't matter, because we don't, in a lot of issue areas, we do not live in a democracy. And I think people really need to understand that, because understanding that is the first step toward actually changing it, to creating the type of world where we could say, no, we're not going to support genocide. We're not going to support apartheid, and actually having policymakers listen, because we don't live in a democracy, not in a real democracy. And hopefully this will help people realize that. That's the only positive benefit, because right now I don't see how things could change otherwise. I don't think protests are enough. I don't think letter writing campaigns are enough. And it just is really a terrible and tragic situation. That doesn't even do justice to it. It's beyond that. It is beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, like, what ideally could happen is we would have like a huge overhaul of the government, but given the fact that we're in an increasingly fascist and authoritarian state, that seems less and less likely that we're going to be able to get control of the government and with people who actually want to reform it for the better. So we'll see what happens.
Americans have been kept in the dark about American foreign policy by design. At least that's my assessment of the situation. Deliberately kept in the dark, because if they were to recognize the violent nature of American dominance, especially in the global South, that contributes in very meaningful ways into them getting like $5 T-shirts at Forever 21 or whatever, some people would probably be understandably angry towards it, and maybe others would actually land on the side of permanent warfare as a constant state. But because of that, there is somewhat of an opportunity here, because many Americans, while benefiting from being a part of the labor aristocracy or being in the imperial core, still very much have this weird opinion where they're anti-war. They fancy themselves to be anti-war. Donald Trump took advantage of that when he was running.
That's because no one actually likes the reality of war, which is less money for at home infrastructure, etc. I already talked about it, and people or people you know and care for have other people they know and care for who are being murdered or maimed or whatever, all for basically no benefit to average Americans.
Against the more cold and calculated and perhaps more serious tone that Kamala Harris took when she said she wants a more lethal military. She's going to have the most lethal military and whatnot. And I do agree with you as far as like this being
decision by the DNC.
An issue that definitely wakes up a lot of people to how little say they have in the process of this quote unquote democracy, especially in liberal capitalist states. I feel as though specifically with Israel, like for people that think this is just foreign policy, what is that supposed to do with me? Oh, it's just like Muslims and Jews. They've been fighting, ahistorical shit that they say, like they've been fighting for decades or centuries, thousands of years. It's wrong. I think the lack of democracy is ever present in domestic agendas as well, that many people have somehow deluded themselves under our duopoly into thinking like, no, there's marginal improvements that one party can make over the other. But when it comes down to universal things like Medicare for all, clearly something that like the overwhelming majority of Americans want and demand, they're not getting it. So something's got to change.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the many reasons that people feel a little nuts today, because we're way more politicized as a culture than we ever were. People talk more about politics in the 2020s than they did in the 1980s and the 1990s. But as we talk more and more about politics, we have less and less ability to affect policy. So you get this strange situation where everyone's politically motivated, but there's no actual avenue for genuine policy change. And it leads to a type of corroded society where everyone kind of feels insane all the time, because we talk about this all the time, but nothing ever changes. And so the positive thing of that is that we could recognize that you're totally right. Americans don't decide the macro economy of this country, what this country invests in, the various incentives it gives to companies, the fact that it gives SpaceX all these government contracts, which are built on NASA, i.e. government-funded research and things like that. We have absolutely no say in that. And
just the subsidizing of so many corporations in general.
Story of the United States over the course of the 20th century is a story of de-democratization. Ironically, as the franchise expanded, first to women in the 20s and then to all Black Americans in the 1960s and beyond, ironically, as the vote expanded, democracy went away. And I don't think those two are not related. As more and more people were given the vote, the actual ability to change things was ironically reduced. And this is the fundamental tension of what it means to be an American interested in politics in 2020. And we need to change 2025. And we need to change it, because if we don't, we're just going to be getting more Israels. We're just going to be getting more landlords, higher inflation. Everything is more difficult. No one could afford rent. No one could afford a house. And even if we're able to consume cheap calories and cheap pornography, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. And we need to change it.
And they have private prisons who get to profit off of people being arrested for being homeless effectively, which comes from not being able to work or being able to afford a home. And you get legally leased out to companies as a prisoner to work, basically slavery. But some states allow that.
Yeah, and obviously the treat economy only takes you so far when everything else is on fire at all times. And if one party is recognizing that frustration that people experience and then redirecting it back to like vulnerable targets that have historically been very effective at undermining, like Nazis in like fascists in Nazi Germany and prioritizing Jews in society as like the primary enemy, the arch villains, and socialism or Jewish Bolshevism as like the thing that was disrupting the very fabric that was holding the Volk-backed German society together. The right, the reactionary politicians in our day and age are doing a very similar thing, if not damn near identical. And this time they're doing it in the direction of immigrants. The process, even the legal process that they utilize, is actually not dissimilar, if not completely identical to what Nazi Germany did as well. The denaturalization process of like
there were so many Jewish people fleeing Germany before
a state of like statesless people that you can just dominate and either use as slave labor, or if it's opportune for your propaganda purposes, use them as like the arch villains that are responsible for all of the economic hardships that you're experiencing. So some people do actually abide by that. Some people do go along with this like comfortable narrative that it's not the impossible to change systems that are actually designed to dominate the overwhelming majority of workers living in America.
They're all governmental systems are meant to govern, which is asserting some level of control over the people. It's meant to have balances and stuff, so it does not overstep. Current administration is just barreling through them.
In society, but instead it's actually the migrants, or it's the trans people, or it's people that are just like don't understand the living conditions of, even if they are completely aligned on class interests. I guess one last question that I have, because you want to talk about China.
Can I just say something really quickly?
Go ahead.
Just two things happened in March 2003. The U.S. invaded Iraq and ICE was founded. Those things go together. And I think it's just very clear that they rely on each other. Sorry, please.
Yeah. Oh, no, absolutely. Foreign policy always plays an incredibly important role in domestic policy in the lives of Americans. At its most.
I mean, yeah, it was a response to wanting to make sure no one was, and it was allowed in America that would have a goal to do another terrorist attack. Then necessitates you cracking down on immigration.
Base like
an excuse for more power to the federal government or
every dollar spent on a
government in
rocket
general.
is a dollar that could go back to American infrastructure, a dollar that could go back to our education, a dollar that can go back to building roads and a robust infrastructure that we could rely on. And yet we don't treat it as such. I guess the other side, now that we talked about the Republicans before we get to China, the other side, on the liberal side, there's this delusion that that necessitates them like treating the population as like silly and childish. That makes it seem like their anger and resentment and the economic hardships that they're facing are actually totally ridiculous. So if one side is not actively channeling the frustration towards more productive avenues, because if this was a true left flank, if this was a true left party, they would say it's the millionaires and billionaires, it's the corporate oligarchs that have designed society in this way. But they're not doing that because they're also funded by the same corporate benefactors. They don't do that. But the other side at least like recognizes the frustration, Republicans, and then redirects it to vulnerable populations, marginalized populations. And then ultimately you have this growing fascist movement in the country.
I mean, I think that's totally right. And I think that indicates nothing more than the crisis of liberalism, which the Democratic Party represents. One of liberalism's historical strengths is that it was able to incorporate criticism. That's what FDR was. FDR was essentially a liberal who incorporated the social democratic criticism. To some degree, that's what Ronald Reagan was. Ronald Reagan was a liberal who incorporated the criticism of the stagnation of the Fordist economy at the mid-century. What's interesting about liberals today is that they can't even brook criticism. I remember, I'll never forget it. After Trump won in 2016, the New Yorker ran a cartoon, which was like a guy standing up on the plane being like, I know better than the pilot, let me fly the plane, which was just a total dismissal of why anyone would be radicalized to the degree to vote for such an anti-systemic candidate like Donald Trump. They don't take it seriously. And that's due, like you said, because they're funded by the same people. But there's also this sort of like
just candid it when they were wrong.
Oligarchization process, meritocracy thing, where the Democratic Party is essentially staffed by people who went to the Ivy League institutions and associated institutions, people who are so separate from what ordinary Americans understand that the party literally cannot comprehend how an ordinary person lives. So you need a total transformation of the party. The party is a cancerous rot right now.
Yeah, there's a complete infantilization of like the large majorities of the population. And I mean, I understand, like, to a certain degree that, you know, people are not making educated decisions when they're voting, but that's partially borne out of the fact that we do have this duopoly that is actually uniparty on a lot of the issues that matter.
The left and right sides of capital.
But even then, like, the dumbest person on the planet still understands when they are experiencing harm. So there is this like directionless anger that people have. And you can either, like I always say, direct it at those who are causing you harm or direct it at those who are marginalized and can be easily cast aside as like villains in society when they're not playing a role, not playing that role at all, as a matter of fact, when they're utterly powerless.
I mean, you just saw it very quickly with the fact that they tried to tell you that Biden wasn't in mental decline. That's just a sign of disrespect to people. Don't believe your lying eyes.
Yeah, no, exactly. But let's talk a little bit about China as well before I let you go, because, you know, thank you for being on here for an hour. This is a wonderful conversation. What do you think about China's rise in this past decade, in the past 2 decades especially, and its role as a power player in the global marketplace?
To some degree, it's a return to normalcy. If you look at the grand sweep of international relations, China was always a major player. And the strange thing was that it wasn't a major player for a couple of hundred years due to various contingent historical circumstances. It's unique that basically, you know, since 1492, that the West, or more accurately, the global North, and even more accurately, the North Atlantic world wound up being dominant. That's kind of a historical outlier when you're looking at the last 5,000 or so.
There's the one book I've mentioned reading, which is the short history of Europe or whatever. And Europe takes a very, very long time to develop and become any sort of world player. For most of history, really, it was really just where the barbarians were. And eventually the Greeks were kind of on Europe. Then there was Rome, and the Dark Ages, and they don't really kick off until 1500s, really.
years of history. So to some degree, it's a return to normal. I mean, the big question with China is it genuinely trying to move toward a more communist world? Or after Deng, did they just decide that the only way that you could actually interact in the world is as another major power, and that you could take care of your country, you could develop your country, you could try to control your region and push it in a particular direction, but the sort of dream of a universalistic communism is just, the world just isn't ready for that. And to me, that's the big question of China. Is China just a state capitalist society, or is it a state capitalist society that is trying to foster a transition to something like a more equal communism? And I think it's an open question right now. It seems more state capitalist, but I hope that I'm wrong with that. When it comes to international relations, it's just going to dominate East Asia. That is the reality of the situation. And like I've said a couple times, the United States needs to accommodate itself to that reality. It shouldn't fight World War III over things that are of tangential interest to this country, even if in an ideal world, Taiwan or Hong Kong or what have you, the people there would be able to determine their own form of government. That's the world we want, with that genuine democracy. But in the world that it actually exists, the United States shouldn't fight World War III over it. And I worry that American officials don't recognize that, and they really need to.
Yeah, I think we're definitely in agreement that like one of the major issues that's already unfolded and will continue to become even larger, more consequential problems is like America's inability to recognize that it no longer has the same amount of power around the globe. And empires don't die quietly. They go out. They don't go out in a fizzle. It's a long and very violent process usually. And I think America is going to become increasingly more belligerent, and not in the ways that, I mean, America's always been belligerent, but at least like belligerent in a way where they can still like maintain the optics of stability as the world police. But now, especially in cases like with Russia, Russian retaliation in some ways, or Russian expansion interests, and America's inability to address those things militarily, is creating this unique predicament where there's just a continuation of conflict, which might actually help in the interim, in the short term, for corporate super profits. And you see this with like Anduril and Palantir and all of these like Silicon Valley tech companies now entering the military industrial complex in more meaningful ways than they ever did before, because they want a piece of that last remaining pie, I guess. But all of that leads to more militarism, and all that leads to more bloodshed.
Yeah, I mentioned this, I think, last week or so when we were talking about Trump's like dealings with NATO countries and asking them to bring their military budgets up to 5% of GDP. The last time they were that high was right before World War I, when there was a massive military budget, or massive military like increase throughout Europe that then, of course, led into World War I, and then World War I being one of the bloodiest conflicts in history. So not a good parallel to be living in.
And I don't know. I feel it just seems like if you're not under the protective banner of like nuclear arms, if you're not under like a nuclear security treaty, you're just going to look like Ukraine. There's going to be more and more Ukraines all around the world.
I mean, look at Kim Jong-un versus Gaddafi, right? And this is the classic instance, right? One of them has nuclear weapons, one of them didn't. And this is one of the things that I think you might see happen in Iran. I think it wouldn't be a surprise if many Iranian leaders decide that they need to go full on for a nuclear program, particularly after Trump bombed them and Israel bombed them. And this was an argument made by a political scientist named Kenneth Waltz maybe in early 2010s, but he essentially said the most stable world would be one in which there was actually nuclear proliferation, because it would prevent the type of foreign adventurism that you saw in Afghanistan and Iraq and in Libya or Vietnam or Korea or what have you. And I don't think that argument is absolutely absurd. I think a lot of history demonstrates that, but that's not a good thing, because nuclear weapons or a nuclear war could actually destroy humanity in a genuine way. And it's difficult for us to feel that because it's been so long since one was dropped in war, but it could really destroy humanity. Not necessarily from annihilation, but from engendering a global famine. These are real things that could really happen. And so that's why the left needs to win and push the state in a good direction.
Stabilizing the planet.
Okay, last question about China.
Sure.
In terms of your
Nuclear
calculations
winner.
about whether China is honestly a transitional socialist state that wants to build global communism, or simply self-interested and maybe hyper pragmatic, possibly because of their analysis of what they consider that the USSR did wrong, and their focus is becoming an irreplaceable world power by trade and soft power initiatives rather than any sort of like military dominance. With respect to Israel, China is still very much the second largest trading partner of Israel. This is, Israel relies on Chinese commerce. Do you feel like they could take a more active stance against Israel beyond writing sternly worded letters every few weeks about how angry they are about Israel's genocide.
Yeah,
Oh, of
so
course
angry.
they could. The question is, why aren't they? And that, I think, leads to more pushing into China viewing itself as a more quote-unquote pragmatic, realist power when it comes to international relations. It does not seem to me that China envisions itself as the exporter of global revolution that Mao might have imagined in the 50s and the 60s. And I think its policy...
Also, like, if they start condemning other people's genocides, then they'll have to answer for theirs. The classic, hypocrite argument. Why so many world powers have committed terrible things and then just deny it, and no one can really try and call the others out because they've all done it.
Israel suggests that when it comes to the world stage, at least in the 2020s, it's going to act like a pragmatic realist power and try to basically protect itself and pursue what it perceives as its own national military and security and economic interests. And Israel provides a salient example of that. I think it's the exact right way to view it, like you said.
They don't even take advantage of potential like-minded, like ideologically aligned militia movements in their own backyard. If they wanted to cause like some semblance of instability or even like an American-style military coup, they could use the Philippine Maoist movement. And yet they've actively undermined the Maoist movement in the Philippines and worked with an American-backed dictatorship against the Maoist movement. So like I feel like they're pragmatic to a fault in some instances. But then again, who am I? I'm just some random dickhead.
China is also like they know they can play the long game. They're only gaining in power in the U.S. and other powers like Russia are either slowly dying out or failing to make any significant advancement.
Living in the United States of America, I'm not Xi Jinping. You know, maybe he knows something I don't.
I mean, very similar to Stalin, right? Right after World War II, Stalin didn't really support the Chinese Revolution. You know, went back and forth on the Greek communists. So I think basically my overall macro take is that since the 30s, no communist country has really imagined itself as the exporter of global revolution. I think this is when I joke, half joke, that all was lost in 1914 when the working classes of Europe fought each other, because that shouldn't have happened. And the state was immature enough when the working class could have actually taken it over in a meaningful way. But that's a conversation for another time. But it does not seem like that they imagine themselves
the
as
German Revolution could have dramatically altered the trajectory of humanity.
It was supposed to happen there, man. It was not supposed to happen in Russia. It was supposed to happen in Germany.
Yeah. All right. Well, Daniel Bessner, thank you so much for coming on the broadcast. This was enlightening. This was an incredible conversation. I hope to have you on again. Is there anything you want to plug before I let you go?
Yeah, please, everyone, check out my podcast, American Prestige, at AmericanPrestigePod.com. We've got a really good episode this week with Glenn Lowry, and we've got one with Rashid Khalidi coming out on Tuesday. And this Sunday, we're talking about Ukraine. So if you like foreign affairs, please check out American Prestige, again, American Prestige Pod. And if you want to follow me on Twitter, just D Bessner is my Twitter name. And Hassan, I just want to say thanks for doing all this good work, man. Really appreciate it. You're fighting the good fight, and thanks again for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Bye.
Alrighty, that does bring us to the end of news. So it's going to be going to game time for the next hour or so before I end the stream. If there's any live ones in the chat that have an opinion, I'm down for. I know I mentioned Crusader Kings. We can continue the nomad kingdom we have in Central Asia, the Karluks. I do want to play some Total War Pharaoh because Age of Wonders 4 just had a recent live ones in the chat that have an opinion. Feel free. I am going to run to the restroom. no live ones, so I get to make decisions. I'm kind of feeling Age of Wonders. The new DLC is very interesting. We're gonna do that. While that is launching and everything, also change the titles and category. Twitch, Tube. Finish an update, but it's almost done. Kind of. Where was updated? So reminder, change in stream schedule. I mean, I never streamed on Wednesdays, but not streaming on Thursday, but we'll be streaming Friday, Saturday, 4 p.m. again, PST. Doing history and news, games as well. Tomorrow, though, me and friends who are working on an indie game together are going to a little event and showing a demo. We have one level that we're showing off, so hopefully that goes well. And we're not pitching for publishers or anything yet, but hoping to just network and see interest and stuff and get feedback. Last night we did a playtest together as like a team or whatever, and that was very handy. I'm the one doing the like map layouts and fights, so watching other people play it is helpful, very, very helpful. I've talked to them about potentially trying to do like game dev stuff or show stuff on stream. I think that'd be cool, but I think the artists want to wait till the game is looking a little better, and in general, just for like marketing and brand stuff, trying to at least whenever we show the game first, it's in its best state. Currently, it's prototype. Almost done. Take them away. %, 2%, 1%. Done. Alright, alright, alright. Resume. El play. Is it on that monitor? Range. Clicked on it while it was loading and now it's angry. To move you. Gotta love when games throw a fit. Do have my sound mixer up just in case it's incredibly loud for any reason. New update maybe cause that. There we go. Able to actually put it on the right monitor. I'll have to figure out where the camera will go best for this game, but I'll just put it here for now. Older than time.
Free from their imprisonment.
I don't know how that works.
Kings come, seeking lost magics.
The same old cutscene. Alright, so love this game. You can create all your own custom factions and stuff. So here's like all of mine. Storm Giant. I have my weird eldritch horror, like kind of holy faction. This is one of the ones I've beaten the game with, so they're in my like pantheon. Conqueror guy. This one was made by my boyfriend. This one is me. This is another one in my pantheon. They're all about getting the dragon units, which require to like level up max level before they turn into like an adult dragon. So it's all about raising the levels of them as fast as possible. But we can make a new faction with the new stuff. Showing us some of the other ones. They'll probably be the ones we end up fighting against. I tend to like using my own custom factions as opponents all the time. My swamp elves. I haven't actually played a game as them. I've only played against them. Been interesting. Also made by my boyfriend. These two. She was fun as well. She's a weird eldritch horror. Cause people to go insane type character. This one was made by my friend Nick. It was made by also by him. These are ogres I only got to play a little bit of. Do like goblins. I made these weird little High Kings with the little dragon mounts. And this faction was made by my friend Zach. Mole People, Mole Kingdom.
Choose your destination.
Rings. We'll probably do a story realm. I haven't done many of them. And this is from the newest thing. So enter the hidden realm of Emnora, stronghold of the Archon. In search for aid against Ura. Fight or negotiate your way through the layers of celestial order to prove yourself and Mage Haven worthy of the Archon High Council. The realm is divided into rings that have no natural connection. Celestials are common. Ward of the Archon. Powerful spell. All non-ruler celestial units get immortal wards. So celestials are just tougher, harder to beat because they'll rout and then be back. No free cities, no underground. Hard.
Your journey
starts
here.
Yeah, we're gonna create a new faction.
What is your people's form?
So the new forms, or the new two in this one, or just two. So you have the Elysians. They have a radiance, a spirit resistance. They deal spirit damage on hit. That's a type of trait. Defensive tactics, better stats next to a friendly unit. More experience. That's default. We can of course up. There's also the ancient. These like old kind of liches and stuff, I think. Weak constitution. They also have defensive tactics and resistance. And then they do extra magic damage. I think those are the only two. I do Elysian. Curious, although that's oh yeah, so they change it so there's different types. I don't care for defensive tactics. I'm gonna keep their radiance just because they are like angels, probably. But we'll also get rid of the experience gain and see what else we got. Also, they added flaws, so you can take a penalty, but then you get more for benefits. But we'll see if we even do any of those. Let's see. Friendly units do not block movement. That is pretty nice. 3 points. 2 of them. That's fun. Do like annoying cherubs. I think if any of the rest of these seem cool, I don't think so. Adaptations are different. Terrain types that they do better in. We already kind of looked at these. I do like light-footed. So light-footed and inner radiance. And masters, just more units are on cavalry. We could look at a flaw. Careless. What is worse? Morale is worse. I don't know if I would ever take that. Morale would be annoying. Uncooperative. And that'd be a weird way to play them. Vulnerable to magic, vulnerable to physical, weak. Tempted to take one of the vulnerabilities. Let's be vulnerable to physical. And let's look what we get. I kind of like the cacophony. So we have a cacophony, so people fumble when they're near us. Miss their attacks entirely. Spirit resistance and spirit damage on melee. Light-footed, so we can move through our own units. But we're also slightly weak to physical. Confirm that. Another there.
What is their origin culture?
So this is the new culture. Architect essentially lets you like hyper focus on any of the one paths. And it kind of has like a Greek heroes or so vibe going on to it visually. I've only looked into it a small amount. I'm down to do this. What do we want to focus on? We go like full Materium, order. Well, it changes a little symbol on his shield. Chaos. Chaos could be fun. We already have like the fumble chance thing. Yeah, let's do this. Architects of Chaos. We just get +2 chaos affinity. But then otherwise, architect bonuses are we have higher production. We have a resource called Wonderstone. That is used. Survey for it. Build monument for the various affinities. Chaos. We're also going to be dealing damage based off of our chaos affinity. Would be, I think, fire damage. And so
What defines their society?
All right, let's look at what we got. I mean, so just having good the ability to march our units around is pretty. And of the the chaos affinity for society traits, that might be one of the better ones for us. Give it a shot. Otherwise, we do disciples. That's the like eldritch horror stuff, the umbral. There's a nudge. If we're gonna I don't know if that fits the vibe of weird chaos angels that we're going for. I don't know what else I want necessarily. So friendly chaos game? I don't know. Fabled Hunters is nice for the regen. I feel like it kind of fits. Also, nature is kind of nice to have just for expansion.
Choose your first tome of magic.
So these are going to be starting spells for us. Do you want evolution at all? I don't think so. Zeal could be fun for kind of mixing in with the thing we have, and I don't think we need Horde. Pyromancy also isn't necessary. I'm kind of liking Zeal. Give us more spirit damage on our attacks, and then we have the whole condemnation stuff. We'll go Zeal.
What is your ruler's origin?
Alrighty. I do like champions. They're fun. I haven't done a Wizard King in a while. Dragons are, of course, cool. Probably not an Eldritch Sovereign for this. They add more Giant King types.
Choose your first tome of magic.
I'm feeling maybe Wizard King. Caster heavy, especially if we're going to be doing condemnation type stuff. It seems like it'll be helpful. Grab my OBS and it started moving. Maybe camera up here. Oh, darn it. There we go. Alrighty. What class? If we're in, might as well Battle Saint. New one. It's the condemnation thing we're going for. Staff of Spirit, maybe. I mean, give them. Story too. Yeah, let's we'll keep that. And she's kind of dope. And shorter arms. That's also going to take that off real quick. Lance of Glory. Charge weapon, and I'll get a mount. Terrible. I do think, yeah, we're leaning more staff though, so go with that. Oh yeah, they made it so you can apply any like body shape to any like a race technically, if you did want to like play a short version of like an orc or something. That. Let's see. Kind of like the dark. Change the clothes and everything though. You can also change the head. I think I like the thing on her forehead, so either this one or this one. With the wings that we do want covering the face, I think it doesn't really matter. Ooh, scary. Kind of like the eyes are yellow as well as the thing on the forehead, so it kind of feels like a third eye for sure. The hair is clipping, so ideally something else less clippy. I think anything else is going to be that much less clippy. Oh, no. Oh, okay. I think that looks good. Alright, we're doing the whole thing. Like the grayish black. I think the gold outfit, here we are. Also, real quick, just clear the cape. Leading angel, chaos angel. Like that as a base. Yeah, we do also have to look at that, but let's do the cape. Otherwise, no. That looks not great. Not terrible. I think that looks a little weird. The wings didn't clip. I think I like that. That's not bad. I wish I could change those to a different color, but like X. The other one had, which one was it? This one didn't have the additional. Where'd it go? Yeah, the prayers. Like that. What color? Kind of reddish gold. Did we want to look at any skin decoration? You can't really see any of your skins. I don't think so. But yeah, helmets. Don't know if we're gonna have any. Maybe like a crown or something. But not a mask. Not a hood. Barely noticeable. That looks weird. It's a dope ass helmet, but I think it's no helmet. All right, let's do our symbol real quick. Chaos Angels. Yes. I don't mind that. I think those are good colors. Now, yeah, let's get our race done. I like them being a little small. Oh, wait. Yeah, that should be a better frame rate. Fucking game. All right. Skin color. Chaos Angel. I don't want to do red. Looking at kind of pale-ish. Could mess with their body shape. I don't think so. Or override their voice. General physique. We were going on the smaller side. Color we ended up kind of for our commander. We went this. I think we match. Color. Ooh. Complete match, maybe. I think it would be a lighter color. Red-ish, brown. That's good. We could put some skin decorations on these. Can't really see. It's a little subtle, but that might be the look we're going for. What's this like? And settle. Spot. Red. Yeah, hopefully the FPS is better. I realized I hadn't swapped to the game capture. I was still doing the screen capture. Good to see you, Blue Tongue Feral. And yeah, Age of Wonders. This is new DLC. We're doing a Elysian race, so they're kind of angels. We made our own. So we took a flaw, so we're weak to physical. We're light-footed, so we can move through our own units. We resist spirits and do spirit damage, and then also we have a cacophony, so we have a 15% chance for people next to us to fumble their attacks. We're the architect, focusing on chaos, swift marchers and fabled hunters. We went Tome of Zeal, chaos and order, and we're kind of angelly, and then we're Wizard King so far, or Wizard Queen. And we're almost completely made. I think basically it's picking a mount. Where is it? Do we have a mount? One. We'll just go, something standard, like a horse, probably a white horse. It was already on that. Didn't need to do anything. Alrighty.
Your journey begins.
Okay, so now we have to name everything. Who's the Greek goddess of chaos? Am I blanking on? Why am I completely blanking on it? Huh. We'll see. Need to change our ambition as well. This is how you get like governor level ups in the game now. Lectern. Discordia? I mean, it's not Discordia, is it? It's not chaos. There's primordial chaos, the concept, but or is it the Roman goddess of chaos? A siege battle against the Free State. We could be a bit imperialist. Must spread the word of our faithful. We are. The race name should our capital be. Just do. Need a random name. Yeah, there. Don't mind Azaza as a name. Change a little bit. Where is she? Throne City name. Add him once again. Arcadia. Something. Advanced settings. So what's really cool is they added, like, you can, this is for if they're AI, you can add a list of like what they should name all their cities. You can add a list of what they should name their heroes. I think you can even like say like, oh, do this skill loadout and stuff, everything. Like you can choose the skill trees. But we'll just fill out the thing. I think Militant Warlord makes more sense than Demon. Likes war. And then you can also choose which tomes they'll choose in order. I'm not going to do any of that now because I don't exactly know what I want to do with this build. So, oh, I forgot to
it was during the time
choose all the AI
Great
factions,
Umbral
which
War,
usually I like to make my
when
custom
the denizens
factions,
of
so we'll see.
Olaf swarmed the worlds within, that many Godir of Magehaven faltered in their faith. For where were the Archons? Had they been defeated? Their bastions consumed by the no longer contain? Or had they judged the Pantheon unworthy, abandoning them to their fate? The Gloomwatch, bound by ancient agreements, refused to speak on the matter. Instead, they sent their own emissaries to Magehaven, offering to guide single Godir through the world gates onto a path towards the Archons. This is the story of one such Godir and their journey of exaltation.
We're doing the new story realm as well. You know how it goes. We're on like the the home of a lot of Celestials and stuff, so we'll see how much they like us for Super Chaos. Our incarnation buff of units in a 1 hex radius. Conjure Elemental. Oh. Visions of Exaltation. We've arrived, Azada Allseer, she declares, while the visions from the these still penetrate within your mind. This is one of the blessed realms with the Archon, which the Archons call Amnora. Here they reside, dwelling on divine amendments in the construction of their mighty temples. As Muelpethra speaks, the astral currents around you swell again, conjuring up the image of terrible light that you beheld. So we can get ready to conquer. Gain some infernal hounds. That sounds kind of or the start of our wizard tower. That's pretty strong. Journey, blah blah. Council giving us some quests. Get through these gateways. I think we can unriddle this. We're tricksy. Riddles can't stop us. Pathway of Ascension. We know there's like multiple rings or something to this world, and we have to get from one to the next. Everything around us seems pretty lively as well.
You have selected an army. Armies are the core of your military
I know all this stuff. Why are the tutorials on? I know how to play. So we got ranged units, shock unit, scout. Send them to check the corner, see if there's anything. Be on their way. Oh, that moved. I had to move this out. It's been a while since I played. Separate. Oh, they can just separate. We can't force march yet because we don't have it unlocked. Another scout. This one's gonna go north. Oh yeah, we gotta do survey for our thing. We'll get to it next turn. What do we want to research? Probably the condemnation. Have it, and then yeah, this oracle should join the actual army. Research and production is not bad. We'll take that. I believe that's all we can do because we don't have any free cities for diplomacy. We don't have spells we're casting. Let's do this survey. Oh, I missed this really nice goodie just sitting on the ground here. Get that. There's something here. Yeah. Not this turn. Oh, wait, we can force much. We have mana and stuff now. Don't lose any thing. Why can't I do it now? Exhausted for 2 turns, so that's fine. Aquafire Orb. Better than the current one we have. Maybe. Oh, this hits 3 times. It's 14 damage 3 times as opposed to 16 damage once. Yeah, force marching scouts is potentially strong, but also requires a lot of mana, so knows how much we'll be doing it. This fight seems doable. So another unit going to fill out our army. Another Earthbreaker just so we have more frontline units. But we'll see how this fight goes. The auto, is it going to kill somebody? No. Wait. Yeah. This person need about here, right? Yeah. All ones, easy enough. This. We'll see if there's anything when we get closer. I'm not gonna force march again. Pick up this, some food, then go scouting. Probably have this guy finish up here and they'll kind of sweep around that way instead, but produce that. Annex province. The ruins, I'm curious if they do anything. Otherwise, we're going to be a Wizard King. We'll need, as we'll start stockpiling a little bit, but then we'll probably go for production or food or something. Don't have enough points for any of those. If there's any other units, let's attack this. Do we lose something? We do, so we're gonna try and not lose something. First battles. Pretty much any step forward puts us in combat range immediately. We can't really close distance. We're gonna try and position where they have to come at us. So what? True strike for 1 turn, fortune for 2. So true strike is auto hit, or keep thinking it's middle mouse to lock it in. Attacks can't miss. Yeah, okay. Unfortunate is just hit crit chance. So we don't want to drop that for not fighting just yet.
Yeah,
Or something like this. Hero can probably end up tanking a little bit, but it'll be fine. Turn. Oh, uh-oh. Forgot about the domination part of these guys. That is very unfortunate. We have spells. Under Elemental. Oh, I forgot these. Why did I think these were... Wish I could restart to the beginning of my turn, not to the start of combat. We'll see how this goes. If those all hit, kind of a chance. That is good. Oh yeah, they have the Immortal Ward thing. So they're back under our control. But see if we can get them to go away as well. No. See how badly this goes. Yes. That's not too bad. I expected much worse. We'll see what this does. Okay. So they disappeared. Us being able to move through our own units is so handy here. Going to... Yeah. Oh, I didn't even realize that was a hex. It hits them as well, but... all that. A lot of mana. Doesn't buff them, so that's good. Alrighty. Now y'all step away. Take the shot. Yeah.
Huh?
I really don't want like this archer squad. Again. Didn't lose a unit. Don't know about another fight this turn. I might hit Try and get hit up over here. Maybe we can do that fight. The next turn we got decent recovery. And then just swing back around. We do some more scouting. We got the Institute. We'll get a free workshop. I've been using a lot of mana already. Classic me though. We'll go for money. Butterflies, anything? No, okay. On there. I think that was just that. Ruler leveled up. Battle Saints. Our 2 trees are Cleric, Paladin, King. That's pretty good. Every time I cast this spell, it's pretty good getting both of those. Probably do that first, and then I think we're going to be going down the Cleric route. Super buff. Buff and units heavy. Oh, I just realized also for my thing, I decided for this one, which is major, to win against free cities, but this map we're in doesn't have any, so we're gonna have to change that whenever it prompts us to, after we spend some time not being able to complete it. So we'll see how it goes. This. A new location has been revealed. Our scouts right outside of it. That's the pathway. Probably have to do something else first. Pick up some mana. We'll check down this road. The Wicked we smite. The fertile plains east of Arcade. Isn't this north? I guess we don't know which way we're oriented. Daffaldea, little frog guy. Hear a rendition, he chants, vocal sac pulsating with fervor. We crusading croakers have sailed up to the shores of Emnor in search of Archon grace. We found denizens as foul as the deep terrors of the astral sea, the revenants that I speak of, their vile presence perilling the celestial sanctuary. And he wants to purge them essentially from the thing. We join them. Do we just not take part in their holy wars? Or do we claim that we are the one who lives and dies? Kind of tempted to play it where we don't help right away. At the very least, we'll see when we get involved. These people's problems. Another person. Oh no, this is. There was the people who brought us here, I believe. Archons in their life, souls were denied passage to the Allfather. Their revenants on Nora doesn't bode well. Okay, so maybe we should have helped. There's a leader we haven't met yet who is a revenant. Ethereum and something else. Up here. A little far away. Let's get a look. Oop. Oh, is this the... Yeah, this is the Revenant guy. Our pleas have remained unanswered for too long. Astra, divine unit who he wants to make speak. I can speak to her for him. Play both sides for a bit. Now let's get a look at the land of these people. Frog people, I believe. No, that's the Revenants. Where was the frog person from? Knows. Got a condemnation spell. You need to be able to heal everyone. I think we need that either. Vision range is not bad. We'll take that. It's a quick research as well. I think it's back here. Let's do this fight. Guessing it's going to kill someone again. Grace. What is grace? It makes it harder to hit, I think. Grace. Oh, when they get damaged, they get some temp HP. Cool. Again, we're just in range, but wouldn't really be able to close the distance.
Yeah.
So, go here. I couldn't reach.
All right.
Oh, whoops. Bait them in again. Probably gonna try and dominate my chargers again. Buff everyone here. Spread out a little bit more. Step back as well. Okay. Whoa. Hey, why can they do like an attack? Oh. Just because I don't have to move and I can get the 3 shots at 90. Even though I want to free the person from controlling the charger a bit more. Again, 3 shots. What's a ward? I don't know exactly where they're going after they're retreating. Sure, it's fine. Grace. We can afford another summon for this fight. Put it here. Flank 3 shots here, and also kind of help split them off from each other. Under burning too. Good stuff. The precognition. And with precognition. Chase them. See. Yeah, they're free now too already, I think. We're free. Yeah, I mean, basically just chase them down their support unit now. I don't know why their support unit was still sitting in the back that far. No chance to hit, but... Oh! Nice. Also rush forward. Probably don't need any more spells at the moment. Cool. And Also flank, yeah. Ooh, pop. Robe of resistance. With that. Better stats, fewer statuses. Noise. Gonna go back in. I think we'll still hit this fight down here next time if we can. It's unfortunate that it seems like we'll have to take 2 turns to get back there, but this gets us healing from being in our city. Although we could. Yeah, I wanted some stuff over here. What's this? This is that. Yeah, we'll do that. And we can still get the healing, and now we're 1 turn away. That's good stuff. We have a lot of Imperium. We could use a boost on pop. Yeah, it's only 15. We had cleared this land up here, so we should start heading that way. A forester. Scouting for. I want to get the edge of the map just in case there's any goodies. Doesn't look like it. There are goodies here. Back, get some scouting for our army that's going to be over here. Fight. Can't lose anything, so we'll take the. In here. Let's level up again. Let's go cleric. If its turn, this unit gains +1 fervor, which is status resistant. We got a good amount of that right now between this stacking. This is boosted. I'm gonna go for it, especially because that will just help keep our city growing. Still can't really start recruiting more units. I still haven't seen an infestation, so I'm gonna wait before grabbing that just in case it would be worthless. Ooh, something I forgot to do. Put my whispering stone here since there's not any free cities I need to be talking to. Also, yeah, frog guy, where are you? Doesn't show you. Frogman's hiding from me.
Away?
Actually might not be much down this way, so I might double back and finish clearing stuff out around our capital. We can hit this one. That is I got a paladin. Fine thrall. I know I can summon a molten elemental to deal with them pretty easily. I think we'll be definitely auto won't be good at the very. I move up over here. Better chokes. Got cover from the trees.
Yeah.
I'm so used to having to. My units can't move like through each other, so I'm so used to like. Much better about the order I move my units in.
Nah.
They are buffing. Well, shoot. You put them in the bush. They'll be on the other side. Is the one with dominate or convert? Oh, the Oracle unit is not my faction. Watch envoy. That's what the lady from all the lore pop-ups probably all about. Might as well. Here. Okay. Wee bit unfortunate. Wish I could have killed them this turn. Wait. Hey, I got a crit. Fortune was worth it. I probably should have buffed before I had some of these people attack, but. Their paladin. Maybe we condemn this, make sure we kill, then maybe we can get on the back line. Good. Hopefully these at least make them flee. Yep. Good. That frees up them. Incarnate shot. Identity incarnate this unit. Do I have any? That hits everybody. Oh, wait. Kill them with arrows. Hey, a crit. Up high morale is real good for us. Now we can also get our shock unit on their supports. I think I'm just going to look at them and defense. Fumble, fumble. Cacophony. Oh. Hey. We have our heal. Gotta get freed from this guy. Up. Up, up. That's their paladin. That's also an insane death noise on that paladin. Split, but we can definitely finish this one off. 100 rain. Come back. Here I can flank him. Nice. Maybe get the shots. There we go. Not bad. Ooh. Rushing Shoes of Illusion. This unit does not trigger opportunity attacks and just more movement on world map and combat. That's real nice. Level up. Okay, so wait. This has a longer range and is more health per fervor consumed. What's the benefit of this? Oh, it's cheaper action wise. Free. I do also like Quicken Ritual, so I can do multiple spells in a turn without having to have my hero spend their whole turn doing it. Grab that. Oh, we do also have signature skill we gotta pick. Probably Initiative Chaos. That's going. Better morale buffs. Kills. Acquired a Rainbow Clover as well, since we have territory. There's Rainbow Clover there. Giving us at plus 100% relations with everybody. There are no free cities, but foreign rulers also count. This has some food here we want to grab. Turn this into a farm. When you're ready. Still don't know if we have any infestations, so don't want that. Just end turn. Gotta head them free. But yeah, there's a couple fights down here for expansion and the like. Spell ready to cast. Start casting our Enchanted Crow companions. Garnet Mark. Just one of the marks. Gonna go on those units. Is it not on, like, my archers had a thing that could use it? Why don't I get it on that? Yes, they would. Could also just get our zealots. Zealots are fun. Who doesn't love a good zealot? Our great Ziggurat. Let's us recruit the archers and that we had at the start of the game, as well as get our shield units. Yeah. Okay, this guy, quite a bit of land. It's reaching to grab this morbid temple. Last bit of units around our place, and then I think we try and set up a second city down here before messing with this guy at all. Also just gives us time to explore more, but we'll see. What? Unfortunate. Oh, there's an infestation. Oh. So this... Beta host. Uh-oh. Give our scouts better vision. See what auto does, but we'll probably have to manual. Yeah, we're good. Stay out of the infestation, or else we'll get attacked. You get mad? You probably get mad, yeah. Take the long way back around. There are no free cities, so that's pointless. Get a new hero in a couple turns. Turn. Oh, Frogman. Frogman's building an outpost right on our borders. All right.
Yeah, what?
The disrespect. Are these also your armies? Okay, this is where Frogman. Imperialist piece of. Really don't want that guy. Before we pick up full fight, I'm going to clear this stuff, get more experience, and also maybe get some more units, at least to defend my capital. Oh, he likes that I'm not starting wars, though. Cares about him, though. Recruiting cultivators, part of the second stack. All right. So we probably want someone with a melee weapon, so not the anointer. Recruit wants to recruit units. Huge battle against the Throne City. That seems more likely. She's another battle saint, though. We could take her the paladin route more as well. You're gonna wait there for now, actually. Oh, can I also summon zealots? This is what we want, Legion of Zeal, so our units are actually zealous. They have great. More money. Enough. Food. More boots. We can give these ones to our new hero. They are almost the same as this, except instead of slippery, they have 1 status resistance. Our main hero definitely has enough status resistance. Construction wise, we just got our upgrade to our settlement. I think we just do this. More knowledge, more production. I run to the restroom while we after I turn here. Back. Freya keep you all company. Hopefully. Up. Back. Yeah, my claim province now has this little out. There's a bird here as well. Jeez. Definitely gonna want to deal with that. I'm gonna zealot for her. Once that other unit spawns, we can maybe get her to deal with the outpost while our hero continues clearing and stuff. Clearing this would get us a unit that we can also send. We can start being more effective. I think, yeah, we're gonna go back up north. There's a watchtower here. It is cool that, yeah, you can kind of usually see in the distance when there is some maybe terrain here. And generally, yeah, see when the watchtowers are around, like that one. Yeah, that's a farm. Another farm. But you get what I mean. Yeah, there's still not much for you to do, lady. All our battles, though, have been real easy. Hey, a polar bear. Got a polar bear? That's channeling ritual, which is this. This is essentially buffing one of the other spell. Those are pretty good. This is just the better option here, so I'm going for that. Go and hit the infestation. This guy has an army marching around. He also has more territory over here. Outpost. Easier to see where the resources are. I think I've gotten all the ones immediately near. There's this orchard out here. Gold vein there. Not this direction. Another forester. Check these. Oh yeah, we could get some stuff. I don't know if needed. Let's hurry this, and then also just start on a guardian. He is probably gonna first strike this outpost. Our tier 4 unit is insane, but oop. Oh, that's gonna be unfortunate. Hopefully we live. Got impatient. There's a survey we can do there as well. I'm forgetting to look for. Have there been any others? What?
Yeah.
We got a decent amount. Where do we build or monuments? Here they are. Gotcha. Rivalry. Frogs were rude. I was like, I don't want to help in your crusade actively. But screw you. Play rivalry. Makes it so we have a more justified war, which will get us a bunch of Imperium. Oh! Oh. I think this is not a fight we should take, actually. And deal with the frogs. Glad they didn't end up attacking. Well, have a justified war. We'll hit them the turn before whatever they're constructing here. Yeah, palisades, so. Trespass. Fair war. Goodbye. Just for safety, I think, summoning a zealot, just so we have more. We'll auto do. Yeah, that's good. Alright, now this outpost is getting raised to the ground because I don't like it. Man, this one double back. One can continue north. I am now evil because I declared war. Boo-hoo. Woke frogs. Shouting. Hooting. She needs to heal. Should remain on this side where the frogs are probably going to be coming from after we angered them. That is unfortunate. Misclicked like this corner of the hex and it went there. Might as well. We're going to have some tier 1 units, and having them be high rank is pretty good now. Bye-bye, outpost. If we do found... I mean, maybe we just take their city here that they've now founded here, because it's rude. We'll maybe put like an outpost up here that might turn into a city. Weird, because this isn't like water. But it will at least give us control of this. This. Wand of poisonous darts. Cool, we have now. Plane. Oh, here's the frogs. Oh, there's the rest of the frogs. I looked before I leapt. Help. At least in reinforcement range, so we will help each other. This might be more frog armies. It's likely more frog armies. Legions of Zeal is good. We get a new book. Is this all just tier 1 again? Okay. We have some fire going on. This would let us have actual units and not just ones we summoned during battle. These are also the ones that I could look at their thing, but they evolve into greater magma, or like a full magma spirit or magma elemental. Let's grab that. We're also doing a lot of forester stuff, so.
Fire is sacred.
Fire.
It is the beginning and the end. It is passion and destruction.
You just like a hurt people spell.
And death. Harness the essence.
Would also be probably pretty
Watch
good.
Bring your enemies to smoldering ruin. Behold the.
Yeah, we'll grab Orchard. that because we're about to be founding cities and absorbing them and the like. Build. This counts as a forester. This will be a forest. This will. That will. I think it's. Ritual pyre. Here. And then we get some more on that side, maybe? I don't know. Not great places for it, honestly. Almost can build roads. Since we're about to get in a fight, but I do want to get this going. Shame we won't have it for this. Oh, rude. Gonna go plunder or something. Ah! Go here, but and actually get our Legions of Zeal now, which is nice. Thank you. Huh? If I rush them, they wouldn't be able to show up now. I think it's just go time where they can start burning my stuff down. Level 9? Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, and we're in a terrible position. I mean, we can choke here and here, probably. You can stay here. Maybe draw them off. Zealot frontline. Ooh, no. Oh, okay, that was a mistake. I wanted to. Okay, not terrible.
You what? All right.
Oh. We can get some of that on Cultivate Affinity. These, because they have the big burst that can weaken people. What? Central. I'm just kind of randomly riding a polar bear now. Here. See if there's anyone we can get in that. Oh, I always forget that right click is confirm, not cancel. Ooh. Yeah, pretty far.
You what? Away?
Huh?
Yeah, let's see how this goes. Oh, because I'm attacking them. Maybe then I just rush that guy. Belts are expendable.
Yeah.
Go here. He'll at least super overextend to get to him. Resilience to them. They're gonna also ward. Works. as well. Damn him. And, oh yeah. Run. Wow. I honestly thought they would actually break formation and push it by... Oop. Kind of doing it. There we go. Haunted. Okay, there we go. That's what I was expecting. I mean, I'm honestly completely fine that he taunted them. Alrighty. That's an 85. Sounds good. Great. Scouts kind of want to summon. Where are they facing? Yeah, okay. Righty. You just try and finish this guy off, basically. And yeah, if we killed their hero this early, that's Ludo. I don't know why he overextended like that. He can hit. They're on guard and they have first strike, and it would mess up my cav. Far can they reach? We can just bait them in. Think they'll still run over here and shoot them. Just scouts, they're not that scary or anything. Oh, eesh. I got one good hit in. Ceaseless Cacophony is very nice. Yeah, maybe a Condemn. The level 5 Shrine of Smiting they have also didn't quite realize. A huge problem. I think that we need to get through this line first. Ooh, solid hits. That's not bad.
Yeah, ma?
Here, off of this group before we start. We'll buff one of our zealots. Fire damage. Up the side. Weakened unit. Also gonna break this. What are these? These are supports, I think, right? Oh, they're spears. We'll run the other hero. Yes. On bushes, so that helps us from range. So we're just gonna lob attacks, keep them distracted back here. Here goes one of our zealots, but they're meant to die, so they're fine with it. No. Out of casting points. 3 shots at 90 is probably the pull, even though we could maybe kill over there. With 60 to 50. 90. Oh. Break there. Oh, that doesn't break. And they weren't in guard mode, but I thought it would stop their retaliation. And just flank with some other stuff. You want to get someone on the Shrine of Smiting. So let's be the ones to be in the worst position. Oh. Great. Boy. Recognition will block, yeah, that. And ow. Nice. Just these guys. No 2 move, or no move that gets us 2 shots that are all that great, but burning. Too bad. Oh! Them being blind probably didn't help.
You what?
Yeah. Messing around on the back line. Using all our shock units to keep pressure up. Look at the way. My archers had I powered up. I guess I don't have it anymore. We can do this though. Just see about getting crits on this to burn them down. Make it. If we lose another unit though with the Shrine of Smiting and these archers. Thoughts. Oh. Down their units. I'm a hero to try and heal.
Oi.
Oh, come on. Oh. Oh, Giant Slayer.
You what?
dub. More or less.
Yeah. Huh?
Hit. Oh,
Yeah,
better range.
Huh?
She can hit. There we go. Yeah, that's game. As well poison darts them. They're poisoned. Reading. They die. Easy. Alright, that was a very solid start to this game. And I streamed almost an hour longer than I intended to, but I hope y'all enjoyed. We're off to a pretty good start. Capital's coming along nicely. We have all the valuable land immediately next to us. Even though they tried to forward settle us, essentially, we were able to knock out their outpost and build their armies. Hopefully we can push and take this city. To deal with this station, which looked pretty scary, then we'll might as well level up. Our other battle saint, we'll just give it the paladin. We know she's going down that route. But otherwise, we'll call it here. Thank you all for watching. Peace.